One more thing.
Looks like we're missing a few board members this morning.
And the court reporter.
Okay. Well, that's not an auspicious start of my final meeting.
No, it's not.
Oh, no, not the court reporter.
Not
Yeah,
again.
that would be bad. I would hate to have
I saw
to
the confirmation email, so they know they're supposed to be here.
It's a nice rainy day out there, I guess. We're gonna have storms all day.
The proverbial April showers, right?
That's right. Those May flowers should be pretty. Anna, I'm going to take up the continuances first, like we always do, so we can shift out of those in case there's anybody here on those. And then I was going to ask you, is there anything else, any other dismissals that we know other than those continuances that you sent me?
That's it.
Okay.
And
so
I added number 19.
you added that one. Hold on. No, I've got that on my list already.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I got that one circled. Okay.
No
we'll
further
do that.
updates.
Okay, we'll do that once we get everybody here and a court reporter, hopefully.
Mr. Ebbets is having difficulty getting
Join.
Yeah.
I'll send him another link.
Good morning,
And
Mike.
Good
Tony
morning.
Vanucci said he's running just a little bit late. He'll be here in a moment.
And what about Randy? Is she joining us today?
Let me look and see.
I don't remember seeing anybody that wasn't going to be available, but I don't.
Hey, Lisa, when you send that, good morning, everybody. This is Jared.
Hey,
Lisa, when
Jared.
when you send that link out, would you include the court reporter in the email and anyone else who's not here? It seems like we always get an email from Zoom and we get an email from you as a reminder, and the one from you has the correct link, but the Zoom one, when I tried to join earlier, it didn't bring me to the
Oh,
meeting. So maybe there's a two-link situation happening.
gotcha.
I had the same problem.
You did, Mike. Okay. Yeah, we should probably send it to Randy and to Mark and the court reporter then. That's probably the problem. And you might want to send it to Tony too, if he's going to be running late, so he clicks on the right one.
Will do.
And Najma did confirm that the public link on the website is correct, so that's good.
Good. 'Cause that would be a broader problem of trying to get that to the public today. So
Oh, yes. A two-link situation.
there's Tony. He made it.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Tony.
Hi, Teresa.
Morning, Tony.
We're just waiting for Mark and for the court reporter and for Randy. We had a problem with, depending on which link you joined, one is right and one is wrong for the board members. So
Okay. So we've got plenty of people today.
I hope so. Yeah, I think everybody is here. That's so, because we've got some required quorums, because of the last meeting.
Right.
So hopefully we've got several continuances. Guys, I'm going to take those up first, to move, but we do have several of those. So
Okay.
I'll work through those quickly and then we'll start taking the actual cases as soon as we get everybody here.
Okay.
Because I think Mr. Ebbets is on some of the quorums, but I don't think those come for a bit, but I don't know. I guess we have 5 people now. Anna, there's some chatting going on. You might address that if you don't see that. I'll be right back since we're waiting for the court reporter. I'm going to answer someone's question here. I'll be right back.
Good morning, Randy.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Ready for a beautiful rainy April morning?
Better than snow. I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah, no more cold. Enough.
Good morning, Brett. Did we get you the right link?
Yeah, it seemed there might have been a problem there for a second, but I was just sent an email a minute ago, so I apologize.
And Randy, no, we
It
knew that.
wasn't just me. Okay, I had the same
Yeah,
issue.
No, that's it. And Ebbets is saying, hey, Lisa, Ebbets and Anna, Mark is saying, I'm not able to get in. It says no host. So did you send him
Yep.
the new email?
I sent him the new one. I sent
Okay.
everybody the new one.
I'm going to tell him, look at the new email Lisa just sent. Up and there he is.
Wait a minute. I sent Mark a link, but it came up with my name.
Mark, we can't hear you. Yeah. Mark, is your volume on? Yeah, he's still trying. Hey, Mark, if you can hear us, Lisa sent you a new link this morning in an email. You might sign off and join that way. There was a confusion about the link.
You can also just change your name in the Zoom since you're already connected.
Yeah, he logged on the new link. The
Okay,
old one took him
good.
to a old set of meetings that we had. I just deleted it.
Sorry, guys.
No problem. It's, we just had a miss. You were sent discrepancies in the email, so it's all right. It's all good. Okay, everybody ready to start? Okay, let's go. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are now in session to hear the cases before the BZA today. I will ask each of you to listen intently as Anna describes the processes we will follow today in terms of how you raise your hand to be promoted and how we'll handle this. So if Anna, you would give those and then I'll swear everybody in and we'll get started.
Thank you. So as mentioned, I'm going to describe the procedures for this meeting. First, city staff will give a presentation of their staff report. Then the chair will turn it over to the applicant or the team associated with the case, and then it will be time for public testimony. Everyone is currently connected online, and there are two categories of people who are participating in this meeting. We have attendees and panelists. So right now, the only panelists are commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a citizen, when it is your time to speak, you are going to use the raise hand function, and that will notify the chair to call on you and city staff to promote you into the meeting. Now, when this happens, it will appear as if you have been disconnected very briefly, but don't worry, you will join the meeting as a panelist, which will allow you the opportunity to turn on your camera and microphone. Then we will ask you to state your name and also if you are on a computer, it would be helpful if you changed your username in Zoom to your legal name, which will also help with the promoting process. After you've been sworn in by the chair, you will be given opportunity to provide your public testimony. And then, as I mentioned previously, it'll be time for any and all public testimony. And as a reminder, we want the chat box to only be for the logistics of the meeting, asking questions about Zoom, etc. Merits of the case should not be discussed in the chat box. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. At this time, I'd like all staff members who are going to give testimony on any case before the board today to turn on your cameras so the court reporter can see your faces, and I'd like to administer the oath. Make sure I have everybody. So I have Genevieve, Jared, Najma, and James. Anyone else?
That is it.
Okay, all right. If you would all raise your right hands and take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's begin by handling those cases on our docket today that I know there were continuance requests on. We're going to take those out of order, and then we'll start taking cases that we'll actually take testimony and evidence on and reach a ruling on. The first case that I have that there is an application for continuance is docket item number 10, case number 13 with an address of 3922 Troost Avenue. Is there anyone present online interested in this matter? If so, raise your hand to be promoted.
We have a Stephen Mayer. And he has been connected.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, can you turn on your camera and your microphone, please?
Yes, and I'm not here. I'm not here for the address you gave.
Okay, so we're going to put you back out in the audience then. Yeah, be careful about raising your hand. We only want you to do that when it's time for you to actually come forward onto the panel.
I didn't know I'd done it, but okay.
That's all right. I know. There's a couple other people with hands raised out there, so I don't know what those are on these cases or not. You'll have to ask. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Okay, and Ms. Bowen, you've raised your hand, but your case is coming up later. And then I have a Malik.
Anna, I also believe that he is for case number 2.
Okay,
Okay.
so again, we're only talking about the continuance for property 3922 Troost.
Yeah, okay. So there's no one other that's interested in this case then?
No one else is raising their hand.
Okay. All right. What is the request for continuance?
This was brought from the applicant and they need more time to prepare for the case.
And the continuance is until the May 10th meeting, is that request?
Correct.
Is there any recommendation for a continuance fee?
No, without fee.
Okay. Board members understand this request, and do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matters continued to May 10th. The next case that has a continuance request is docket item number 14, case number 27 with an address of 561 Harrison Street. Is there anyone online interested in this case? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
I am going to promote a Corey Henry. I believe he is the applicant associated with the site.
Okay, thank you.
He's been connected.
Mr. Henry, if you would turn on your camera and microphone.
My apologies, Madam Chair.
That is fine. Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
Corey Henry.
And are you counsel for the applicant?
That is correct.
Okay, and you're here to request a continuance until May 10th, is that correct?
That is correct.
What's the reason for the continuance, Mr. Henry?
I believe we had an issue with some posting, and so notice needs to be amended so we can go to the May meeting.
Okay, Jared, I assume you agree with that statement?
I do agree with that, and actually the error was staff's error. It was not applicant, so
okay. Good. All right, thank you, Mr. Henry. Board members, do I have a motion to continue this matter without fee to May 10th?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to May 10th. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Thank you, Jared.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, let's move on to the next continuance request, which is item number 19 with an case number of 17 and an address of 4500 North Brighton Avenue. Would the applicant and any other parties interested in this case raise their hand to be promoted?
No one is raising their hand, and I believe the applicant has informed me that they will not be in attendance today. So,
Okay, and then what is the reason for continuing this case and until when?
they need more time to prepare for their appeal, and they've requested June 14th.
Any opposition or concerns from staff or any recommendation for a continuance fee?
No fee at this time.
Okay.
We support granting them this continuance.
Okay, so June 14th would be the new trial, the new hearing date? Okay.
Correct.
Board members, do I have a motion to continue this matter without fee to June 14th?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorant. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to June 14th. The next continuance request is item number 20, case number 19, with an address of 8820 Indiana Avenue. Is the applicant online? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one is raising their hand.
And what is the request on this case?
I believe there was also an issue with sign posting on this particular case, so they need time to do that.
Okay. Do I have and we're just continuing it until the May setting, correct? May 10? All right.
Correct.
Do I have a motion to continue this matter till May 10th without fee?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorance. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to May 10th. The next case is docket item 21, case number 20, with an address of 118 East 46th Street. Again, we have a request for continuance. Do we have anyone online interested in this case?
No one is raising their hand.
Is this again a situation of notice?
This one is about the applicant requesting more time to prepare for their appeal.
And the request is till May 10th?
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a motion and no request for fee, Anna?
No fee.
Do I have a motion to continue this matter till May 10th without fee?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued till May 10th. The next continuance request is item number 22, case number 24, with an address of 4507 Blue Ridge Cutoff. Is the applicant or any other interested party online? Please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one is raising their hand.
What is the request on this case?
They are working with the city through a different entitlement process to resolve the issues on site. So they requested a continuance to pursue that matter first.
And how long of a continuance, Anna?
June 14th.
Okay, so no continuance fees based on that situation.
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a motion to continue this matter to June 14th without fee?
So moved.
I have a motion for Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorance. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued without fee to June 14th. And then the last item I think we need to continue is 24, which would be 24.1, 0.2, and 0.3. Is that correct, Anna? Okay, I'm going to call all three of those at the same time. The address is 2826 Summit, 2828 Summit, and 2830 Summit. Is there anyone online interested in these cases? If so, please raise your hand to be promoted.
No one is raising their hand.
And the request for continuance is until
May 10th.
May 10th. And no fee, correct?
No fee.
Okay,
At
do I
this
have a
time.
motion to
Oh.
continue? I'm sorry.
Someone has raised their hand in the meantime. Would you like for me to promote them?
Yes, we should promote them.
Okay, a Richard Hernandez is
Okay.
being promoted.
Okay.
He has been connected.
Mr. Hernandez, when you can, would you turn on your camera and microphone, please? Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Are you here in relation to these three matters that there's a continuance request on?
Yes,
Do you have an opposition to that continuance?
yes, I'm opposed.
Okay, and what's the basis? I'm sorry.
They put notices, I seen on paper, but I have not seen any maps. And I requested maps from Joe Rexwinkle, maps showing how they want to realign that. And I have not seen them, and they're not posted anywhere that I know of. I looked through them through the compass and all that, and I don't see anything.
Okay, well, I think the reason, and perhaps someone from staff can explain, the continuance request today is because I think someone's failed to pick up the notice and post it, and that's the applicant that has to do that. Is that correct?
Correct. This is simply for the posted notice. In terms of their lot line plans, that should be attached to the case. I can make sure that it's public, Mr. Hernandez, and can look at that today, and I'll look at that now.
Are you gonna put them on Compass?
They should already be on there, but sometimes internally I have to make them public. Okay, I'll make sure that they are.
Thank you, appreciate it.
And so if this doesn't happen the next meeting, then the board will have to decide what to do in terms of this case if they don't comply with the regulations, Mr. Hernandez. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. All right. Having addressed that, I think the continuance is to May 10th, and is it with or without fee based on their failure?
Without fee at this time.
Okay. Do I have a motion to continue these three matters until May 10th without fee?
So moved.
I have a motion from Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion, and these matters are continued till May 10th without fee. All right, let's go back to the beginning of the docket and take cases that we need to take testimony on. The first case is docket item number 1, case number 85. The address is 2316 Troost Avenue. Would the applicant and all persons here in support or opposition, please raise your hand so you might be promoted. Like we have several. It's going to take us a minute.
I'm not seeing any raised hands in Zoom.
So I see 1, 2.
Oh, there it goes.
3.
I apologize. My Zoom is updating slow. So Chris Maddox, he is the applicant. I'm promoting him. Stephanie Isaacson, she's the property owner. Chris has been connected. Stephanie has been connected. And then Angie Splitgerber. Amy Kraus. And a Jeffrey Schultzer.
Okay.
Assumingly from the public testimony side, those last 3 names.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Maddox, would you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. My name is Chris Maddox. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Freds Wyckoff Law Firm, office address of 4510 Bellevue Avenue, Suite 300, Kansas City, Missouri.
And Mr. Maddox, do you have someone with you here today?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do. I have the applicant, Stephanie Isaacson, and our architect, Jeffrey Schurtzler.
Okay. Mr. Schurtzler, could you turn on your microphone and camera, please? Thank you. Ms. Isaacson, Mr. Schurtzler, and Mr. Maddox, would you please raise your right hands to take the oath with me at this time? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Thank you. And then Ms. Splitgerber, would you state your name for the record, and I'll swear you in, please?
Angela Splitgerber, 3341 Campbell, the Troost Coalition.
Okay, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And I believe there was a Miss Kraus. Miss Kraus, could you turn on your camera and microphone if you would like to give testimony? Thank you. Ma'am, could you state your name, please?
Amy Kraus,
And would you raise your right? Oh, I'm sorry.
3743 Tracy Avenue and Troost Coalition.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Sorry. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and I think I have everyone. So, Mr. Maddox, have you reviewed the staff report connected with your client's application today?
Yes, I have.
On page 6 of that report, there are 11 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider as we hear your case today?
I do not.
Okay, administrative exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted. And I believe among those, we have a PowerPoint presentation, and Anna will be doing that. And then Mr. Maddox will hear from you.
Very good.
Thank you. Okay. The first item on our docket focuses on 2316 Troost Avenue. The site is zoned B4-5, and the applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to expand an existing use. So the site is located along Troost Avenue in the Midtown portion of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the site. The site is highlighted in yellow, and the portion in which New Horizons is expanding onto is highlighted in orange. You can see that's at the corner of East 24th Street and Troost Avenue. This is an image from Google Street View of the existing site. They have an existing parking lot, and the main entrance off their building is located off of the existing parking lot. This is some images of the facade for the expansion provided by the applicant. The portion that's over to the right of the screen, it's more grayed out, that's the original building. And then over to the left is the solid building. This top image depicts the facade if you were to stand on Troost and look directly at the building. And the expansion is for additional office space for this use. And then the bottom facade is if you were to be standing on 24th Street looking at the building, it is that side facade that you would see. This is a close-up of the site plan. Just for some clarity, I zoomed in exactly on the expansion. So you can see it over on the right, a little bit of landscaping at the front. And this is the special review criteria for a special use permit, and I'll go through some specifics of those items now. So in relation to review criteria number A, is the proposal in compliance with existing zoning and development codes? There are some variances that they have requested, and I will get into those later, specifically in related to the Troost overlay district. Items number B, is this in the entrance of the public convenience and will not significantly impact the area. This is an expansion of an existing use, and there is public testimony both attached to the staff report, and we'll hear some additional public testimony today as well. And then, is it compatible with the surrounding area? As I mentioned, this is an existing use that was cited prior to the Troost overlay district. This type of use, which is slightly more industrial in nature, is unique for the Troost corridor overlay district. But as I said, this has existed for a significant period of time, and it was cited there prior to the Troost overlay district being established. So now I'm going to go through the variances that they have requested. Additional details are in the staff report, but just to go through these quickly, variance number A that they've requested is in relation to the architectural materials on the facade of the building. Per the Troost corridor overlay district, only 20% at a maximum of the front facade can be a secondary material, and they are proposing a 42% of the secondary material to be on the front facade, which is a 110% change from the original requirement. Variance B focuses on transparency. So buildings with the frontage on Troost, that front facade, it needs to be 70% or greater transparency windows, and they are requesting only 23% of that facade facing Troost to be windows, the transparency, which is a 67% change from the requirement. We have also the transparency requirement for that street side yard, which is on East 24th Street. The requirement of the Troost overlay district says it needs to be 40% or greater. And they are proposing 26%, which is a 35% increase from the requirements. And then also, it's not only the amount of transparency on the buildings on the front facade, but the dimensions between the sidewalk and where that second story starts has to be transparent. Per the Troost Corridor Overlay District, it has to be 3.5 feet or above adjacent to the sidewalk. And they are proposing something a little bit higher at 4.43 feet above the sidewalk, which is a 0.93 feet change from the requirements. Two final variants to discuss in regards to outdoor lighting. Lights that project onto the right-of-way, it cannot increase 1 foot candle. They are proposing a 9.7 to 5.7 foot candle that would spill over onto the right-of-way, which is a variance amount of 8.7 to 4.7 foot candles. An additional variance that was caught after the staff report was published is in regards to the gravel lot on the existing site. Since this process is going before the board, it was recommended that we just bring the entire site into compliance. There's portions of the existing parking lot that are gravel. Gravel parking lots are only permitted in an M district, and this is a B4-5 district, so we are looking to seek a variance to that requirement as well. And city staff, we recommended approval subject to conditions. City Planning Commission also recommended approval subject to conditions. They also voted to remove several conditions listed on the original staff report. You can see those items in the staff report as well. That includes condition 5, 6, 8, and 9. To go through those a bit quickly, numbers 5, 6, 8, and 9, those were all related to land developments conditions for storm drainage and stormwater runoff. Those were discussed with Luke Casper of the Land Development Division prior to CPC, and he consented to those items being removed from the plans. And then, oh, sorry, I included 8 in that last talking point, but I shouldn't have. 8 was about improvements on the sidewalks, and the applicant has submitted proof to us that indeed that sidewalk has already been improved, so we will not be enforcing the applicant to make those improvements to the sidewalk, as you can see the photographic evidence on the screen now. And that concludes my staff report. I'll be willing to take any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
On the conditions to be removed, I see in the staff report you had 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Is that maybe an error that 7 should have been included as one of those?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. So conditions to remove from the Plan Commission's recommendations were items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Do you agree? I just want to make sure.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, all right. And I think that's why you had your inconsistency. I think you meant to include 7 in that first listing, and then 8 was being different. So, okay,
and
I got
yes,
it.
But
okay.
8 definitely needs to be included, just also 7 as well.
Okay, all right,
I believe.
gotcha.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Maddox, let's start with you. Why do you believe the board should grant this request for this conditional use permit and these variances?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The special use permit is required for this building type in the Troost Corridor Overlay District. And so in order for us to continue to operate this site, which we have operated since 2012 when we acquired the property, we would need to get a special use permit. And in addition, the variances that we are seeking today are those variances that allow us to build this 4,800 square foot addition to be a cohesive single part of the existing structure. So there are a couple of variances that we're requesting that will tie the addition architecturally and aesthetically into the existing building. And then also to allow for the intended uses of this property as an office and a training room facility.
Anything further, Mr. Maddox?
I do have a presentation if the board would like to see that from the applicant.
That's fine. Go ahead. Has it been marked as an exhibit?
I had submitted it to Anna. I don't know if it's in her staff report or her exhibits. It was submitted in advance of the March BZA hearing.
It is not. So we would make this exhibit 12, I believe, your presentation, and you need to provide a copy to.
Yep, I will send it. I will send it again to Anna.
Okay, exhibit 12 will be admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Maddox.
Thank you. So hopefully you can see my presentation. We are here today for two reasons, as you've mentioned, as Anna's talked about. We are located along Troost within the Troost Corridor Overlay District, and our building type, characterized as either a flex or a low-rise commercial building, requires approval of a special use permit. And additionally, we are requesting 5 variances that broadly relate to 5 categories. The first is building materials, maximum building height, windows and doors, setbacks, and spillover lighting. Each of these variances, again, are requested to allow the proposed building addition to tie in architecturally with the existing primary structure. A brief background on the applicant. New Horizons is a Casey-based, women-owned environmental solutions firm specializing in environmentally sensitive demolition and remediation, all of which occurs off-site in the field at project locations. 2316 Troost is used by New Horizons for its back office, administrative, and training center. The company employs 80 people at 2 locations, is certified to work in 7 Midwest states, and is a Kansas City, Missouri certified WBE. In 2021, New Horizons was named Ernst & Young's Kansas City Entrepreneur of the Year. New Horizons is 100% owned by its president and CEO, Stephanie Isaacson, who received several awards. She's tied into the philanthropic community and was a 2021 runner-up for National Women Business Owner of the Year. This slide shows the property location. Again, the subject property is on the west side of Troost between East 23rd and East 24th Streets, comprised of 2 tax parcels. The north parcel includes the existing building and lot, and the southern parcel here is where we propose the 4,800 square foot building addition. The existing building actually has a kind of a unique history and ties to the city. It was originally constructed in the late 1940s by Walter Bogdan, who was a candy maker, most famous for the Bogdan reception stick. And this manufacturing use continued at this location all the way up through 2012, when the property was sold to its current owner, and its use was converted to an office warehouse use. As Anna mentioned, the subject property is zoned B4-5, but there is a portion of the site on the west side here that is zoned M1-5, highlighted in blue. No rezoning is required or requested. This slide shows the overall site plan that was submitted. Again, the parking lot and the existing building were originally constructed in the 40s. You can see the footprint outlining the 4,800 square foot addition here on that south lot. There are no proposed changes to the existing building or to the parking lot to the north. The building addition itself, this is a floor plan that shows how we're laying that out. So here you can see that we've got, I think, 11 offices that we're adding to the site up here. We have another entrance along Troost with a lobby area. And then this area down here is the training center. I think Anna had previously shown these building elevations, so we won't spend any more time on that. This top elevation, again, that just shows how we propose to tie in the building addition right here with the existing structure that fronts Troost. When we get to the renderings, this first rendering is a view of the existing structure. And as we try to tie in and transition with the brick facade here into what will be the building addition, you can see here at this point, we start adding the secondary entrance, and we begin tying in the transparency requirements with the windows along this stretch here. This is another look at the corner of East 24th Street and Troost looking west at the proposed addition. And then finally, we're going to turn the corner and look north along East 24th Street at that building addition. As Anna mentioned, one of the requested variances that we're seeking today relates to spillover lighting. With the addition of the secondary entrance along Troost and the requirement that we have 0 setbacks, our property has to be built up to the property line. By necessity, there's going to be some spillover lighting into the public right of way. We can't really comply with both the overlay district's setback requirements and the 0-foot candles in this case. This slide shows a map of the Troost corridor overlay. The subject property is located at the northernmost stretch of the district. Again, this overlay district spans 3.2 miles, beginning from East 23rd Street all the way south to Swope Parkway. To get a feel for the character of the area, I'm going to take you a little bit down Troost. So starting at East 23rd Street, you can see New Horizons building, existing structure on the right, and then this is the new La Quinta that was completed in 2019. We're going to pop in for a minute into the parking lot of New Horizons, and you can see that the existing structure does have some windows, and note that the window height for the existing windows is 5 feet from the ground. Getting back on Troost and continuing south, this is where we approach the proposed building addition lot. And then in the distance, you can see the Kansas City, Missouri Health Department. And then when we get to this intersection, again, you can see the health department, and then this is a parking structure owned by UMKC. We're going to pivot to the west. And here you can see in the distance, you have Truman Medical Center. There's a Kansas City, Missouri, KCMO Public Health Department is here. And then we also have a Missouri Mental Health just in the distance over there. These are the next few slides are excerpts from the Troost corridor overlay relating to the requirements imposed on this project. Again, we're here today because the building types that describe this property requires approval of a special use permit. Specifically, in an urban corridor, a flex and a low-rise commercial property both require a special use permit. I think that staff may be characterizing this as a low-rise commercial, but I will note that low-rise commercial buildings have a maximum frontage along Troost of 35 feet. A flex building has maximum frontage greater than 75 feet. So based on those definitions alone, I think the flex building is probably the more apt characterization of this property. And this only matters when we get into what are the specific deviations that we need in terms of our requested waivers. Again, the Troost corridor overlay requires 0 maximum front yard setbacks and street side setbacks. And then it has a minimum building height of 14 feet interior floor to ceiling. These are the architectural materials that are permitted. Both of the proposed types of materials, primary and secondary, are permitted. But again, the secondary material, as Anna pointed out, is only allowed to encompass 20% of the facade area. And then finally, primary entrances shall front Troost. The existing building has a primary entrance in the parking lot, which we are not proposing to relocate, but we are adding a secondary entrance along Troost. And then transparency, 70% of the facade area on Troost between 3 feet and 10 feet shall be comprised of windows, and then 40% along non-Troost streets. So these are the list of the requested variances that the applicant has identified in relation to the Troost corridor overlay. Again, the first two relate primarily to the number of stories and building height, and will depend really on whether or not we are a flex building type or a low-rise commercial. If we are a flex building type, then the deviations requested in yellow apply. If we are a low-rise commercial, then the yellow goes away and it's just the white. Variances number 3, 4, and 5 all relate to transparency. 6 relates to secondary materials, and then 7 and 8 relate to maximum side and front yard setbacks. Then the 2 deviations that we are requesting from the development code relate to, again, spillover lighting, and then the maximum floor height. The floor height of the existing structure is 10 feet. And again, to present a cohesive structure that ties in seamlessly into the existing structure, we would like to maintain that 10-foot height throughout the building addition. I think Anna's already gone over the special use permit review criteria. We agree with staff's application and analysis of that criteria in this case. When we get to the variance approval review criteria, I know that this board is very familiar with these criteria, so we'll spend a little bit of time on those. Again, here's our statement of practical difficulty that's in the staff report. Applicant is requesting these variances because the building addition is designed to be integrated into the existing structure. All right, and I think when we consider the applicant's variance requests, it's also important to consider the proposed use of this building. You know, my reading of the overlay ordinance is that it's really geared more towards retail-oriented and mixed-use retail buildings with its references to window height, entrances, and display windows. So to illustrate how newly constructed buildings along Troost that are also within the overlay district fail to meet the 70% transparency requirements, I'm going to take you a little bit further down Troost from where we had previously gone. So this picture shows the parking garage at East 24th Street and Troost directly south of the subject. It's a UMKC parking garage. Just south of that is the UMKC student housing. It was, you know, I think you can see here on the first floor that the windows on the first floor do not meet the 70% transparency requirement. Continuing south to East 25th Street and Troost is the Beacon Hill apartment building, which was approved in 2018. Again, the first floor does not meet 70% transparency. And then again, at East 26th Street, we have the Marcado apartment building, also approved in 2018. It also does not meet the 70% transparency. And then finally, we have the Marcado commercial building, which comes closer, but still does not meet the 70% transparency. We held a public meeting. We met with members of the Troost Coalition and Squire Park Neighborhood Association. We have several neighbors who authored letters of support, which are in evidence. I would just like to spend a few minutes to address some of those. The first and arguably most important supporter that we have for this project is Mr. Swartz, who is a representative of La Quinta, arguably the most impacted by this project since their property sits directly east of the subject and will have a view of the completed project. Mr. Moberly lives about 850 feet from the subject. He took the time to write a letter stating that he supports the project and the requested variances and would like to see New Horizons continue to operate its facility at this location and is grateful for the employment opportunities that it brings to the Troost community. Mr. Darling is a resident just a few blocks south of the subject property and also supports the request. Mr. Alonso is the CEO of AltCap. It's a company that specializes in small business finance that has made a tremendous commitment to investing in businesses along Troost and in the city's east side. Importantly, AltCap is also a stakeholder along with the Troost Coalition and neighborhood groups who participated in area planning for the Troost corridor. Ms. Esselman is with Operation Breakthrough, another Troost stakeholder who supports this project. Same is true for Mr. Carlton. I'm sorry, this is Dylan Carr and Brian Gustafson. They are residents nearby who support the project, and as does Mr. Carlton. And then we have Audrey Navarro, who is managing partner of Clemens Real Estate, also a Troost stakeholder whose company has made a lot of investment into real estate along Troost. She supports the project. And then Mr. Salzberg is also a resident who supports the project. And then finally, Father Matthews with Reconciliation Services and Domus Kitchen is a supporter of this project. So I think that covers everything that the applicant has today. Again, we would request that the BZA approve a special use permit for a flex building addition and also approve the variances as outlined in my presentation and as identified by Anna. Happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Maddox. I have one point of clarification before I hear from the opposition. does your client have any objection to complying with the plan conditions set forth by the City Planning and Development Commission, by City Plan Commission, with the exception of items 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9?
No, in terms of the conditions, we are in agreement with staff.
Okay, all right. All right, if you could stop sharing your screen, please, Ms. Maddox. Thank you. Ms. Split Gerber, let me hear from you. I think you're here in opposition, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. May I have permission to share my screen and enter an exhibit that is 10 pages? It consists of 8 photographs and then 2 drawings. One is just an enlargement of the applicant's proposal.
That would be marked as exhibit, I think, 13. You'll have to provide a copy to us so that we have it in the record. I will admit that, Mr. Maddox, I know we haven't seen it yet. If you have some objections, I'll take those after we see them. Okay. And
Very
you
good.
okay. So exhibit 13, Ms. Split Gerber will be admitted. Go ahead and share your screen.
Excellent. All right. There should be a photo of the property displaying. Okay, great.
There it is. We can see it. I know you can't see it, but we can.
As long as you can see it, we're in good shape. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I am here on behalf of the Troost Coalition. And I want to lay a couple just kind of baselines. We appreciate this business in our community, and we have absolutely no objection to this business expanding its use and adding an addition to allow it to grow and succeed. And we're very happy that they have that they're able to do that. We also don't have objections to several of the variances. I only want to focus today on variances A and variance B. So the secondary material, the metal, and the transparency on the Troost frontage, excuse me. I just want to take a step back and just lay a little bit of foundation. I will do so quickly. So in the Troost Overlay User's Guide, which is available on the city's website, in the guide for applying the design standards and the use standards of the overlay, there's a couple things I want to note. First of all, that the overlay was the culmination of over 3 years worth of work by neighborhood leaders to build consensus. And in that time, instead of committing time and energy fighting undesirable development, the community did this so that we could focus on growth and improvement. And that is page 4 of the document. When we get back to talking about the purpose of this, is to ensure that the standards aim to ensure that future development along the corridor fits with existing historic development, and that future development supports a variety of uses that serve the surrounding community. That's page 19. Architectural materials. So the overlay guidelines note that urban buildings should not only provide the appearance that they will be there for a long time, they should also provide facades and structures which actually will be there for a long time. Well-built buildings provide greater resale value and hold their value longer, and can help the economic viability of the entire city center. And building exteriors should be constructed of high quality, durable, and maintainable materials that are attractive even when viewed up close. And that's just page 35. And the reason I wanted to step back and just remind us all of the hard work and the intentionality that went into the overlay is that, and I know Ms. Krause is going to address her interactions with Mr. Maddox, but we expressed to Mr. Maddox in December of last year that we had concerns about particularly the transparency requirement. And we were, after we were unable to meet his demands for a meeting the week between Christmas and New Year's. We have had radio silence for the last 4 months, and this case has been continued for 4 months. So we haven't had the opportunity really to talk about our concerns, and there was never a full meeting with the coalition. There was only a public meeting that one member attended because she was available to do so. So with regard to the secondary materials, which is variance A, I heard nothing in Mr. Maddox's presentation regarding why it meets the review criteria for a zoning variance. There was no statement of unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty. And in fact, the staff report specifically notes that a change in design would obviate the need for the variance. And all of this is going to apply with regard to the transparency as well. So I'll try not to repeat myself. But this building, you know, he talked about it being built in 1945. It's a long-lasting building. But now we're talking about putting a bunch of metal on the front of the building, which is a secondary material in the overlay because we intended for 100-year construction. And we recognize that secondary materials are less durable and more difficult to maintain. So a large scale variance of 110% for no reason, and there's no metal on the front of the currently existing building, it is not, there's no reason for this. There's no reason for this large scale variance. It certainly, we haven't heard that there is any sort of meeting of the standard that this is the minimum zoning variance necessary to provide relief, because they haven't made a statement of anything that they need relief from. And certainly, so we see here, there's no unnecessary hardship, there's no practical difficulty. The variance is not consistent with the zoning and development code because we know that there was intentionality, a long process in developing the overlay. And there's no justice being done because there's no need for the variance. So what I want to do is just, you know, this is a current view of the building. I took these photos on March 7th of 2022. And then I went down the street. So the health department here, the facade facing Troost, was pre-existing the overlay, but you can see there's substantial windows and transparency. This is the next southernmost on the west side of the street. It's an apartment complex. You still have substantial transparency facing Troost. This is the finished La Quinta that has substantial transparency, again, along the street level. And, you know, a reminder about the transparency is that we did this because we want to encourage interaction between the street and what's happening in these buildings. And not just from a retail standpoint, but also from the standpoint of allowing users of office space to have adequate light and use less energy and all of those sorts of things. So we do see a good example of that here directly across the street. Then we have, whoops, I skipped one. So the parking garage, there's still substantial transparency in a parking garage here. And, you know, Mr. Maddox pointed out that several of these properties that have been constructed as residential properties do have a little less transparency because they are residential properties, but they also still make a substantial effort to have a lot of window space, doors going in and out, all of those sorts of things. And I say this because all of these have been constructed thereafter. And we are not, as a coalition, an unreasonable group of people. We do understand that variances are needed and necessary. And so we're not here today to tell you that we would be requiring that this project meet a 70% transparency. But we do think that only proposing 23% transparency is not enough. It is too limited. And again, there's no statement as to why there is hardship or practical difficulty limiting this. This slide I have displayed right now is probably a project you guys remember. It was several years ago. Alpha Electric came to you. They're an electrical contractor. This red area here that's set back is a building addition that they're proposing. This is the only other building addition that I recall since the overlay has gone into effect. There were several variances, and the community actually supported all of the variances 100% after meeting with and working with the property owner. But you can see here, they were able to achieve a 63% transparency level with their building. And again, that's at 34th and Troost. What we would really like to see is something that is more in the 50% range. Increasing slightly, but we don't feel the need that this needs to go all the way to 70%. When you're standing on Troost, this is what you see: 2 completely solid brick walls. And then here you see just a very small, narrow grouping of windows, as well as all that metal on the top of the building. So we would just ask really at this point that you deny these variances. We would love the opportunity to talk further regarding possibly increasing the transparency and decreasing the secondary materials. We believe that would be appropriate with regard to other variances that we've granted in the community. But to say that we're doing 110% of a variance on the secondary materials and going down to 23% of transparency for an office space is just too large of a variance. And especially when there is no practical difficulty or hardship being expressed with regard to a reason for this. So thank you very much for your time.
All right. Ms. Cross, let me hear from you next, and then I believe we'll have questions for the applicant. Go ahead, Ms. Cross.
Okay. I do want to say that I was the member of the Troost Coalition who attended the public meeting that was held regarding this project in early December. And at that time, I did relay to Mr. Maddox that it would be necessary for him to meet with the Troost Coalition. And as Ms. Splitgerber mentioned, he offered the week between Christmas and New Year's. And while we appreciate that flexibility on his part, it was not possible for the other coalition members to participate in a meeting at that time. Mr. Maddox and I did exchange some emails. I made a point of forwarding him Ms. Splitgerber's contact information, as she is the lead of the coalition, and we wanted to make sure that we could arrange some type of meeting with members, which did not happen. And what I want to say in addition to that is that several of the projects that were cited by Mr. Maddox as not being in compliance with the overlay were ones that were constructed prior to those guidelines being codified into law. And those developers who may have requested variances met with the coalition multiple times in order to come to an agreement on what the design was going to be, materials and so forth. And that has not happened in the 4 months' time that we've continued this case. So we also have letters from the developers, several developers that we have worked with in good faith who are now supporting this significant discrepancy from transparency variance, and they're ones that we've also worked very hard with to come to agreement to work on their projects and approve their projects. So that's just kind of a disappointing thing. But I do want to just reiterate that the guidelines in the Troost overlay were put into place for a specific reason, that new projects, additions and modifications would blend into the existing historic architecture, as well as to use quality construction materials. And that is simply all that we're asking is some more compliance with the requirements of the overlay. And we're not asking, as Ms. Splitgerber said 70% transparency, but an increase in what they're requesting currently and a decrease in the secondary material usage.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus. Mr. Maddox, I'm one board member. Well, at least I should say I'm one board member as of today still, because this is my last day on the board. But, and if this case gets continued, which it might be heading that way, I guess I'm not clear why your client can't meet the requirements of this transparency and the materials closer to what's required. I don't understand that practical difficulty.
Sure. I think Ms. Kraus summarized it best, that the Troost overlay district's purpose is designed to blend the existing architecture with any new development. And so our statement of practical difficulty, as I stated, is that we are trying to do just that. We're trying to tie in the building addition seamlessly into what's already there. And again, as Ms. Splitsberger pointed out, there have been some exceptions that have been granted based on the use of the property, presumably because residents that live on the first floor don't want to live in what is perceived to be like a fishbowl where everyone can look in. And I think that same feeling also applies in an office setting. When you have a training room use like we have at this location, it would be distracting to people that are attending a training seminar if they have people walking by and staring and interrupting their learning session. And so our statements of practical difficulty, I think, are accurate statements of practical difficulty under the code. And I think that as Ms. Splitsberger pointed out, I think any practical difficulty could be obviated with design changes. I mean, even structural difficulties could be obviated by design changes. And so here, again, we're trying to comply with, or we're trying to mesh what's existing with what's new in a way that makes sense. And we obviously have our design team on here too that might be able to answer from a design standpoint some of those specific questions.
Well, I want to talk about a couple of your points. So the fishbowl concept could be obviated by internal blinds. I mean, if someone is in a training session, those windows could be protected during training sessions with blinds. So I don't find the fishbowl argument that persuasive. So as a practical difficulty. The question that I have, Mr. Maddox, and maybe your design team can tell me that, is where does metal come from on the existing building, which appears to be totally brick? I don't even see the metal on the front of the existing building. So I that's what I don't understand. So if someone can point to me where all this other metal is, I would be interested in seeing that. I didn't see that in photographs being shown to us.
I'll let Jeff chime in, but I don't believe that there is any existing metal on the current structure. So that would be, again, it would be a design choice in that case.
Right. So and that's not a practical difficulty then, Mr. Maddox. I mean, that's my concern.
So Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, sir. Yes, I'd like to hear from you.
Absolutely. So the use of changing materials also does correspond to the requirements and the guidelines of the Troost corridor the development guidelines. Right, there is a desire to break down the mass and the material to make the Troost corridor more pedestrian friendly. So by using the metal along with the integrated canopy, which is also a requirement and a design element, allows that to be a more seamless part of the building. There are other secondary materials that are permitted, but changing from metal to stucco, again, is still limited to that 20% rule, right? The adjacent property actually does utilize almost entirely a metal facade when you look at the Jackson County Mental Health Facility. While not on the Troost corridor proper, it is directly adjacent to New Horizons property and is very contextual to the design solution. Again, largely, most of the design decisions here have been done to bring the scale down to the pedestrian in terms of lowering that canopy height, that cornice or that overhang, providing that secondary entrance that has been requested, while maintaining the functional utility of the operations internal to the building without having to add such things as additional shades or highly reflective glass or things like that in terms of looking at those percentage of glazing. And again, then in terms of keeping with the context of the existing building is largely masonry. The addition is largely masonry. The existing windows on the office are from 5 foot to 10 foot. The proposed windows do correspond to the existing design elements. When we talk about the historical reference and long-lasting design, this building was originally built in 1945. Is that correct, Mr. Maddox?
Yeah.
I mean, it has been a long-standing durable material. The use of the secondary materials are more of a cornice element, whereas at the street level and pedestrian level, the use of that much more durable brick masonry in terms of complementing the existing structure is what has been proposed.
Okay, I mean, I guess I still don't understand why you can't use a little more of the brick and less of the metal to accomplish the same thing. But I hear your argument. Board members, what questions do you have about this? Mr. Stiller? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Stiller.
And I didn't see on the floor plan, it may be there. Could you give us a better idea of the activities that are taking place in the existing structure, mainly the spaces along Troost? Now, I'm thinking that in terms of the transparency requirement, I do appreciate the way that what you've shown in the addition relates to the existing structure. I think they did a nice job on that. But I'm wondering if there might not be an opportunity to, as opposed to meeting the transparency requirements strictly with the addition, to look at the existing structure and see if some glazing couldn't be added there.
You know, I think to Mr. Maddox's point, any design can be changed by, any requirements can be changed by design. There are requirements of the coalition and the guidelines that it strictly relates to the proposed addition, not the existing structure. That would actually be a very much an undue hardship in terms of disruption, in terms of the existing operations to look at modifying the existing building without, I guess, a functional or operational need to do so.
Okay, thank you.
And is that space all office space, Mr. Maddox? That's what I understood from the layout. That's all like individual office space. I think if I saw on your presentation.
On the building addition, there was a floor plan slide.
Right.
There are a few offices that would abut the Troost side of the building addition, but then I think at least half of it, if not more, would be comprised of the proposed training room, conference center.
I think we're talking about the existing structure. Mr. Stiller's point was, I think there's.
I don't know.
The existing structure, yes, Madam Chair and Board Member Stiller. Yes, the existing structure does have offices that are located along the Troost Avenue portion of the building. The office space basically encompasses the existing east portion of the building and a good portion of the existing western portion of the building. So the offices are largely consistent with those proposed for the addition, with the idea that coming together, that training and that meeting space is where there is more access to daylight, and those interactions happen in those locations. Much of the work done here is done individually in terms of research and a lot of highly focused work.
Well, I work in an office that has 2 walls of windows, and it's highly focused too. Now it's 11 stories up. I get it, but I used to be on the 2nd floor with the same sort of circumstance. So, I mean, you can do highly focused works with windows. I also find that not that persuasive, but again, I'm one board member. I guess I'm concerned, Mr. Maddox, you usually do a very good job of talking with people. And I guess I'm also a little bit concerned that you didn't meet with the coalition. You guys usually do a really good job of doing that. And
yeah, if I could talk on that point for a minute,
I'd like to hear from you on that. Yes.
Yeah, I went back through my emails. And again, Ms. Krause was our primary point of contact throughout this. On December 6th, she requested that I distribute information after she received one of our letters. to other individuals, and I followed up by distributing the information as part of our application to those individuals. And then on December 17th, a few days later, I heard from Ms. Kraus indicating that she would follow up with me if she determined that based on the information we provided, whether or not the coalition believed an additional meeting would be required. And so I was waiting for another response from the coalition to see if they were wanting to get another meeting on the books. And then about 10 days later, on December 28th, I received my third and final email from Ms. Kraus, where she just flatly indicated that the Troost Coalition does not support our recommended transparency. And that was pretty much the gist of the email. There wasn't much more beyond that. So I took that as the Troost Coalition was not going to be supportive of the project. I didn't view that as an invitation to enter into negotiations to arrive at an appropriate percentage of deviations that would be acceptable under the code in their view.
Well, in light of what you've heard today, Mr. Maddox, where they are willing to work with you and maybe, work with something up to maybe even 50%. Do you want this board to reach a decision on your application today, or do you want a continuance to see if there's another design for which the coalition would agree to?
I would have to ask Stephanie if she would want another continuance. I know we were continued in January because I had COVID, February because we didn't have a court reporter, March because we didn't have a 5-member quorum. And then my only concern would be that in May, the chair would not be present for that meeting. So I don't know if we would have a 5-member. Would we have a 5-member?
You would.
Okay.
You would, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that have heard this case, and my exiting today will not affect your quorum in May.
So I know Stephanie was eager to try to get construction started. She would like to have to know whether or not she can make this investment in this calendar year. So I have to ask Stephanie if she would be willing to entertain a continuance so that we could have further negotiations with the Troost Coalition.
I can talk to that. We are out of space. The continuances have extremely hurt. They've increased our cost by hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm really concerned about another continuance that we will not be able to build and potentially have to look for new space because we are out of space and our employees need that bus route. More than half our employees come from the east side. They take that bus route that's half a block away from our building. I can't imagine having to look somewhere else and move, but we are out of space. I mean, we have accountants that are sitting on top of each other. We have 4 and 5 people to an office. This isn't to hire new people. This is to give people space to do their jobs. All of our research assistants, all of our lab techs, they're sharing offices with people that are in the field. They're sharing people that work night shifts. I mean, I wish this conversation would have been had, 4 months ago when we started it with our public meetings. It's kind of, it's unfortunate that this conversation is happening now and not in December when we had the meetings.
Okay, so it sounds like, Mr. Maddox, you want to proceed.
It sounds like my client would like to proceed.
Okay, all right. Board members, do you have any other questions about this application?
So Ms. Isaacskin, Mark Ebbets here on the board. It's really a comment to both you and your architect designer. Granting 110% variance, I can't recall the last time we've ever done that. And I think it would have been nice if your architect designer would have come to you and come up with a different plan. Again, I'm just one board member. I don't want you to move from your location, Ms. Isaacskin. It's a great addition to Kansas City and to the community. That said, it would be nice if your architect and you could come together over the next week or two and come up with a plan that wouldn't be such a wide variance, ma'am. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair, may I interject in terms of the design as well?
Yes, Mr. Schuster.
All right. I do know that there was a question about adding additional windows to the existing building, right? In that method or that approach would be looking at the entire property as a whole. When we look at the variance requested for the amount of metal, that is strictly related to the building addition. If you were to look at the entire Troost corridor elevation, there's a significantly less amount of metal being proposed on this entire building, where we're trying to tie it in to be a one cohesive structure. There is additional masonry, but I wanted to offer that as well in terms of consideration. It seems like much of the concern is over the use of metal, which is a permitted secondary material.
I don't want to miss the transparency is an equal problem, I think, for the board. So from what I can tell, and for myself, so it's not just the metal.
Yeah.
Yes, Ms. Bixler.
I guess one comment I'd have, I understand that you're trying to continue that ribbon window, which I appreciate that continuation of that aesthetic, but the ribbon window on the north side of the building doesn't necessarily correlate to what's happening on that southeast corner. And I'm not a very tall individual. And if those windows are already at 5 feet, I can barely see into this building. And so I think if there's an option to reduce the kind of sill height of those windows, I think that would get you a greater sense of transparency, but also help with that street side connection and just kind of addressing that transparency issue.
Okay, any other comments? If not, I think since the applicant, go ahead, Mr. Still, I'm sorry.
Just one last regarding the secondary material. You know, I perceive that the push on the Troost overlay district is to provide better design. So we're enhancing the architecture up and down Troost. And I don't think that necessarily one rule always fits. I find the use of that metal and the secondary material to be, as just one board member, superior to simply matching that existing brick and the way this was handled. I also think that metal in and of itself is not an inferior product. If it's installed properly, it can have the same, almost the same lifespan as the brick. But I'm just struggling with the lack of interaction with the Troost corridor folks, and the transparency. I understand that delay. I have to live and go through that every single day in my work life and personally. I just wonder though, if just, you know, another month, you might be happier with the result, with a little more interaction with the neighborhood. And that's concludes my comments.
And I'll make
Mr. Maddox, I suggest that you talk with Miss Isaacson.
Yeah.
I'm just one board member, but I see some negatives coming up right now.
Yeah.
And what I would say, Ms. Isaacson, we all would like you to stay in that neighborhood. I would also ask you to consider this cost. I have just moved my own practice in the last year and a half. It's very expensive to pack everybody up and move. So that's a bigger cost. So
Understand.
Yeah.
One of my concerns is I don't think that it'll price for this. I mean, and the amount of break, I mean, I don't know. Anyways, okay.
As long as you're comfortable, we'll make a decision. So
Well, Stephanie, I will just interject. And again, I think kind of reading between the lines, if time is important to the project, it sounds like there's an opportunity for us to get a 1-month continuance to meet with the Troost Coalition in some more detail. I heard today from the coalition that they would be willing to accept up to a 50% transparency requirement, which maybe when we meet with Jeff and we can rework the plans, we can get revised plans submitted if that's something that interests you. Otherwise, we can explore other options and you can have your up and down vote today. Stephanie, would you? Do you need a few seconds to make a decision?
Yeah, I'm not making a decision in a second on the screen, so I'll have to.
Well, we have to make a decision today, Ms. Dykes, and I'm sorry to put you in this condition. I mean, this position. You either have to ask for a continuance or we have to vote on this. We don't have an option. Ms. Gerber, you had something else to say?
So I'll just say to Ms. Isaacson that I think if we had the opportunity to talk, in a month, we could accomplish a lot if you're willing to do so. And I want you to hear that from us. I posted what Amy said to Mr. Maddox on December 28th. We'd just like to see an increase in the transparency, maybe closer to 50%. And that might actually cause the secondary material of the metal to decrease by doing that, which would be a fabulous thing. So I just want you to hear, we don't want to delay this any more than unnecessary, but unfortunately we have not been given the opportunity to talk to you in the last 4 months. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Mr. Maddox, can you give us any direction on what you want to do? I've got a lot of other cases to handle. My apologies to push this forward, but we've already gone for a while on this case alone.
Madam Chair, if I may interject here for a second, is it possible for Anna to read the CPC comments regarding the design in their favor of the project and the recommendation?
We've already seen those, we have those in our packet. So that's just repetitive.
Mr. Maddox, let's move. What do you want to do?
I am trying to get my client to communicate.
Mr. Maddox, this is what I'm
No, that's fine. Just continue it.
Okay, we would request a continuance then so that we can meet with the Troost Coalition. Again, just to reiterate though, so that we're all on the same page, I did hear today that the Troost Coalition would be willing to support up to a 50% up to 50% transparency, and then a reduction of the secondary materials. And those were the two sticking points is what I heard. Is that correct?
That's what I heard, Mr. Maddox.
Okay.
I think they did not have problems with any variance other than A and B.
We will take this back to the design team and we will reach out to Angie and to other coalition members.
Okay. Mr. Maddox, thank you very much. I hope I hear down the road that this one gets worked out. So do I have a motion to continue this matter to our May 10th hearing?
So moved.
So moved,
Madam Chair.
I think I got 3, so I'm going to just take one that I heard first, which was Mr. Kelleher. Do I have a second to this motion? And a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued to May 10th. Thank you, folks, very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the next case.
Madam Chair, I need to step away for just like 2 seconds.
That's
Okay,
fine. Go ahead.
I'll be right back.
I had to turn the heat down in my office too, because with the door closed, I feel like I'm in a sauna. So let's give her a minute to get back so she can. I don't know whose case the next one is.
Genevieve's online. I think we could move forward.
Okay, all right. Well, then let's call the next case, which is docket number 2, case number 72. The address is 10,001 East Bannister Road. Would the applicant and all other persons interested in this case, either in support or opposition, raise your hand to be promoted? Like we have 2 people, someone named Malik and Mr. Mayor, if someone can promote them.
I'm working on it now. I'm promoting Malik.
I promoted them already.
Okay.
All 3 of them.
Thank you. I don't think Ms. Bowen is on this case.
She's not? Okay.
No, I think she's on a later case, I think they said.
Would you like me to present first, or are you going to swear them in first?
No, I'm gonna, Jennifer, just wait. I'll tell you when
Okay.
to go. Okay, just, would you shut your, can you shut your screen down? I need to see them. Would you stop sharing?
Oh, it's not me. Hang on, whoever's.
I don't know who's sharing, but I need them to stop. Mr. Mayor, please stop sharing your screen. I didn't permit that yet. Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay.
Yeah, can you stop sharing your screen, please?
So what do I need to do that?
There should be a button that says stop sharing your screen at the bottom. Where it says share screen. I think you can stop sharing screen.
At the bottom. Well.
Anna, can you stop sharing can you stop him from sharing his screen?
How to do it? That is interesting.
Yeah. Why am I?
Okay.
Okay, there we go. All right, Mr. Mayor, can you turn on your camera, please, so I can see you and I can swear you in? Okay, there you are. All right. And there was someone else named Malik.
Malik.
Yes,
Khalid Malik. He is the requester. He's the owner of the property in question.
Okay, and Mr. Mayor, you're the counsel of record, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I can't see him. I don't know where he is on the screen.
I've promoted him
I've
and he is
promoted him.
connected.
Okay, let me see where he is. Okay. Mr. Malik, can you turn on your microphone and your camera, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
1 second. Okay. Sorry.
Okay, I can't, there's a really bad echo. There you go. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, and can you state your name for the record, Mr. Mayor?
Stephen Mayer, the Mayor and Associates Counsel for Mr. Malik.
Okay, there's a really bad echo, so, okay. And can you state Mr. Malik's full name for the record since we're getting an echo?
Khalid Malik.
Okay, thank you. Can you both please raise your right hands to be sworn in? And Mr. Malik, you too. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, have you reviewed the staff report connected to your client's application today?
I have.
Okay, on page 3, there's a list of administrative exhibits that number 1 through 10. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this morning?
Yeah, let me look at page.
It's the zoning code, it's our rules, it's our qualifications.
Yeah. No, I have no objection.
Okay, those 10 items will be admitted. Among those, we have a PowerPoint presentation about this case, and Genevieve will share that with us, and then Mr. Mayor will hear from you. Okay, Genevieve, now you can present.
Thank you. Okay, able to see my presentation?
Yes.
So good morning, board members and everyone. This request is for a special use permit to allow a gas station on East Bannister Road and Raytown Road at the corner. The site is generally located in the southern portion of the city near I-470 and just Raytown located just to the north. The site is located at the southeast corner of East Bannister Road and Raytown Road. The corners of this intersection are zoned B1-1 for commercial uses, and the surrounding area is zoned R80 for residential uses, and the subject site is these 2 parcels outlined in yellow. Here's a close-up of the 2 parcels. They will be combined. The north parcel contains an existing convenience store where the gas pumps will be added. There will be 3 pump station on the north corner of this parcel, and then some parking located in the rear, which I will present on the site plan. I'd also like to point out that the southern parcel is split zoned The north portion is the B1 zoning and the south portion is the R80 zoning. There is no proposed development for this R80 portion, only within the B1 area. Here's the site plan. The gas pumps will be added to the north of the existing building. Most of the parking will be located in the rear, except for some accessible parking on the front of the building. Sidewalks and improved curb cuts are proposed both on Raytown Road and Bannister Road. And additionally, some internal sidewalks are proposed for safe pedestrian connection from the parking area to the front entrance of the building. And then here's just an overview of the landscape plan provided. They are showing screening of the vehicular use areas as well as the required street trees for this development. And then here's just some street views looking at the existing building. This is the intersection of East Bannister and Raytown Road. So the Dollar Plus is the convenience store that will be benefiting from these gas pumps. And then here is an image looking towards the building on Raytown Road. This is the rear where the parking will be located. And this gravel you see here, it will be an improved curb cut to access that southern parking lot. And then here's just another view. There is a proposed curb cut on the left side of the screen here. As you see now, it's all open. That will be improved with the plans that were proposed. And then this plan meets the approval criteria in the code, which is discussed in more detail in my staff report. And then finally, staff recommended approval subject to conditions for this project at the City Plan Commission meeting on March 1st. However, the Plan Commission recommended denial of this SUP. They recommended denial based on some of their concerns that there is already a gas station across the street to the west across the street on Raytown Road. And then also their opinions about perpetuating the use of, fossil fuels and adding new gas stations. They also mentioned that they do not believe this area contains enough traffic to warrant 2 gas stations. And I know the owner and his representation are available in the meeting today to address those concerns and better inform your decision about granting this special use permit. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Mr. Mayor, why do you believe the board should grant this request?
Well, the request complies with all applicable standards, and it is certainly in the interest of the community, as we've submitted an affidavit in support, which included signatures by customers that were taken over, 4 or 5 days in March, indicating that, the neighbors, the people who now shop at that convenience store, look forward to the addition of gas service at that station. There's certainly, I don't know, what the city commission believed was a problem with volume of traffic. There's certainly high volume of traffic on both Bannister and Raytown Road. We've got a study that indicates there's about 9,000 cars a day on Bannister and 7,500 on Raytown Road. And I think, we certainly, the proposed plan is going to result in a dramatic improvement to that corner. There'll be curb cuts, curbs and sidewalks on both Raytown Road and on Bannister, and there will be landscaping done, erosion control. We'll meet all the requirements. There were 17 conditions, and we're prepared to meet all those conditions. And I don't think there's anything wrong with a little competition. The fact that there seems to be a great movement towards electric cars these days doesn't suggest that the gasoline cars are going to go away anytime soon. And this is an opportunity to add more convenience to the neighborhood, certainly improve the looks of the neighborhood, at no cost to the city, and I think it should be improved.
Well, I believe when this board looks at special use permit criteria, one of our issues is the compatibility with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. I guess the idea that there's already a gas station there is something that we can consider, meaning that what you're proposing is similar. And I don't know that I'm not sure what the CPC's requirements are. I've not been on that board, but I don't know that competition is a factor that this board can take into account in making a decision. So, board members, let me hear from you on this case. I'm kind of curious what kind of questions you might have.
Excuse me, Mark Ebbets here. For Genevieve, what's on the existing location right now?
The existing location where the gas pumps are proposed, it's just that convenience store that I showed in the street view that Mr. Malik owns, and so he's trying to expand his business by adding in fuel sales.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Gorentz, go ahead.
How would you compete? I've seen Quick Trip across the street from a gas station before, and actually they're right now. How will you compete with gas sales? I mean, what will make you different than the guy across the street?
Basically, we are trying to.
Probably lower price. Mr. Malik would like to comment on that.
Yes, sir.
Comment on that.
Sorry, my mic is, okay, sorry about this one. And we are trying to basically facilitate our neighborhood, and we are offering a little bit better price. Hold on 1 second.
Can I stop you guys? Are you guys in the same room?
If you're in the same room.
Sorry, we are in the same room, so we are leaving. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, we are trying to basically offer you our better prices to our neighborhood. The gas station that we have in our neighbor, they are the highest in the price wise in the neighborhood. Basically, they owned by the one franchise company is called Minute Marts, and the owner is in England, and the people that they are running it, the store, they don't know the prices most of the time, and they always have a high price than the neighborhood that we have it in the other like neighbor. They have gas stations, and if you look at our neighbor, basically we have it 130 people that who signed it on the petition that they need this gas station over here, so they can get the benefit.
Okay, does that answer your question, Tom? Okay. So I thought somebody else had a question, or did I miss that on the board? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I have a quick question. Mr. Malik, do you own other express stops or other convenience stores here in Kansas?
Mr. Malik, did you hear his question? Yeah, Mr. Malik, did you hear his question? Do you operate other businesses like this one in other parts of the city?
No, I don't. This is going to be my first business, convenience store. Basically, used to I have a transportation business, and because of the COVID, I lost my business over there, and I'm just trying to survive it on this business right now.
Okay, Ms. Mixdorf, you had a question?
I just had somewhat of a concern. I just did a quick Google Maps calculation. It looks like There's another gas station a mile north, and there's 2 more gas stations 1 mile west. And then there's already 1 gas station across the street from you. So I'm a little concerned adding another one to that mix, just in the quantity in that kind of residential area. That's just my comment.
Okay. Mr. Stiller, did you have a question?
I did. I was looking at the floor plan and the elevations. Would you walk me through where the doors are? Is there doors to the parking lot, mainly the new parking lot, or isn't there?
No, we do not have a door in the back. We are using only the front door.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
In case number 72, I would move that the board grant the request in accordance with the staff report, site plan, and the conditions therein.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorens. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Did I hear and any nays?
Nay.
Okay. And chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you. All right. Let's take one more case, and then I want to take just a brief rest break, if that's okay, unless everyone else wants to tell me they're not okay. Okay. Can we just do one more? All right. Let's do item number 3 then. Case number 3 with an address of 1127 West 42nd Street. Would the applicant and all interested parties please raise your hand to be promoted? And anyone who is here who is in support or opposition to this request.
I am promoting an Angela Rogers.
She's the applicant.
She has been connected and no one else is raising their hand.
Okay. Ms. Rogers, if you can hear me, please turn on your camera and your microphone, please.
I'm going to step back on this one.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Ms. Rogers, can you hear me?
Yes. Hi,
Okay.
can you hear me okay?
Yes, could you state your full name, please?
Hi, my name is Angela Daniela Rogers.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your request for a special use permit?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, if Jared, I don't see that you listed the administrative exhibits in your letter, though. How many are there?
There should be 9. It'll be the regular 7 that are on almost all staff reports, and then number 8 will be the applicant's proposal. 9 will be my presentation.
All right, Ms. Rogers, we apologize about not having that spelled out in your report, but there are always items that are connected to each case that are administrative exhibits. You've heard Mr. Clements generally describe those. Those include our rules and regulations, qualifications, and then the PowerPoint presentation. Do you have any objection to my admitting what I believe Mr. Jared said would be, would you say 9 or 10, Jared?
It will be 9.
9 administrative exhibits.
No objection.
Okay, those 9 administrative exhibits will be admitted. And I believe, Jared, one of those is a PowerPoint presentation. So let's hear from Jared, then Ms. Rogers will hear from you, okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you all see my PowerPoint there?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So before us, we have docket item number 3. This is case number CD SUP 2022-00003. It's located at 1127 West 41st Street in zoning district R5. The applicant is seeking approval of a special use permit to allow for neighborhood serving retail that will allow them to open a salon at the subject site. They have met their public engagement requirement. The site is located in the boundaries of the Midtown Plaza area plan. More specifically, it's on West 41st Street between Hawley and Roanoke Road. Just for a landmark, you can see the Loretto on 39th there, just to the north of the property. Key points of this case, it's a 440 square foot salon in an existing commercial space. In order to qualify for neighborhood serving retail, it has to be a building that was originally constructed commercially in a residential area, which this one does meet those standards. Staff has only received a letter of support for this request. There are 2 conditions currently associated with the case, those being that the applicant must renew the SUP every 5 years and seek approval of an alternative compliant parking plan. This is the letter of support from the Volker Neighborhood Association. I will give everyone a few moments here to read through the letter. All right, so hopefully enough time. I'll move on to the special use permit approval criteria now. Staff has reviewed this application against these applicable review criteria and finds that they are in compliance. A quick note on the conditions of the case. The CPC did vote to change the original condition of the time limit for the special use permit from 3 to 5 years. That's what you see before you. And they also, at my request, voted to add the parking space alternative compliance section. Since they voted to add that, we did find that this proposal qualifies for an exemption and therefore does not need that condition anymore. So staff would recommend that be removed now. The CPC did vote to recommend approval with conditions. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Okay, so Jared, the only thing that the CPC said is they felt that a 5-year period would be appropriate based on their hearing of the case, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can shut that down. Ms. Rogers, are you already operating the salon at this location?
I am not. I'm working right now off Wyoming.
Okay, that's what I thought. I mean, I assumed with this process that you're following it and trying to get approval, but I was just curious. So you're already operating somewhere else at this point. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Does the board understand this request or have questions of the applicant? I hear no questions. I think everyone understands. Then I would entertain a motion on this request.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
would offer a motion on case number 3. I would move that the board grant the special use permit, removing, I don't know what condition it was from the CPC, but the one relating to the parking.
Yeah, the only thing you probably need to say, Mr. Stiller, is that you moved to grant a special use permit and address the number of years that it's going to be applicable. If that helps you.
And with the 5-year time period.
Okay, so just to be clear, I have a motion from Mr. Stiller that would grant grant a special use permit with a 5-year limitation, right? Do I have a second? Do I have a second to that motion?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, but and to remove the condition about the parking. Jared, can you confirm which number that is?
Well, but we don't, if we're not approving that condition, why does that? Yes, Ms. Baxter. Ms. Baxter is gonna.
It's listed as number 2 on the report, so I think probably doesn't hurt to say.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. All right. Mr. Stiller, can you amend your motion before I take a second?
I would amend it by adding that condition number 2 from the City Planning Commission be removed.
Okay, and now I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted as stated. Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Good luck with your new salon. And to the public, we're going to just take a very brief 5-minute rest break, and then we'll be back and take cases then until we take a lunch break at some point. Okay, we'll be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me take a picture. I didn't get it.
It'll be on the they do.
Do we have everybody back? Still waiting for Mr. Evans. Oh, there he is. And by the way, I want to say thanks to my BZA friends because this lovely bouquet you now see over my shoulder was delivered. Thank you very much. You're gonna make me cry. So we can enjoy that through the rest of the meeting. Sorry, I promised I wouldn't cry today. You all just ruined this for me. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get back to business. How about that? Okay, do we have everybody back? All right, let's move on to the next case, which is item number 4, case number 146. The address is 4825 Westwood Road. Would the applicant and any interested persons please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting an Adam Pfeiffer. He is the applicant. Oh no, hold on. Oh wait, he has been connected. We also have an Austin Moore. He is the property owner. And then an Aaron Roth and a Carol Mueller for public testimony.
All right. So, Mr. Pfeiffer, you're the applicant, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you state your full name for the record?
Sure. Adam Anthony Pfeiffer.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, what's your connection with the case? I'm sorry.
I am the owner of the property.
Okay. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
My name is John Austin Moore.
Thank you. And then I'm not seeing them popping up.
Aaron has been connected, and Carl Mueller, you need to accept the promotion.
And Aaron Roth, can you turn on your camera and microphone, please? Yeah, Ms. Roth, can you state your name for the record, please?
Aaron Roth.
And are you here in support or opposition?
Opposition.
Okay, all right, we'll give you a chance to speak as soon as I hear from everyone else, okay? Hold on, stay online with me.
Okay.
Ms. Mueller, can you hear me? Can you turn on your camera and microphone?
And start video. Voila.
We can see you. Can you state your full name for the record, please, ma'am?
Yes, Carol Meunier.
Meunier. I knew I was going to say that.
That's
wrong.
okay.
That's
it's butchered my whole life, so I'm used to it.
I'm sure that's true. We apologize. Okay. And I don't think there's anyone else. So just to do this, would all 4 of you please raise your right hands to be sworn in so that I can do this at once, and then we'll hear from you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you all very much. All right, Mr. Pfeiffer, since you're the applicant, and Mr. Moore, the owner, have you reviewed the staff report connected with this application for variance?
Yes.
Okay, on pages 4 and 5 of that report, I'm sorry, on pages, I said that wrong, on pages 2 and 3 of that report, there are a listing of 10 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this morning?
No objections.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And I believe we have a PowerPoint presentation, and Anna, you're going to present that one.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, docket item number 4 focuses on 4825 Westwood Road. The property is zoned R6 and the applicant is seeking approval to the side yard. The site is located in the West Plaza Westwood area of Kansas City. This is a close-up of the subject site highlighted in yellow. You can see it is at the intersection of Westwood Road and Fairmont Avenue. It's a very unique shaped lot, very triangle in nature, with the house pushed up to the northern portion of the lot. This is a photograph of the subject site taken from Google Street View. If you're standing on Westwood looking directly at the property, and I've also highlighted where the subject variance is being addressed. This is a close-up of the site plan provided by the applicant due to not only the unique layout of the lot, but also of the house. I labeled very intentionally each side of the house. So when I go through the elevations, you can refer to which side I am talking about. Also highlighted is the side yard in question for the variance. So this is the kind of northwest side of the house. Side A, as I referred to in the previous slide, which is the front of the home. And also, just for reference, this is not a variance in regards to the height of the building. The maximum height for a building in an R6 district is 35 feet. And this southern portion of the site, and that there is a grade change, and the northern portion of the site is at 29.88 feet and 34.33 feet, so under the maximum addressed by the zoning code. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. Then this is side B to the site. So this is the side that faces Fairmont Avenue. Side C, adjacent to the side yard, which is the crust of the variance. And side D. So the applicant is rehabilitating the house. The site is very close in nature to the side yard setback, thus the request for the side yard setback variance. This is a look if you are on Fairmont looking towards Westwood Road. You can see that there is plenty of room between the intersection and where the stop sign is. I also wanted to address that this building addition in no way is going to impair site visibility as you are driving down the neighborhood. Not only is the majority of the rehab of the building in that portion of the street yard, but the whole house in general is set back enough from the intersection to provide that sight distance. So the variance in question, the required side yard is 8 feet. They are proposing a side yard setback of 6 feet and the variance in the amount of 2 feet. Adam is on the line and he has responded to some public testimony that was addressed in the staff report for your review. And that concludes my presentation. I will be able to take any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pfeiffer, I don't know who's going to make the presentation, you or Mr. Moore, but why do you believe the board should grant these requested variances?
The property owner, Austin, had asked to kind of address the project first, and then I can follow up with him if that's okay.
That's acceptable. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate being heard today by the board. I just wanted to give a little bit of context before I let Adam talk about the specifics of the requests. I'm a practicing attorney here in town. I have lived in Kansas City and the Plaza area for almost a decade. I am not a developer. I am not an investor. I'm just someone who loves the West Plaza neighborhood and hope to make my home here. This property, 4825 Westwood, I'm very familiar with it because it's been on the market multiple times over the last 5 or 6 years. And despite it being in a really great neighborhood, it's a property that has always had difficulty selling because it's a very unconventional design. I think most people would agree it's not particularly visually appealing. And if you tour the inside of the home, you'll realize very quickly that it does not make a ton of sense. The layout does not make a ton of sense for most people. There just isn't much livable space. The prior owner understood this very well, because when he listed it for sale this last summer, in a very strong real estate market, it did not sell. So him and I reached an agreement that I would purchase the property contingent on my approval of an architect's design plan that would create more livable space. I worked with Adam after assessing the city ordinances. We came up with a design that keeps the existing footprint of the home, which complies with the existing east and west side setbacks on the property, but also adds livable space by building vertically and adds a garage. We did this in order to keep the variance requests to an absolute minimum, but also create a design that hopefully is more attractive and cohesive and will add value to the neighborhood. I'm aware of the objections, and I'd like to address those potentially in a little bit, but for now, I'll hand it over to Adam to discuss the specifics of the request. Thanks.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So Austin and I have been working on this property for, I don't know, about 8 months now, maybe a year or something like that, in terms of trying to take this home and bring it forward into kind of a modern day era. The home currently is, as you saw from the site plan, it's got an extremely limited existing footprint and buildable lot area. The setback along Westwood Road, the existing side street setback off of Fairmount, and then the property line to the immediate west would be an 8-foot because of the expanded frontage, because of being an outside acute corner. Whereas many of the other lots in and around this neighborhood are all 35 and 40-foot lots. Per the zoning code, they get a 10-foot applied, or I'm sorry, 10% applied side yard setback. So 3.5 to 4 feet on average. This particular lot, given the unique situation of this lot, ends up with an over 80-foot frontage because of that outside corner. And so therefore we end up with a side yard setback of the maximum allowed or maximum required of 8 feet. And that's where we were asking for the variance to that side yard setback to try and expand out the lowest 2 levels of the home about 3 feet, 2.5 to 3 feet, so that we could accommodate a 2-car garage to help match with modern day living amenities expected in a home. Coupled with that, there is a property line that's generally east-west on the north side of the property that is looked at as the rear property line based on just the kind of unique nature of the lot. And when we were doing our plan review, that came up as being acknowledged as the rear property line, which would require a 30-foot setback. The existing home's about 9 feet from there and from that setback. We are not changing the footprint in that portion of the house, but we are adding an additional story on top. So therefore that becomes variance B, which is the rear yard setback, where we're not trying to change the footprint or the location. We're just simply trying to add another floor to the home in terms of vertical orientation, trying to increase the bedroom count in the house, and then also adding in that 2-car garage.
Okay, so how many stories is the current home?
Currently, the home is a 2-story home with a walkout basement at the front by definition of the building code.
Okay. And is there a shared, I saw that the photograph that Anna showed, is there a shared driveway with the neighboring home?
The driveway is shared with the neighbors, but on each side of the property line, there is enough width for it to be a private drive. It's just that both driveways come all the way to the property line.
Okay. And you're proposing to build the house over some of that area and put a new driveway in coming off of Westwood?
Correct. We would be expanding the driveway to the east a little bit, so into the front yard some, so that we can get the width of that 2-car driveway and the garage. And the intention would be then, once it's all said and done, to take a portion of that existing concrete that butts up to the neighbors to the west and return that into grass or some sort of a landscaping in there to try and separate those driveways a little bit.
But you want to expand the house's footprint over into what is currently part of the driveway.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the L that I see, the brown
L and orange. Can I?
Okay.
If I can share my screen, I can pull up the document that's in the staff report so we can kind of look at it a little bit closer, because it's such a complex piece that it's kind of hard to follow sometimes.
That's okay. I think I have it. I
Okay.
mean, I just wanted to make sure. I mean,
Sure.
we look
The
at
orange on that site plan represents the area where we were expanding out the lowest level, the basement level, and then what will be the first level, which is the first story above grade. Those two legs of the L, for lack of a better word, are what we're looking to expand out. And that's what creates enough footprint for a 2-car garage. And then that also allows us to expand the floor above it for living room space.
Okay. All right. All right. Let me hear from the opposition, let me ask this. Board members, do you have questions about what's proposed and need clarification based on the proposed site plan?
Mr. Pfeiffer, a real quick question. Will the driveway entrance be off Westwood or Fairmont?
It will be off Westwood.
Thank you.
Very similar to its existing location, just moved southeast a few feet.
And that's the gray area of expansion in front of that brown L, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions about the site plan from from board members, excuse me. All right, then let me hear from the two individuals that are here in opposition. Aaron, let me hear from you first.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I have a couple of different questions. There was a letter sent in to your office with specifics that address the issues that I'm questioning. First of all, it's not a basement that he keeps referring to. That is actually the first floor. The second issue is you don't have to have a driveway for a 2-car garage be 2-car coming off of Westwood Road. It can be a 1-car driveway that expands as it goes towards the house. The third thing is this is not West Plaza. It is Westwood Park Homes Association. Big difference.
And why is that different, ma'am?
We have we're in R6, we have different zoning considerations. West Plaza is to our north. Starting at 48th Street, anything to the north is West Plaza. I just wanted to clarify that point.
Okay. So your concern is how the driveway is changing and the addition of what you think is the first floor and the front of the home.
And you have to take measurements as a first floor as opposed to a basement.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand that exactly, but
well, like I said, consider the letter that has gone out.
And I see that was sent by Mr. Farnham.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
And we have that in front of us.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm reading through that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. Carol, what is your objection?
My objection is in agreement with our homes association and with Aaron. I live across the street from this house. The house is, the way it's graded on the Westwood Road side, that's ground level. And you walk in and that is a livable space on that ground level. Then you go up the steps to go to the rest of the floors. So it is inhabitable. Punching out that house in these different areas to accommodate a garage would change the visual setback line across the front of the house and where they want to punch it out in the back and on the side. The expansion on the roof is also on the top of the house, would make it a 4-story building because you can live on the first 3 floors, the ground, the first, and the top. Then they want to put another floor on the top, which impedes in so many ways. It's out of kilter. It's I sent a letter. I don't know if you have it. I sent it on notarized on March 24th. And I just basically said that it's always been an odd shaped house. It hasn't sold over the last 10 years when it was on the market because it was vacant from a fire that happened. And I can't tell you when, because my time is not of the essence like it used to be when you're young. But the house was under construction for years because of some squabble between, I don't know who owned it. And then a young man bought the house. And then I guess that's who Austin bought the house, or is in the process of buying the house from. But these homes that are being constructed in our neighborhood are becoming these behemoth structures, and it impedes the neighbor's view. It cuts out on light. They're pulling houses way up to these property lines. And when you look out your window, you see just this wall. And I just think it's unnecessary, and I'm against it. And I live across the street, and I've lived here for, I hate to say this, 30 years. It's where'd time go? But I'm just basically against this whole blowing this structure up and out. It's not necessary. And again, I did write a letter. I hope everybody, had a chance to look it over. And our Homes Association also is against this construction. And that's my 10 cents.
And so do I understand that there's two architects that live in the neighborhood that are opposing this? I'm just trying to understand the opposition. Who's Mr. Farnham?
Richard Farnham.
Is he an architect?
Yes, he's, and Kurt Gastinger also is an architect in the neighborhood. I think that's who you're referring to.
Yes.
Yeah.
So just so that I understand your objection. So the height of this new structure, you have concerns about, correct?
Yes.
And you have concerns about the change of the driveway. Have I summarized your concerns?
The change, not necessarily the change of the driveway, but then punching the front of the house out further past the property, setback line visually in the front and the back. It would just become this huge block, I guess, it's out of scale. It's becoming kind of like a virus in the neighborhood.
Mr. Austin, what is your practical difficulty in terms of why you need all this extra space?
Well, I think about 1,400 or 1,500 square feet of space on a lot that's a good sized lot in that neighborhood. Most homes in that area at least have the opportunity to have an attached or a detached garage. This is really the only way we could come up with plans that would do that. I'll note that my neighbor directly to the west at 4821 Westwood is really the only one I think would have a legitimate concern about construction or maybe changing their views, and they are not objecting to this project because they understand that the existing structure just has a number of pitfalls which make it, I think, a less attractive home than it could be. If we can't go forward with this project, I probably will sell the property because it's I think a difficult space, and it's hard to explain, but if you're in it, it comes to a triangle, everything comes to a harsh point within the space. And it just it's not visually appealing, and it's not really conducive to, it's not a great living situation in my view. So we had to come up with something to try to add space to make it more livable.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have questions?
Are there any other houses in the neighborhood that have a 2-car garage facing the main street?
There are a number of the homes in the neighborhood have 2-car detached in the rear. There are some homes that have 1-car attached garages that face front. There are some newer homes that have been built in the neighborhood, a small handful of them that do have 2-car forward facing garages.
Has it been explored at all to have the detached garage or have that in the rear of the home to kind of match the aesthetic of the rest of the street front? Or what kind of those conversations?
This lot doesn't allow that because we have front setback, side street setback, and then the side and the rear is both only 8 feet. So having dual street frontage on an outside acute angle eats up about probably 50 or 60% of our total lot area on this particular home. So that's why we tried to work within the existing footprint as much as we physically could.
May I say something else in reference to Ms. Mixtor's question? The majority of homes along this street and in this neighborhood are 1-car garages from when the neighborhood was built in the 20s.
Right. Ms. Mixtor, did you have any other questions?
No, I was just trying to assess, as we talk about the character of the street and just kind of understanding how this seems to be a common theme throughout the city is people have more vehicles and need more space. But how do we respect that with what is existing in these neighborhoods?
All right. I'm sorry, other questions from board members? Okay. Ms. Roth, I saw someone has joined you. Does that person want to make a comment?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir. What is your name?
Richard Farnan.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and what is your objection, Mr. Farnan?
I've sent in a number of communications, and I appreciate the fact that you all have had a chance to look at them. First of all, the side yard variance has been properly described. The drawings show that it is requiring a rear yard setback as well. If you plot that rear yard setback line, you'll discover that part of the side yard addition is actually in the rear yard. I do want to point out that this triangular lot is very common in Westwood Park. This is part of the original Nichols plan. He located at least 20 triangular lots at intersections. There are 4 very similar triangular lots at intersections on Westwood Road. All of them respect the setbacks of the adjacent houses on both streets. This is a recognizable characteristic of Westwood Park. We are primarily interested in expecting the BZA to protect the character of an existing neighborhood. The height restriction, I think I again tried to raise in my letter some very specific technical issues that I hope city staff had an opportunity to look at, but I've not heard any response. This is a non-conforming lot. And the structure then is a non-conforming structure. It was built, as I understand, in 1949. We knew the original owners, so it predates the 1954 zoning ordinance. It is a legal non-conforming lot. Many of these triangular lots in Westwood Park have virtually no rear yard and expansive front yards. That's a recognizable characteristic of Westwood Park. I believe if you'll take a look at the architect's site plan, on the left side is a diagram illustrating his selection of reference points in order to determine the average grade 6 feet out from the house. The 2 in the northwest corner, the selected reference points on top of a 5-foot retaining wall. If you move that point to the bottom of the retaining wall, which is, I think, is more appropriate, you'll see that the average height is affected. And I believe that that is an error on the architect's part. and that the staff did not discover that, it concerns me. We also submitted in that letter a number of references to definitions with respect to whether or not this is a basement, with respect to what is a story. And I think in those, if you read those parts of my submittal, I don't see how anyone can claim that this is it would be a 3-story house. More than 50% of the ground floor is at the lower grade. People mention you can walk in, not just in the front, that goes all the way around the side, and a part of the back is at that level. That means the next floor up is more than 6 feet above the ground level, meaning that it is an upper story. I submitted all that, and I would have hoped that the staff would have reviewed it and had some comment on whether or not the average height calculation is correct, whether or not the IRC code is being followed. Initially, the Codes Administration rejected this on the basis that it could not be approved under the International Residential Code because it's a 4-story building and would need to be then considered under the International Building Code. That later got corrected, and I've never understood why. The most important one to me is the non-conforming status. And I believe it's very explicit that a non-conforming structure on a non-conforming lot may be expanded as long as it meets all other zoning criteria. It goes on to say that while you can expand a non-conforming structure out to the setbacks, it may not be considered to allow vertical expansion on a portion of a structure that encroaches, if that's the right word, on the setback. The way I read that, he can't add a 4th story anywhere in what would be considered the rear yard. And yet staff refers to this as only a side yard variance. I think we have a lot more here to consider than just a side yard variance, a rear yard variance, a non-conforming limitation on vertical expansion, an incorrect calculation of the average grade, and a violation of the International Residential Code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can someone on staff address the calculations of grade that Mr. Farnan just raised and why you believe we don't need a height variance for this structure?
Yes, let me pull up my my PowerPoint again. One moment. Okay, so I took 2 different measurements where I measured from the ground to the top of the structure. Now, it's not the exact top of the structure, but it, per our building code, is if it is a flat roof, then well, let me step back and show you that section of the code first. One second. Okay, so for the building height, we measure the vertical distance between the ground and the highest level of the point of the beams where it is a flat roof, or the midway point between the midplate for an inclining roof. This is a flat roof. And when I measured to the top of said structure, I received 29.88 feet. And on the north side of the building, when I did that, this is where the grade changes. So there is more building to measure. I got 34.33 feet, which is all under the 35-foot maximum for the zoning district.
Again, please take a look back to the ordinance you were presenting, and it gives you the three options for how you determine the average grade, right? And one of those is to go 6 feet out from the building footprint and measure grade. If you'll go back to that site plan and you'll show the diagram in the lower left corner where the applicant has calculated what the average grade is, then I can show you what I'm concerned about. You don't just measure the drawings. It needs to be based on the average grade, right? Anna?
Anna, can you address that question just so that we understand it?
Yeah, I've made my determination in what the height is. If Adam can clarify what his drawings say, then he can do that.
Sure, Anna. So there's two different ways here. There's some kind of correlation between the KCMO zoning code and the building code here. And so in terms of the zoning code, the section that you just showed says that the height is measured from one of the three, like Mr. Farnan mentioned, either the highest of the following three, which is highest of the following three levels: curb level, not the case here because the ground ramps up to the house; established or mean street grade if no curb exists, not the case because we have a curb; or the average finished ground level adjoining the building if the building is set back more than 10 feet from the site, from the street line, I'm sorry. So we calculated our total building height from the average finished grade, or average grade plane as they refer to it in the building code. And the average grade plane, when defined in the building code, the International Residential Code, says in a situation like this where the house is in the middle of a lot, you take a line 6 feet out from the perimeter of that home and you measure points around there. And so that diagram Mr. Farnan is referencing, we have in the lower left of that site plan. And we showed the 6 foot offset of the perimeter of the home, and we took points at essentially every corner all the way around. We did not do every point on the north side, which would only help our case even more by having additional points at a higher elevation. So we tried to pull a very blended average of everything. Those points, and I think it's 7 points or something like that, sets the average grade plane at 868.36 feet above sea level. From there, the existing top of the main living floor above where we're looking to put garage space is 874.29, which is 5.93 feet above that average grade plane. And the way the building code reads is that for a level to be considered a story above grade plane or not a basement, it has to be either 6 feet above the average grade plane that's been calculated, or it has to be 12 feet above any adjoining grade anywhere around the property. So in this case, we're 5.93 feet to the next floor level, which is what defines that lowest level as a basement. This really is no different than a home in the suburbs with a walkout basement, with the exception of that here, we're walking out to the front, not to the rear.
Okay. All right.
So I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I was gonna, one other piece. So keeping going with those of all of our elevations, which are our building elevations against the average grade plane, we end up with a height of about 32'9", which means we could add another, a little over 2 feet to the height of this per the definition of the building code. And we're only using an 8 foot height for our new top floor addition, where we would love to use 9, but we're trying to keep that thing down while we try and maximize the flexibility of the space and actually add space to the home to make it usable in kind of a modern approach.
Other board members have questions now based on that clarification by both architects. All right, hearing no more questions, I would entertain a motion on this case.
Madam Chair, Mark Evans here. Before I make the motion, while I acknowledge the neighborhood opposition, and I'm not a fan of the house structure itself, but Our job here is to grant variances based on what's presented before us. And a 2-foot variance is, to me, not very much. So in that light, I would like, in case number 146, to ask the board to approve their request in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorence. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
Mr. Stiller, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your vote.
Oh, aye.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to understand, and the chair votes nay. So the request, I believe, fails. Is that correct, Ms. Baxter?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. All right, let's move to the next case.
Thank you, Ms. R.
Thank you for your time and listening. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, let's move to item number 5, case number 154 with an address of 6601 North Park Plaza Drive. With the applicant and all other persons of interest, either in support or opposition, please raise your hand to be promoted. While that's happening, I would remind board members there is a required quorum of 4 people on this case, and those of you not on it can blacken your screens if you want for now, and we'll have you back at the next one. So I need Mr. Vanucci, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Gorence, and myself. All right, do we have anyone present on this case? Is Ms. Hernandez-Cruz present?
My apologies. My Zoom is working fairly slow. I'm promoting Anali at this moment.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Cruz, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you state your name, please?
Annalie Hernandez Cruz.
Okay. Can you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. This case was previously heard and continued, is my memory. This has to do with the height of the fence. I believe we admitted all of the prior administrative exhibits, so I don't think there's anything new to admit. Is that correct, Najma?
That's correct. And I believe Annalie has a presentation of her own she'd like to admit as an exhibit.
Okay. Nominally, could you can you bring us back up to where we left? What was the request that we asked of the applicant when we continued this case?
Right. There were questions about whether or not her HOA required, had any underlying requirements in their bylaws for fences. And she'll be able to go into more detail about reaching out to her HOA and speaking with their contacts, the ones that we had on file for them, as well as those she found on her own and what they suggested her to do moving forward.
Okay. Mr. Moore, what are you back on this case for a reason, or did you just get promoted by accident?
I got promoted. I think we were seeking clarification on the vote. It sounded like there were 4 ayes and 2 nays, and we just wanted to confirm that. No?
No, there were 3 ayes and 2 nays.
3 ayes and 2 nays.
Yes.
With 5 people sitting?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. All right, let's go back to the case that we're hearing. Ms. Cruz, then I think we're ready to hear from you, if you would go ahead.
Yeah, so first of all, I just wanted to apologize for the previous hearing. I am a first-time homeowner, buyer, and the process has definitely been new. But yeah, I'm very open. And I don't know if you'd like me to go ahead and share what I've collected from trying to contact my HOA. But I've reached out. It took me a while to go ahead and get a hold of my HOA. And until today, I have not been able to. I did go ahead and contact Njama, and she did go ahead and share contact information of people that you guys did have on file. And I did hear from, I believe, from Rob Willard, and he was a board member of the HOA in about 15 years ago, and he did say that they do allow 6-foot fences in my HOA. And then I was also able to find a document on my HOA website that stated their rules under fences and walls. And I can share that with you guys.
Okay, we need to mark those as an exhibit. So I think in the last hearing, we had 10 exhibits. Is that correct? So if you want to share your screen, I need to mark this as exhibit 11. Is that correct, Ms. Baxter?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we will allow you to share your screen, Ms. Cruz. But I'll need a copy of what you're going to present. You need to email that to the city staff. All right. So I'll admit that as exhibit 11. You can share your screen.
Okay. I apologize.
You should be able to share your screen at the bottom. Do you see that? Where it says share screen?
Yes.
You need to have the other item open. And then it's going to pop up and it'll show you a picture of the screens, and you'll need to select the one you want to show us.
Okay, so let me go ahead and, okay. I don't know if we're able to see.
We can see it, yes.
Okay.
So we see something that you have exchanged with.
Yeah, so I am just trying to show you guys that, I've really tried to go ahead and contact my HOA, but I have just not been able to. I've not heard from them. And then this is where I've also sent, requests to get information from my HOA. And I still have not heard back. This is who I contacted, Rob Willard, and he did recommend for me to go ahead and look into next door neighbor, and I did. And he also went ahead and gave me the link to the residents at Park Plaza, KC for HOA. And he did state that that 6-foot fences are allowed in the neighborhood. But since he was a previous board member, I'm not sure how that would affect. But then I kept trying to stay updated to the next door neighbor to see if I saw anything, from my HOA. And I did see that other people in my area were also having a hard time contacting the HOA. And I believe that, sorry. I thought I had it, but right here under residents, I was able to find this document. That have more of their rules under fences and walls. right here. And I know that you guys did ask me last time that if other people in my area did have 6-foot fences, and I have been taking my dogs out in walks, and I have seen multiple houses that have 6-foot fences installed in their properties.
Okay. Anything else you want us to consider?
I mean, that would be it. I just really hope that this gets approved. It's definitely with the weather been challenging, you know, to take dogs out and walks and stuff like that. We've seen a lot of deers, and, you know, we just want to avoid any conflicts with having a possibility of our dogs, you know, getting out. A 6-foot fence is not just for, you know, it's not for us, you know, we're doing it for our dogs, so they can just have their own space also to roam around. And that would be it. Your Honor.
All right, and Najma, in terms of this request, the 6-foot that is in violation of the ordinance is the area that is, the rear is acceptable, correct? It's just along, I forget the name of the street.
The street side yard, because it's a corner lot, it makes, you know, those what would typically be the rear of the home for other interior lots, it creates her kind of rear yard fence, or what would be a side yard fence, a street side yard fence, which is restricted to 4 feet without special exception.
Right. And if she changed the fence location and moved it so that it was off the edge of the property, but would attach to the back of the house, would that still require a variance?
I believe so, and I can share my screen here and clarify.
I can stop sharing. Yeah.
Yeah, stop sharing. Okay. Yes.
Let me pull this back up. Okay. So currently the proposal is here. Are you suggesting if she moved it here?
Yes, that's my question. If she would move it back, would she still need a variance?
I'm not sure, Sarah. Can you speak to this interpretation? Because I believe this would still be considered the street side yard, but I may be misinterpreting that, and I'll pull up that portion of the code as well.
I think you're right. But yeah, go ahead and pull that up, and I'll pull it up on my computer. I can't street name, but you're talking about on the right side.
Right, as you're
here.
looking, yes, that's my question, Ms. Baxter. And so I want the board to understand that if we moved it off the street, because I think, you know, the concerns about putting fences this high right next to the road is that they are corner lots and you're obstructing some view that people are coming up and down streets and around corners. And so perhaps Ms. Cruz would consider moving this fence. I mean, if, for example, you move it back rather than starting at the front of the house, if you would stop and do the L at the back of the house, that would give more view of the stop sign as you're coming to the intersection. There is some reasons for not having a fence that high on corner lots. And while they're looking at that, Ms. Cruz, could you not accomplish what you need for your dogs if you would just fence in the area from the rear corner of the home going straight back and not along the side? That would give you fenced in space, wouldn't it?
What we wanted is just to be able to, you know, to have enough space. That would, you know, give us the space to just let our dogs out, but we just want to be able to, you know, have a good size. They are bigger dogs, so yeah, that's the reason why we want to go ahead and expand it to that. But I don't know if we could just, like, instead of moving it from the front of the house, if we could just push it back to like the end of the house and then just move it to the side yard and back. I don't know if that would be something.
So you all can still see my screen, correct?
Yes.
So an alternative to the current design would be to push it to the same, to be leveled with this monument sign that the subdivision has already, because if she moved it here, she would still need a special exception. It's a matter of how much of a special exception in regards to the area of fence space behind and at the side of her home it would be, because this is a street side yard and not an interior side yard. Anything between the first point of contact with the primary structure and the property line requires a special exception.
Okay, Najwa, I'm not sure I understood that. So if she would move the blue line that we see at the front of the house back to the back corner, that would help in some manner. I don't know. I don't understand.
Okay,
To the
I'll
monument.
repeat. So this, where my cursor is, this subdivision has a monument sign.
Yeah.
I know that there were concerns about visibility. And so there's already, something at this corner that if that were a concern would create issues of visibility. And there's a stop sign that's also here that we could pull up Google Maps for, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm saying that if she were to put it here, she'd still need a special exception because this is still the street side yard, and for code, all of this would be in need of a special exception in order for it to be an appropriate fence height of 6 feet for this applicant. So if we're concerned about visibility, we can push it back, but regardless of how much she pushes it back, unless it's completely behind the home, she'd still need that special exception. So now it's up to the board to decide whether or not they want to grant the special exception up here or back here. Is that more clear?
I understand. Yes. All right. Okay. Okay. Fellow board members that are hearing the case, do you have questions about what she's proposing or concerns about what she's proposing? Ms. Cruz, I'm one board member. My concern is, and I understand dogs, and I am a fan of dogs, but I feel like you're creating a very expansive space with what you're proposing, with a very high fence on a corner that it's not allowed. And I feel like there might be a less intrusive fence that the board could consider rather than at this location. You're really walling off that entire side of the property, which is what the ordinance is not asking for. I don't know how other board members feel about this. It's just these corner lots are, difficult when you're building these tall fences. So
If I push it back to the like right by the side of the end of the house, that would definitely take out a lot more, of what we're proposing. I don't know if that could still be an option.
would you consider doing that if the board was more inclined to grant a variance with that design?
I would be more open, yeah. I just feel that if it's right by the end of the house and straight back, I just.
Okay. I don't know how other board members feel about this, but let me hear from you if you have any questions or comments.
Mark Ebbets here. I'd be more receptive to approve the Ms. Cruz's revised request versus the one that's before us now.
Okay. So it sounds like the same thing with you, Mr. Benuki.
Yeah, and especially looking at the photos that are in the SCAC report, I mean, the map makes it look a little more expansive than it is, particularly with the grade. There's a grade in the street, it looks like, on the side, or what I'm calling the side of the house that we're discussing. So I think it's a good idea of what the applicant is requesting to do as far as the revisions go.
Here's what I'm one board member, but what I would find more palatable is if you would move the front part to the rear, to the, the rear corner of the house, and actually move the fence in a little bit from the street by a couple feet, just so that you have some more visibility as people are coming down the street. Is that something you'd be willing to do?
I know that Njama pulled in a picture, and it's kind of like the side yard. I don't know if you can see it by the tree. It kind of goes downhill. So that would be kind of like in regards to, maintenance and stuff like that. That's why the reason is that we want it on that side.
Okay. So there's a big, see, I can't tell that. So there's a big tree in that corner is what you're saying?
By the tree, if you
Can you scroll back to the photos?
Yeah,
to
can
the
you see that?
photos.
Yeah, so we can see what it is. Yeah, okay.
Right there.
So if you
Oh,
see,
okay.
there's like a bit of a hill going down. So if we moved it down, I know that it would be kind of like an awkward position for the land. So I don't know if, yeah, that's my concern. But I mean,
Is the tree
visibility-
is the tree a street tree? Is there a?
Yes, it's a street tree, yes.
Well, it would seem to me that putting a fence on this side of the tree would make more sense than putting it on the other side. It's hard to tell without perfect pictures. I don't know what other board members think, but.
Well, can we use the, whatever that looks like a partial fence back there as a reference point? I mean, how far up towards the road from that are you intending to go, Ms. Cruz?
I would say, I'm sorry, I am not very good with measurements,
Oh,
but
that's okay. I mean, I'm just trying to get an idea. Are you wanting to go further up towards the street with your fence than that?
yes, a bit. I would say like about, what would that be, like 5 steps? Because right there, where at the end of the fence, it's where the hill, you kind of have to go uphill. So yeah, I would say about 5. If you see where the arrow is, if you move it a little bit, I think that would be perfect. The arrow, where the arrow is pointing.
So the tree will be on the street side of the fence, right?
Correct. Yeah, and we still want to leave space within the side, what is it called, the sidewalk, and the fence. We're not gonna, yeah. I believe that we're leaving like 2 or 3 feet.
Do we have it would be really helpful if we had a drawing that drew that out for us, because I think you're getting, from the board some good feedback that might be acceptable if we had like an actual drawing of it so we could look at
it. And Mr. Bunuki, you make a good point. In looking at the fence portion that is already installed, again, getting a better reference, if you would stop the fence there and bring it forward, I'd even, looking at this, I might be more inclined to allow a 6-foot fence up to the front of the house from that location if you're leaving all of that hill and green space where that tree is unobstructed.
Mm-hmm.
That might, and then you're not, it doesn't look like you're fencing the whole property in. Ms. Cruz, is that something you would consider? I'm just trying to get ideas here as we're trying to figure this out.
I would be more open to, to give more visibility for the drivers, because if you're in the street, like there's a lot of visibility. Like I see why you guys are concerned, but I would be open if you started from there, and then just went towards the side street next to the side street. Oh, instead of going back, if you go a little further.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have a measurement.
I think that would be like, I'm not sure who's drawing it, but if it started from the end of the house and then just went straight, I feel like that would be something that, I would.
The problem with this diagram is we can't really tell where the tree is, right? And we don't have a measurement in feet. Najma, do we have anything that we could? The board has to approve something from a diagram that has some that it can be enforced, right? So if we just approve something that looks like this, yeah.
We have a measuring device on Parcel Viewer that's pretty close to accurate as we'll probably get here. So
okay, but is that on the right side of the street of what you've just drawn? I mean, of the tree, excuse me, I can't tell that.
The street is on the other side of the sidewalk, next to the road.
Also, the tree
Yes,
isn't in
right
question here. It's on the other side of the sidewalk.
Okay.
So you're saying you want to bring, you all are currently planning on bringing the fence up to here.
Yeah.
This is about 3 feet here. So not very much space, and the board is wanting to see a fence that maybe starts
there,
back
yeah.
here.
That's fine, where the hill starts, yeah.
Okay. And up to here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you can, but make an L, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that. Ms. Cruz, is that something you could live with?
My concern is that again that the hill goes down, so I don't know if I could just put it like right on top of the end of the hill, like where the hill begins to go down. If I could just put it on top of there, I mean, that would be perfect. I'm open to that, but what I wouldn't want is to have the hill going down and then put the fence like, right at the bottom of that. Yeah, that's just for future, keeping the maintenance and stuff like that is just kind of like going downhill and then the fence being right at the bottom. If you guys want more pictures, I can definitely bring that. I've tried to start this process in November of last year, and
well, here's the thing, Ms. Cruz, this is my last day on the board. And so we really need to address your case today, because otherwise we're not going to have the quorum to hear your case. So we really need to reach a resolution with you today.
And that's perfect with me, yeah.
So I mean, you have to convince all 4 of us, remember, because you agreed to have 4 of us hear your case. And what we're showing you, I think, is what the board would agree to. I'm only one board member, but in listening to what I'm hearing from my fellow board members.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Sarah. I know this is always confusing to folks, but special exceptions are the one case that actually just requires a simple majority. So just
you're correct. You're right. I'm sorry, Sarah. You're right. So we only need 3 out of the 4. I apologize. You're right. I do forget that. Even though I've been here a long time. Thank you for that reminder. All right, so you have to convince 3 of the 4, Ms. Cruz. And again, I don't know how to draw this diagram, I guess, to put it on the top of the hill. I don't know how to do that because I don't know where that is. Najma, is that where you think it is? Right there? That's on the top of the hill.
Yes, ma'am. That's
Okay.
an estimate. There we go.
All right, board members, do we feel like this is a sufficient diagram to vote on?
I feel good about it. Chairman Otto, on the left side of the home, as we're looking at it now, is there going to be some fence coming down to, so the dogs don't get out on the left side? Is that yellow line?
You're muted.
Yes, there will be a fence there. So our plan is, yes, to start it from the, well, we started the fence because when we asked, they told us that, in the interior and then the back of the house, a 6-foot fence would be allowed. So we went ahead and started the fence there and back. And then right there in the pictures that Njama had showed, it showed a little bit, but we stopped because we wanted to go ahead and get, approved. I wasn't aware that I needed to, have a special exception made, but once I knew, then this is why I'm in the process and we stopped building the fence. And we're just waiting on, a result from you guys.
Okay, and looking at what Najma's brought up, it looks like the blue was what they were proposing. So the fence on the left side, Mr. Ebbets, I think is right there. So that's behind the house, and that would be within keeping of the ordinance requirements that could be 6 foot. So all we need to do is fix a diagram that can become an exhibit so that we have something for the codes people to enforce if they build the fence in the wrong place.
I agree.
So can we create a document, Najma, based on what you had on the other one? Because this document doesn't seem quite right. I don't, unless you tell me it is, but that.
It isn't. I'm gonna correct it at this time.
If you can correct this one and we can mark this as a separate exhibit, Ms. Baxter, do you agree? Then we'd have something to vote on.
Yes, I think that's fine.
Okay.
It would be number 12 once she's.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right. So Ms. Cruz, I think that Najma has now drawn a red line based on the fence being placed on the top of the hill where the hill reaches its crest. Is it acceptable if the board votes on that? Would you be willing to accept that?
If I'm able to put it on top of the hill, yes, I'm open to that.
Okay, so that's some distance from the sidewalk still, in other words, but then on the other side of the fence, you would just be mowing a flat space.
Correct. Yes, I would prefer that.
Okay, and this will have measurements so the city can come out and inspect and make sure you're placing it where this red line is, okay?
Okay.
All right, board members, do you understand the revised request? I am going to mark this, Najma, as Exhibit 12 and admit it into the file. So if you would please protect this document as Exhibit 12 in the file, please. Then I would have a reference point for a board member to make a motion based on Exhibit 12.
Madam Chair, in case number 154, I move that the applicant's request as set out in Exhibit 12 be granted.
So in other words, that the fence line will be where the red marking is now versus the blue, correct, Mr. Banuki?
That is right. That is correct.
All right, I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And chair votes with this motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, Ms. Cruz. Good luck with your.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No problem. All right. To the members of the public that are here and applicants, it is 12:20. I believe we always take a rather abbreviated lunch break so that our board members and court reporter and everyone can sustain being here for several more hours. So at this time, I would like to take a 30-minute lunch break, if that is okay with everyone. and we'll be back here at 10 minutes to 1. Is that right? 10 minutes to 1, and then we'll take the rest of the cases that we have on the docket. I hope we can finish these all today. That's the plan. I will say that I have an obligation that will take me away. I have to leave at 4:45, so we'll do our best to finish what we have left, but we'll move promptly this afternoon. Okay, so we'll be in recess for just 30 minutes, and we'll be right back, and we'll hear the rest of your cases. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Kelleher, you're not muted, just FYI.
Thanks.
Okay, is everyone back?
Hey, Teresa, I just sent you an email.
Okay, I'll check it out. Hold on.
Kind of needing to jump off. So you'll see what I'm saying there.
Okay, I don't have it yet, but
Okay. I'm on quorum 6, 7, 8, and 18.
okay.
You know, right.
Okay, when do you need, okay, okay. So yes, because if you're on those quorums, I feel like we need to take those out of order then to accommodate you. I hate to do that to the people online, but we're in a special circumstance today, so I will take those 4 first. Some of them are in order, so we're gonna have to take one out of order, Tony. So we'll do that. Okay. So to the folks that are online, Mr. Bernucci's going to have to leave us a little early, but to accommodate that, we're going to take, he's on 4 cases, 6, 7, and 8. Those are in order. We're going to take those. Then there's one case 18 that he's on. We're going to take that one next so that we have the ability to hear those cases. So bear with us, and then we'll go right back to number 11, which is our case after 9. There's been some continuances. So, okay, guys, so just to tell you the order, that's how we're going to handle it. I assume we have all the staff people we need online for 18 early, correct, Anna? Okay. All right. Looks like I have everybody back, and I have our court reporter. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're going to get started then. Let's go to item number 6, case number 154. I'm sorry, no, 145. Item number 6, case number 145. The address is 811 West 18th Street. With the applicant and all interested parties, please raise your hand to be promoted. This case has a required quorum again of Mr. Bernucci, Mr. Gorentz, myself, and Mr. Stillard. The rest of you can blacken your screen and do a couple things while we finish this case, okay?
I am promoting Bill Suo. He is the applicant.
Okay.
Nathan Benjamin. He is the property owner. John Campbell. Jerry Rifle. And Benjamin Struby, I apologize. And you do have to accept the promotion when I promote you.
Okay. If
everyone has been connected.
Okay. When everyone is added, would you please turn on your microphones and your cameras so I can see who everyone is, and I'll identify why you're here so we know, and then we'll get started. I think
Jerry and John, you still need to connect your audio and camera.
Yeah.
Riffle for applicant.
Okay, Mr. Riffle. Yeah, I see you. I can hear you. I can't see you.
That's my fault.
Okay, no problem. And Mr. Campbell, can you hear me? Can you turn on your microphone? Now I can see you, Mr. Riffle. Nice to see you again. It's been a bit.
Thank you.
I think it's probably appropriate that I get to see you on my last day, right?
I listened to you earlier, and I think I would have cried myself.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Campbell, can you hear me? Okay. And Margaret, is it Perkins McGinnis? Okay.
There's also a phone number that's raised their hand.
Okay. How do you promote them?
I give them the permission to speak.
Okay.
And I've done that. I have no name attached to that item.
The phone number is Margaret Perkins McGinnis. She's my wife.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Campbell, I still can't hear or see you. Can you hear me? Does anyone know who Mr. Campbell is?
Yes, Mr. Campbell, I'm trying to ask him to unmute himself.
Okay. Oh, something's working. He's unmuted. I don't see his face yet though. Oh, there he is.
There you go.
Now I can see him. Okay, all right. So Mr. Riffle, did I understand that you're representing the applicant? Is that correct?
I am working with Ben Struby, who will be the lead attorney.
Okay.
But I've done the background development work on this project on the west side, so I'm helping him.
Okay, all right, Mr. Struby, let's do this. I want everybody to identify themselves. I need to get your names on the record and I need to have you sworn in. So Mr. Struby, I'm gonna let you lead this charge and explain to me who's here with you, and then we'll swear them in. I want everyone to state their full names on the record. So Mr. Struby, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ben Struby, S-T-R-U-B-Y. I'm with the Lathrop GPM law firm. Address 2345 Grand Boulevard, Suite 2200, Kansas City, Missouri. On the line with me for the property owner, as you know, it's Jerry Riffle, counsel at Lathrop GPM. We also have our client, Nathan Benjamin, on the line. And I'm sorry, if Miss Perkins McGinnis is with us, I don't know it. So maybe I'd have my client speak to that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Margaret Perkins McGinnis. She's my wife. We own the property at 811 West 18th Street.
Okay. All right. Is that everyone with you, Mr. Struby?
It is.
Okay. And then Mr. Campbell, what is your connection to the case?
Madam Chairperson, I represent the adjoining property owner to the south and also to the east, John R. Campbell Jr. I'm at 701 East 63rd Street in Kansas City, Missouri. And I represent Mr. Sue, who is also online here. He is the property owner.
Okay. All right.
And his wife.
If you would all please raise your, and Mr. Sue, and your name is spelled correctly online, S-U-O, is that correct?
Yes, William Suo. I'm the owner of the south, east, and the west of this property.
Okay. Everyone, please raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I think I got affirmatives from everyone. All right, so Mr. Struby, have you guys reviewed the staff report? So I don't have anybody here in opposition, is that correct?
No,
Madam Chair, let me clarify that William Suo and John Campbell, they're the applicants for the rehearing, and Nathan Benjamin and Mr. Struby are the physical property owners of the site in question.
Okay.
Rehearing. Yeah, I think it was confusing. I wouldn't say Mr. Struby is the applicant. I believe he represents the owner who received the variance in the underlying matter, right?
That's accurate.
I think we proceed first with the applicant's request for a rehearing.
Okay, and that's Mr. Campbell, correct?
Yeah, and I don't think you of course, want to admit any exhibits until you decide.
No, I don't. You're right. Okay. All right. I want to make sure we've got this right. All right, Mr. Campbell, this is a request for rehearing. And you understand we have a required quorum in this case, and I have those 4 board members present and able to hear this case. Please explain to the board why you believe we should grant a rehearing.
Okay, to give the board some background, I originally appeared with my client in September, so about 7 months ago. It was a huge docket. Many of those cases were continued until October 12th. And on October 12th, there was an announcement at the beginning of the meeting that, again, we had another heavy docket. And we were told that if you weren't in the first 19 cases, we weren't going to be heard, and we were actually number 25 on the docket. So both my client and I logged off, and then a few days before the next scheduled meeting, which was October 26th, we went on to get the docket and started doing a little bit of digging. And I think I was the one that discovered it and told Mr. Sue, it really, unless I'm making a mistake, I believe this case was decided on October 12th. And of course, he said that that wasn't possible because we were told very directly at the beginning of the meeting that our case would not be heard that day. So we just terminated our involvement at that point. And then it was not heard on October 26th because it had been decided on October 12th. And then there's just been a series of reasons why this hasn't been heard before now. But anyway, we feel as though a rehearing is appropriate because my client has been fighting this from the very beginning. He's met with the owner developer out at the property. He's expressed his opposition to this plan for a number of reasons. He has submitted an affidavit, which hopefully most, if not all, the board members have had an opportunity to review, which succinctly sets forth the reasons for his opposition. And we believe that the board certainly should grant our request for this rehearing, and we should basically be allowed to be heard and set forth the bases for our opposition to the plan of the developer.
Okay, so then I understand, going back in time, because it has been a few months. So you were here, Mr. Campbell, with your client in opposition to this request, and this request was granted and you did not present testimony. Did I accurately summarize?
That's correct, because we were not present. We were there at the beginning of the meeting, but after we were advised that they would not hear any cases past number 19 on the docket, there was no reason for us to sit there all day listening to other cases when we were told unequivocally that they would not get to our case. So that's what happened.
Okay, and can someone on staff inform me of what we did say that day? I mean, I remember having some heavy dockets and I remember advising people that we may not get to things, but I'd like to know what we said if we have that transcript available. Do we have that available?
We do not have that that transcript available. Roughly, I can agree with what John Campbell has said, that at the beginning of that first October meeting, we said the dockets are very long. There's high chance that we're only going to get through 15 to 20 cases. Anything after that's going to have an automatic continuance to the special hearing date that we had at that point, which is where they dropped off the call. And when we finished the docket a little bit early that day, Nathan Benjamin requested to be heard since we had some time still left in the day.
Okay. All right, board members, I think you understand the facts that we have in front of us. This is a little unique. It's not our typical request for rehearing. So I need you to decide if there's a motion here for good cause to reopen this and rehear this matter. So I need a motion first, and if, depending on how the board rules, then we'll rehear it or not.
Madam Chair, no one else will. I find it hard to not allow an applicant to be heard. So I would move that we accept the request for a rehearing.
Okay. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And chair votes with the motion. The request for a rehearing has been granted. So what I think would make some sense is that we hear we'll hear a summation of what this case was and what we approved. And then I'd like to hear from the opposition because we already heard from the applicant, and then let the applicant go last, gentlemen, just because it makes more sense to start this backwards in my mind so we can move through this more efficiently. So who's the staff member that had the case? Anna, was that you?
Correct.
Can you just summarize this request and what our rulings were? And then I want to hear from the opposition, and then we'll give the applicant, Mr. Strube, and his client an opinion, a chance to rebut that, and then we'll vote again.
Sounds good. Would you like me to display portions of the PowerPoint again, or just verbally describe the case?
Why don't we verbally describe in efficiency here so we can keep moving, because we have a lot of other things to get done yet today.
Understood. At the subject site at 811 West 18th Street, there is an existing single-family home. The property owner is rehabilitating the structure. It's been vacant for a considerable period of time, some deterioration occurring. So they're making improvements on the subject site and then adding a new portion to the house to the rear of the yard. And this is to accommodate a porch and a little portico for one single car to be able to be off the street in the rear of the property. Now, the existing home was built prior to the zoning district that is associated with the site. It is a R6, and which means that the home in question is now not non-conformance to the R6 zoning districts. None of the lot and dimensional standards apply to the site because it has been downzoned from when it has previously been constructed. So several variances were requested and reviewed by the Board of Zoning Adjustment. One for the density, the per unit density for the subject site, and that is to accommodate the single family home being placed on continuing to be on the site again. It has been non-conforming since the rezoning to the R6 has occurred. The minimum lot width from 50 feet required for the R6 zoning district to the existing 35.5 feet. Again, existing lot has been in that way since its establishment. The property was just downzoned at a point in time. Variance C, which is the subject variance in question that triggered this review, which is for the 0-foot setback to allow for that deck / carport to be developed on the site. And then variance D, which is a variance to the side yard setback, again, to bring the entire lot into compliance with the zoning code. For this particular lot in this district, R6 now, it requires a 3.55 side yard setback, and the house currently was built 0.3 feet away from the side yard setback. The Board of Zoning Adjustment approved all variances.
Okay, let me ask this question. If I understood Anna's presentation, is the variance in question just the C variance, the variance in the amount of 7 feet to the deck sitting requirements? Is that the only dispute between the parties?
I believe that's the case. Mr. Sue, do you have
both C and D?
Okay, and what was D?
A variance in the amount of 3.25
on the east
feet.
side, side for. Yeah, should be 3.55.
Let me rephrase. The requirement for the side yard setback is 3.55 for this particular lot. The existing home is built at 0.3 feet away from the property line. It has been that way since its development, and I honestly don't know the exact date, but prior to the R6 zoning district being established at this site, which required a variance in the amount of 3.25 feet for the existing condition of the side yard setback to the home.
So that's why, Mr. Campbell, it appears to me that C might be the only issue.
I believe it is, Your Honor. I don't think anyone here, including my client, is suggesting that structure needs to be modified in order to be in compliance with the side setback laws. I think what we're dealing with here at this point is the rear setback, which was very minimal to begin with, only 7 feet.
Okay, so then let's hear from you, Mr. Campbell, on what the opposition is, and then we'll hear from Mr. Strube and Mr. Riffle or whoever needs to speak, okay?
That'd be great. The structure that they're trying to construct is really a deck, which is certainly not an essential part of this living unit. It's kind of a want-to. The developer clearly envisions that by having this structure, which would literally abut my client's property, would enhance the value of this property. I'm sure for their purposes, it will make it more valuable, and it's certainly in their best interest for this board to approve it. However, it's certainly not in my client's best interest. We don't really believe it's in the neighborhood's best interest. We know several people signed something saying that they're okay with that. They were told that this would help alleviate parking, the off-street or the on-street parking situation, and that was their sole consideration was, they want us to approve something that's going to allow off-street parking, and that's all they hear. And we believe that's the sole basis for their signing that. We don't believe that their plan is going to really allow for any off-street parking. Well, first of all, there's a picture in the exhibits that show 2 cars stacked together. I think Anna already mentioned that the lot's only 35 feet wide. These cars are coming in from the west side and extending over the width of the property, and any parking spot has to be a minimum of 20 feet in length, and that would mean they would have to have at least 40 feet to accommodate 2 vehicles. So we certainly don't think this is going to allow off-street parking for 2 vehicles. We also believe that realistically, whoever would move in there isn't even going to use the 1 parking space, because we don't believe there's going to be more than about 5 feet of head clearance between the bottom of this parking place and the deck above. And that's not sufficient for even a small person to accommodate a small person. The other thing is, we don't think it's wide enough. If you take the wall of the house and extend that across to the rear of the yard where the fence is, we don't even think there would be sufficient space for someone to open up their car door. Maybe they could get 1 car in there, but effectively they might not be able to get out of the car, just because we don't even think that it's wide enough to allow a car door to open. So we really don't think that this is a good plan. If they wanted to put it in a deck, if you look at some of the overhead plans of the structure, there's an inset on the southeast corner of the structure, which would easily accommodate a deck. Right now, I think they're showing a patio, but if they wanted to do a deck, they could do a deck right there, and they would not need to, seek a variance trying to eliminate this 7-foot setback. A 7-foot setback is so minimal. I'm not aware of any smaller setback than that, and they're trying to eliminate that and allow construction to their property right up to the property line, which my client at some point intends to develop the property, and it's probably going to inhibit his ability to develop his property, given the fact that there is a structure built, a non-essential structure, I might add, that abuts to his property. He will lose some mature trees in the process, we estimated, I don't think the developer will disagree with this. There'll probably be at least 8 or 9 trees, mature trees that'll be lost in this. And so we just don't think it's a good plan. And if you take any benefit of this plan and balance that against my client's interest, again, as he indicated, they own the property directly to the east, directly to the south, and directly to the west. So basically, what they own surrounds this property. So to allow them to eliminate this minimal 7-yard setback would certainly adversely affect the value of my client's property. Certainly will enhance their property, but at the cost of my clients.
So, Mr. Campbell, if I understand correctly, your client owns the property that it's like the parking lot. Is that correct?
Yes.
That I see in the photographs?
That's correct.
And so you believe that trees on his property are going to have to come down?
Oh, yes. If they're allowed to excavate right up to the property line, those trees will undoubtedly be eliminated because the roots of those trees, the trees are right at the end of my client's property line. And so their plan
6
is
foot higher.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sue. What's
Yeah,
6
it's
foot?
6 foot higher than the ground level of our property.
I'm sorry. I think he's talking about the proposed deck.
You're talking about the deck, correct? The
Well,
proposed
ground
deck?
level, or the backyard level.
Right. Okay.
It's a slope. So in order for them to build the parking stall, they have to cut the ground and make that level to the public alley. So it has to be an excavation down and cut the roof of the trees. So that's the understanding of the architect plan.
Okay. So, Mr. Campbell, your position is you're opposed to this garage and deck structure, correct?
We are, yes, Madam Chair. We just think that, again, the only party to benefit from this is the owner developer. It really isn't going to do anything for the neighborhood. They're claiming that it's going to take 1 car off the street, which is pretty minimal, but we don't even think it'll do that. We don't think that the space that will be under the deck really would accommodate anything other than a very small car. And so if you just balance everything off, balance everything out, we believe that it would balance in favor of my clients and not approving this structure. And again, we start with a very minimal setback of 7 feet, and they want to completely eliminate that and build right up to the property line. And it's certainly going to detract from my client's property, and it's going to adversely affect its value.
All right. And explain to me, is the commercial property that your client owns, is it just a parking lot, or is there a building that I am unaware of?
There's a building that is directly to the south of the parking lot, and it's a business which his wife operates. It's active, and there's people that use the parking lot. I don't think it's generally full. It's a pretty good sized parking lot, but it is an active business. And their long-term plan is to develop this property and probably convert it into some type of residential. So if that were done, this plan would certainly impair their ability to do that.
Okay. All right. Mr. Campbell, anything else you want us to hear about the concern? Because I'm going to hear back from the initial applicant.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, I think I've made the points I want to. If you don't mind, if my client has just a couple more comments, make sure I didn't miss anything.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Sue, anything else you want to add?
Yes. I guess the first thing I want to clarify is that, among the four variances, A and B are the facts. We not object to that. Both C and D actually, the D on the east side, there is indeed over 3 feet space. Okay, the only reason they request for nearly 0 feet, so have that variance is they propose to dig it down and build a stair up that requires almost 0 foot, 0.3 foot to that. So that's the variance D is not a fact yet. It's a proposed plan to build the stair up next to the property line with 0.3 feet setback. So both C and D are what we object to. And I also want to add the fact that our property, both on the east and the south, are R6 zoning with special approval for office use in the history. But our plan is to develop that back into the residential because the commercial value of the property is much, much lower than residential. So you see that right now it's a parking lot, but in future there will be houses, the residential houses right next to it. So if you can imagine 0 foot on the south, 0 foot on the east, or I mean 0.3 foot on the east would certainly hurt our potential to build future residential houses there. And plus, I mean, my understanding is that, you know, the deck is optional, but if they want to, their southeast corner of the backyard is 23 by 21. Actually, exactly, it's 21 and a half by 23 and a half, which allows to build a deck right in there, also with their proposal for off-street parking, without digging down, just make a level of the back part a slope that would allow one parking anyway. So they don't need this variances C or D to accommodate their need for a deck, nor the parking. I mean, this is not the minimum variances required to relieve their hardship. And plus the hardship is a preference of the owner. So they just want to build right on that position, which is on the southwest corner, which is very narrow. They want to build a deck, have a 0 foot, but they could have built somewhere else on the east part without the variances, requires variances. That's my point. And also their proposal for deck, a 0 foot deck, is have a 5.5 feet overhead clearance, which what I'm measuring is from the public alley. You can't cut public alley. Then their deck is 5.5. A typical or standard minimum parking stall have an overhead clearance of 7 foot. If you want one clearance, that's 8 foot and 2 inch high requirement. But this is a 5.5. It's only allow the minimal mini car. Let's put it that way. And plus the wide, we have 9 foot wide parking stall. That's normal, but that means you don't have wall on the side. When you open your door, you actually borrow the space from the next parking space so you can get out. But because this is not on the ground level, they have to cut it. And then their car practically will park in 2 walls with 9 foot. Then each side only can have a 1 foot gap for them to come in and out. That's practically may not, I don't know how many people can get out of the car with 1 foot gap when your door is open. So practically, yes, I guess when you're flipping the house, you can say that, but practically when the people actually live in there, they're not gonna drive the car, get them stuck in there, not getting out. So For me, I think it's non-essential, it's optional. The undue hardship is really made by the owner for their own purpose to get maximized benefit. And then obviously it's unjust, it's unfair to hurt our future potential to build the residential house right next to it if it's 0 foot or close to 0 foot on both sides, south and east. And obviously for the neighborhood, I mean, I really appreciate the effort to trying to get a built off-street parking, but really that's not gonna work. Actually, if you don't cut, okay, you just level it and don't cut down, build your deck right in the southeast corner. You can actually practically park a car because you're not cutting down. You can open your door widely while you cut it down and really not building, not really building your deck in the southeast corner. So that's why I totally agree and welcome their effort to beautify the house, making the house look better, but within minimum variances that required. And for such already clustered neighborhood is what I'm aimed at.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Strube, what's your response?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it would make sense if I let my client give a short presentation. He's got a PowerPoint that he can share. It may be, I believe it's in the exhibits.
It's already been admitted? Okay.
It has, but I think it would make sense if he walked everyone through it.
Okay, all right, that's fine. You can show it to us.
Very good. Are you able to see that? Sorry, I'm
yes,
okay.
yes, Mr. Benjamin.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, for hearing this today and for giving us a chance to respond to some of the statements. There are a number of them. I'm going to try to address them all. Both Mr. Campbell and Mr. Sue had a number of comments. What I'd like to do is just kind of run through things as we had previously and when it was previously agreed to. My wife and I, Margaret's on the call with me. We love the West Side neighborhood. We are junkies for houses, especially historical neighborhoods where the fabric is embraced. This house does exactly that. It's one that we're passionate about doing a good remodel of, not just to come into a neighborhood and do something that doesn't make sense for the neighborhood. So we do have a lot of buy-in from the community, people that park on the street. And we've gone to the West Side Housing Association as well and have explained what we're doing here, not just on some of the statements that Mr. Campbell made, but on the overall project, and walked them through all the plans. And we had a resounding vote of support on every single person we talked to about this, including on the prior hearing that we had, Mr. Hernandez, who was in opposition, and talking to Mr. Sue. We actually met him on the property, walked him through the property, and he was surprised to hear what we were doing because that's not the way it was presented from the opposition. And so when he was on the original one, I don't think he was fully informed of everything that was happening on the property, and he is actually in support of it as well. Those things to start off. So the variances, as we've gone through them, there are 4 of them. The main one we're looking at here is the deck siding. The other 4, including the retaining wall that we're looking to build up to the property line, being less than 6 feet tall with the concrete portion of it is allowable, is my understanding. We don't need a variance for that. We can build to the property line with a retaining wall of less than 6 feet. The variance we're actually asking for is just to build a deck on top of that retaining wall that we are going to build up against the property line on both the east and the south side. We have also attempted to reach out to Mr. Sue and his wife, the owners of the property to the south and east and west. They've repeatedly said they didn't want to meet until after the hearing. We wanted to come to a resolution. We've been trying to work with the community and with them to figure something out, because this has taken now, 8 months of time of since the approval. It's been 6 months since the approval back in October till now. We just need to move forward with the project. I don't think we're asking for anything that is decreasing the value of any properties in the neighborhood. It's actually increasing their properties and all the properties surrounding. Diving into some of the details of this is the property. I'll kind of click through this quickly. I know you guys have already seen a lot of this before. The red border here, this is the property that we're talking about. This is the public alley to the west of it. This is a dead end street here to the west. So cars come up and down Summit, turn onto 18th Street, In order to exit, they either go down the alley to the north or they turn around in the alley here and go back because there's no through street here. With that comes a lot of turning around. So the red arrows are people turning into the alley and backing up and going up, but back to Summit, or turning into this entrance that this is into Mr. Sue's property to the south here. And they either that or they turn into the alley next to our house and go back out. So there's a lot of turning. It's a fairly narrow street as you come off of Summit. If there are cars parked on there like the ones shown here, it's very hard to get one car through, and especially if there are actually two cars there. The properties we're talking about, there are two properties that are existing asphalt parking lots with fencing that are around this one here. This is one that has fencing on this street here to block off the alley, so it's not accessible. But with this narrow street, what we see is this scenario. Again, this is the Summit Street I was just showing you. In this existing street, when it was done, the curbs kind of cut in to make it more narrow than a typical street. So what we have is a situation on the 18th Street that when cars are parking on both sides of the street, like as you'll see in this photo here, if there's a car parked on the south side of the street, this is our house right here on the left. This is the 18th Street that's looking west. If you have a car parked, and there's oftentimes on the north side of the street, there's cars parked there. Those are from neighbors that live up the alley in different areas. And if you park one on the south, you can hardly get a car through it. Not to mention if you had a fire truck or any kind of accessible, I mean, even garbage trucks have a hard time getting through. So this is looking the other direction with a car to the south, or a car parked on the south side and a car parked on the north side. I could barely fit an SUV through, and not to mention, an emergency vehicle if something had to get through, get to the alley and get to put out, have to deal with an emergency. We were looking at, and contrary to the prior statements, there's not a place to put a car off street onto this property. It's the reason why we are investing to make an enhancement to the project in the neighborhood by allowing us to put off street parking at the back of the property. The property line is where this blue line is roughly. There's not enough clearance here to pull off street up next to the house in the front. So we've looked at other options to try to do things, I'll be honest, more cost effectively, but they just don't exist. And to Mr. Sue's point of doing something at the back and just using what's there now and working with existing, I'll run through those. It's not practical there either. So what we're looking at, this is again, the overall survey of the property. The blue is the existing house as it sits today. This is the blue property. The carport we're looking to add on with the concrete retaining walls are on the south side here. And this would be the access. So you drive down the alley, turning radius is clear with plenty of room to turn around and pull back out. So you'll be able to pull into and drive into the 9'6" wide parking stall that would be there. In order to do that, that we talked about this in the last call, the questions that came up were what's the width of the driveway or the alley. It's 16 foot clear. It's 15 foot right here with a car parked on the street. So if you can get down this street, you can clearly get in and turn, and then you can turn into the parking stall behind the house. This is the back of the property. This is the fence that I mentioned that the Sioux they have this on the south of the property. This is the retaining wall that they have currently in place, and the trees that Mr. Sioux had referred to and Mr. Campbell referred to on the property. This is the alley next to it. What we have is, I mean, yeah, there are 6 large trees, but they're overgrown, not maintained, and literally are just a clump of trees that they're ones that I don't think at the value that would be stated verbally when looking at them firsthand. You'll see some more photos here. This is the back of the property. We're looking to dig out the portion here up to the property line that is blue, removing this portion of the back of the property and digging this out to allow us to pull a car in. It is 9'6" clear. That is plenty of room to bring in a car into the property. This is the current retaining wall. It's pretty dilapidated and like I said, overgrown trees. These are not on our property, but they are south of our property. They are ones that have been cited as of value. I think that if we were able to meet up with them prior to this, and in discussions, we've volunteered to pay for the removal of the trees and replacement with better trees on their property, if that would be allowable. Really just trying to accommodate a good solution for both parties and trying to work together on this. Unfortunately, we're here and getting some opposition, so we'll just keep running through. These are the trees that are referred to. Here's the retaining wall on their property. You can see the parking stalls that are there on the south lot. This is the view of the back of our house from their building to the south. These are the trees we'd look to potentially remove or dig next to and put our retaining wall in anyway, and be in compliance with code requirements. There was a comment about a single car. We've actually have two options, and we mentioned this on the last call as well, and it's recorded and it documented the same. We had talked about one car, and we also talked about 2-car options. The 2 cars, contrary to what was said, you know, the 14'6" length isn't the 20 foot that would be required. So you are able to put 2 cars in here. We've worked with a licensed architect in the state of Missouri. He's run the calcs and done the dimensions on this and made sure that we could they be the longest cars ever? No, but they are definitely able to put 2 cars in. And if not, the goal would be to remove cars off this busy street where we have to park on both sides. So having at least 1, if not 2 cars fully parked off street is a huge benefit for the neighborhood. And it allows for easier access for emergency vehicles and trash vehicles to get down that road. So as we're looking at it, we were looking and proposing to either put a smaller deck on over top of the parking area. So again, this isn't in dispute. I mean, it's we're keeping the concrete portion of the wall less than 6 feet. It will allow us to build to the property limit lines. The part we're talking about is the deck that would be set on top of it once it's installed. And that would have to, that's what we're asking for the variance on, is this wood portion of a deck that would be built over top of the car stalls. Or this option here, which this is the one we're leaning towards because we could get possibly 2 cars off the street. And it is a huge selling point, as mentioned by the opposition. But it is also, the reality is you can actually park off street and be able to park and get groceries to your car without having to walk from all the way on the street down to the back of the house to the kitchen. This is some additional views. This is looking west from the alley. You would enter your car in this area here. There's a small little fence on the top of that. On top of the deck is that what we're proposing. This is looking from the east elevation. See, this is the south view. So yeah, to Mr. Sue's point, you do have to dig down to allow this to be installed. Our plan would be to keep that down on the other side of this and install and plant substantial trees that would be much more beautiful for them on that side of it, as well as there wouldn't be the retaining wall to maintain or fix that actually is kind of blighted at this point. It would be something we could go back with something a little more attractive than what's there currently. It'd be an enhancement to the neighborhood and an appreciation of the value of their property, not a depreciation as referred to previously. And here, this is another view. This is the before and hopefully the after. If we put some ornamental trees there on, like I said, on their side of the property, and we would and have proposed to pay for that. This is the view looking at the deck. So you walk down the steps to the parking stall that would be on our property against not crossing over the property line. And then this is the other view. That's a property line here in blue and the stairs down. So giving us a little bit, but as they referred to, Mr. Sue referred to a large back area for a deck. There's really not that much backyard. It is a very urban house. It's an amazing historical home that allows for the bones to be maintained in the neighborhood, but also then the building of allowing for some usable space in the backyard to have some space in above the parking stall is what we're looking for. Signatures of support. The house is here highlighted. The yellow one is ours. We've gotten signatures from a lot of different property owners that are that have been in this neighborhood for many years. And we've submitted those with signatures and notarization of the signatures. And then the West Side Housing, talking with Gloria Ortiz Fisher, and with West Side Housing, very much in support of a project like this to enhance the neighborhood and build a single family residence and restore it as in lieu of tearing it down and redeveloping an area, as well as the ability to have the off-street parking, because even Gloria and others in the neighborhood that drive down there have a hard time getting down the street as it is today, not to mention if we're parking on the street. And this is again the front view of the house. And I'd added some notes here, just the number of variances and timeline here. This last slide is not part of the original, but I was just doing it for reference of, we've reheard this and pushed it down the road. Hopefully we're able to draw some conclusion today. And ultimately at the end of this, we think it's definitely an enhancement, and we could leave the trees at the south of the property. That is an option. We could dig next to it and put our wall and leave them if this is the chosen path, and we can trim them back and dig next to them. Yeah, and I don't know if there's other points. Sorry, there was a lot of different talking points. The height clearance, to alleviate that concern, this isn't just a deck. This is actually a parking stall, as you see in this elevation here. This clear height is 7'6". We actually not only digging the ground down, but we're building the deck up to allow for clearance. So it's very thoughtfully done. It's planned out. The dimension of the width of the car, the depth of the car, and the height of a car has all been taken into consideration, as well as a turning radius to get in and out of this. So it is a very practical application where someone can pull a car off street and park to alleviate it on the street. I think there's a couple other notes. Yeah, and as far as the sole basis of the argument or the items that the neighborhood was supporting, it's one of many. The other option here is, was the redevelopment of this house and to a full other development, and many are very much in support in that neighborhood, especially throughout KCMO and the historical neighborhoods, to keep existing homes in place. So I don't know if I missed anything, Ben or Margaret, if you guys want to chime in. I think I covered everything.
I think that's enough.
Okay, anything further? All right.
No, Mr. Benjamin covered my points. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Benjamin, if you would make sure that item, because it looks like you added a slide at the very end, which is a little different than your first presentation. So if you would submit a copy of that to the staff, I want to make sure the record is complete. I believe your PowerPoint presentation was number 9. I think we'll call this 9A, and it will be admitted. All right. Thank you.
The only thing I would add, Madam Chairman, is that these improvements don't seem to have any negative impact that's real. And secondly, to save this house, make it a viable entity that people would want to live in, you need off-street parking. They're obviously not going to park on 18th Street.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ruffle. Mr. Campbell, anything further?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, I don't have anything further. Mr. Sue may have a couple more comments if you wouldn't mind.
That's fine. We need to keep moving here. So Mr. Sue, anything else?
Yes, one fact I want to clarify is that Mr. Benjamin claimed the width of the parking stall is 9'6", which is untrue because that space is unparalleled. Okay, so the property line and the house, back of the house is unparalleled. The widest part is 9'6", narrowest part is 8'10", which you park, you obviously consider the narrowest part, not the widest part. 8'10" with wall on the both sides with 6 foot, more than 6 foot wide car, you just can't open the door. However, it will allow to park the car if they do not dig down. They don't dig down, they park right there, they can open the door. But if you dig down with the wall on both sides, you really can't open the door. So that's my point. Don't dig down, don't build the fence, don't build the deck there, but build the deck on the southeast part without the variances for, I mean, that would be the minimum variances required.
Okay, all right, and I think you said that previously, so, okay, I think we understand your point. All right, board members, do you have questions for either Mr. Campbell or Mr. Strube or their clients? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion on the request for variance in this case. And just for clarification, board members, it's like you're voting on it all over again. So I need a motion to address everything that's in the application. I have a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, in
Yes.
case number 145, I move that the applicant's request be granted in accordance with the site plan and the staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Banuki. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And chair votes with the motion. The requests have been granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let's move to the next case, which is item number 7. We again have a required quorum on this case of Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Kelleher, myself, and Mr. Stiller. So if all those board members could join us. I would ask that anyone in the audience who's here, an attendee who's here in support or opposition of this request, please raise your hand to be promoted. This is docket item 142 with the street address of 2116 Summit Street.
No one has raised their hand, Madam Chair. And I believe Jared has been trying to contact the property owner in question. We have not been able to reach him yet.
Okay, let's put this case on hold. Mr. Banuki, I know you need to go, but if you do go, there's still a quorum to hear this case. So let's hold it. Let's just keep moving forward. All right, let's go to the next case, which is docket item number 8, case number 9, with a street address of 4800 Liberty Street. Would the applicant or any interested parties please raise their hand to be promoted? On this case, I believe there's a required quorum of Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Gorentz, and myself. Everyone else can blacken their screens for this present time.
I am promoting David Belpedio. He is the applicant and property owner. And then Mr. Fernan for public testimony. They are both connected.
All right, Mr. Belpedio, Mr. Ferran, can you please turn on your cameras and microphones, please? Okay, I see Mr. Fernan.
Morning.
Good morning again.
Morning.
There's Mr. Okay, all right. Mr. Belpedio, I'm gonna start with you. You're the applicant. Could you state your name for the record, please?
David Belpedio.
Okay, and Mr. Ferran, would you state your name for the record, please?
Richard L. Farnan.
Farnan, I'm sorry. And Mr. Farnan, are you here in opposition or support on this case?
In support.
Okay, all right. Could you both please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. All right. This case was previously heard and we have a quorum of our board members that heard it the last time. We do not have any new administrative exhibits. Is that correct to admit?
To my knowledge.
Jared, is that correct? Okay. So Jared, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Belpedio.
Yes, thank you. I do have a letter from our plumber. I'm not sure it's needed, as Mr. Farnan and myself, I'm not sure. I know you guys have a lot of cases. The two of us have discussed the variance request and the implications of what we want to do, and have been able to work together to come agreement to create a win-win. And so I appreciate Mr. Farnan coming on, and not sure if you want to speak, but after our last meeting, we were able to get together and discuss and come to a conclusion that we're both happy with.
Is the request in the staff report the same request that you're asking the board to consider as it was the last time?
Yes.
Okay, so actually, Jared, do you know this? Can you summarize this for us?
Sure. There's a rear yard setback variance that is requested at 15 feet. There is a street side yard setback variance at 12.65 feet. And there is a street side yard parking variance for 6.5 feet roughly.
Okay. And there is now no longer opposition to these requests. Is that correct?
Richard, I don't want to speak for you. I believe you're correct.
Raise my hand. Yes, I'm on to rescind the objections that we made before. I'm half a block away, and his neighbors are all old friends of ours. And I think I explained the first time they had concerns about excessive stormwater runoff, which are really more the two adjacent properties. And so they wanted some assurance that David could come up with a plan to not guarantee them, but at least to show that any new stormwater from his work on 4800 would be directed to 48th Street, and that he would continue to work with the Drake family and with Mr. Pittman on other solutions as we learn more about exactly where the water's going and what the volumes are and so forth. So I think everybody wants to be good neighbors, and the neighborhood in general is very pleased with the work that David has done on his other properties. So we don't see any, you guys still need to decide about various setbacks, but we no longer have this neighborhood issue, I guess.
Okay, that's fair. And board members, do you remember the facts of this case and need more information about the variances? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. If that's the case, then there was this issue we were trying to let the neighbors meet and resolve, and I think they've resolved it, which is wonderful. Love it when neighbors talk to each other. Then I would entertain a motion on this case.
Chairman Otto, Mark Ebbets here. In case number 9, I recommend the board grant the applicant's request in accordance with site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
The second from Mr. Banuki. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request are granted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Richard.
All right, let's move to item 18. This is the one I'm going to take out of order since Mr. Banuki needs to leave us. Item 18 is got a case number of 11457. The address is 3808 East 78th Street. This has a required quorum of Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, myself, and Mr. Stiller. Is Mr. Stiller on? There he is. Okay. All right. So if is Mr. Clavoon in attendance, and are we going to hear this case today? Mr.
Yes,
Clavoon?
he is available, and I'm promoting him now.
Okay. Is there anyone else of interest online on this case with an address of 3808 East 78th Street?
No one else is raising their hand.
All right. Mr. Clavoon, if you can hear me, turn on your microphone and your camera, please.
There's another Halsell Enterprises. I believe that should be the property owner. Phil, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, Mr. Hosel should be on the line.
I am promoting him as well.
Okay. While we're doing that, Mr. Clavoon, could you state your name for the record and who's with you today?
Yes, Phil Clavoon for the record, and accompanying me is my client, Mr. Frank Hosel, who's the property owner and the owner of Hosel Crushing Company.
Okay. Are we going to hear the case today? I know we've continued this many times.
I know. We're prepared today to go forward with hearing the case.
Okay. That's fine.
We have a quorum of 4.
We do, because this is my last hearing, sir. So I think we should hear your case today. So let's do that. All right. I need to swear you and your client in. If you can get your client to turn on his camera and so I can see him.
Mr. Hosel, you need to turn on the video.
All right, video's on.
Okay, I can hear you, Mr. Hosel, but I can't see you, sir.
Well, for some reason it's not showing, but I don't know how to
do it.
make
Okay,
any-
that's all right. Let's keep moving. I can hear you. Please raise your hand, although I can't see it. I just want to hear it in the affirmative. Mr. Hosel, can you state your full name for the record?
My name Frank Willis Hosel.
And Mr. Hosel, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Did you say I do? And Mr. Clavoon, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clavoon, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your client's request?
Yes, I have.
All right. Do you have any objection to my admitting? Hold on a second. To my admitting the administrative exhibits that number 1 through 10 found on the 3rd page of that report?
No, we have no objection.
Or the second page, okay. Exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. And Anna, we have a PowerPoint presentation as it relates to this case. Please do that first, and then we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you. Okay, docket item number 18 focuses on 3808 East 78th Street. The property does have split zoning. It is partially in an R6 zoning district and an M3-5 zoning district. The applicant is appealing determinations related to zoning variances on the site. There are a few prior cases in regards to this into these property violations, and more details I'll get into later. James Duddy can also address on, and more details are listed in the staff report. So the subject site is located in the southeastern portion of Kansas City, kind of near Swope Park and Raytown. This is a close-up of the subject site in 2006. It is highlighted in yellow, and you can see the split zoning in effect. So you have the northern portion of the property and the M3-5 zoning district, and the rest in the R6 zoning district. There is currently a demolition, landfill, outdoor storage of excessive rock and vehicles in an industrial related matter on the subject site. So you can see it's the current use predominantly on the M3 portion of the property in 2006, with several portions of the property in the residentially zoning district, which is prohibited. And then to continue in 2016, again, you can see that the operations are still occurring, expanding even more into the R6 portion of the site. And now I'm going to go through some pictures from 2016 that were taken from the investigator on site. So you can see lots of rock, again, more of the rock crushing, the heavy industrial equipment, the construction, landfill per se, more pictures of the excavation happening, lots of buildings and debris on site as well. Here are some additional photos, again, all from 2016. And then an additional aerial from 2020. The site has expanded even more in regards, even though in regards to knowing from the city that this use was prohibited in the zoning district. And again, for reference about what is permitted on site, industrial uses are not permitted in the R6 zoning district. The only type of industrial use that is allowed is a artisanal food and beverage manufacturing business, and that is first permitted in the B3-2 district. In my research, I saw there was some mentions to a B3-2, so I added that note on there, even though none of those uses are proposed or at the existing site. I just wanted to clarify that note. And then mining and quarrying is permitted in the M3-5 zoning district through a special use permit process. No special use permit has been acquired for the subject site. Outdoor storage is also permitted in the M3-5 zoning district, but as you can see, there was a lot of outdoor storage on portions of the property that were not zoned M3-5, and the demolition debris landfill is permitted in the M3-5 zoning district through a special use permit process, but I'll reiterate that a special use permit has not been acquired for the subject site. So to conclude, some more key points: that in 2010, the property was, that portion that's R6 was an R1, was an R-1B, which is now equivalent to an R6, and an M2B, which is now the M3-5. There was no attempts to acquire a CLNU permit when that change occurred. In 2010, the Board of Zoning Adjustment also dismissed a request to approve a conditional use permit, which is a process that we no longer obtain, but it is similar to the special use permit process to allow for the rock crushing business. Again, they dismissed that request in 2010. Industrial uses are not permitted in the R6 zoning district, but as I noted on some of the maps, you can see that that use is occurring on site. There are several industrial uses that can be established on the M3-5 portion of the property, however, through that special use permit process, and those have not occurred at this time. Around in 2018, there was a meeting between city staff and the property owner to talk about the different options that were available to them to bring the site into compliance. There has been, again, more talks with the property owner. However, we don't have proof that any of those adjustments have been made, and the site was re-inspected last week, and the investigator still found lots of rock and trash and other large industrial type vehicles on the site. And the property owner and the applicant, they do have some additional exhibits to show, so we can admit that as number 11, excuse me. And that concludes my staff presentation. I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Clavoon, why should the board grant what you're asking for?
Well, what you just heard was the city's position. There's 2 points basically to our seeking to overturn the determination of the codes administrator. The first is Mr. Hosel did not have any, and they had pictures back to 2016. The operative date's October 17 of 2017. That's the date of the citations. He didn't have any rock crushing or other active operations on the R6 part, which is an aberration as far as zoning goes anyway. There's no residential anywhere near there. And as you can see from the whole area, and the other part of his property is zoned manufacturing 3. There's only 4 manufacturing categories. So the residential part is an aberration, but he didn't have this operation going on there. Our question is, and I think we need to hear from Mr. Duddy, the investigator, how that red line got drawn where it is, as for where the zoning district is. Because we don't believe that the city really had the information to establish where on his property is the R6 line versus where is the M3-5 line. That's the first point. So he wasn't doing anything on the R6 part. The second point is that this is not a mining or quarrying operation. He doesn't do any excavating there. And that's what's required for mining or quarrying, is excavating from the earth or from the ground. Secondly, it's not a demolition debris landfill because he's not filling land there. What you saw is work in process, which is part of his recycling business, which is what he does. He accepts concrete, rock, so on from other construction projects. They take it there. He does the rock crushing, puts it back into a state at which it can be used, like as gravel or construction fill material, etc. By rock crushing, it's really a recycling area. And under the code, a recycling service is allowed in M3 zoning for a limited purpose without a special use permit. It's a permitted use in that district, M3 manufacturing. It's not just M3, it's M3.5. So it's not, it really under 88-805-05-D, and the city ordinances have been admitted, any building, portion of a building, or area in which recyclable material is collected, stored, or processed for the purpose of marketing the material for use as raw material in the manufacturing process of new, reused, or reconstituted products is a recycling service. And then a limited purpose recycling service is a recycling facility in which recyclable materials are temporarily stored or collected or processed by manual separation. The manual part is somebody has to operate the machine to go through and pick up the rock and crush it. So it's a limited purpose recycling center. It's not a demolition debris landfill. There's no need to fill land there. Yet there's plenty of land there. And it's not a mining or quarrying operation. So for those two reasons, the city can't establish where the line is between the R6 and the M3.5, which is the R6 is an aberration anyway. And secondly, it's a recycling facility. It's not a demolition debris landfill, and it's not a mining or quarrying operation. Now, and I know everybody's got a tight time schedule on that. The city was very critical of not getting a special, of not having a permit. Well, I don't believe a permit's needed because this is a recycling center for a limited purpose. So, and that's permitted use in M3 zoning district. And we've got that in there in 88-140-03-B table 140, which has the uses you can go to and whether you have to have a special use permit and so on. But under limited recycling service, it's a permitted use. So as far as being critical on the permit, so we sat down with the city and we said, we would like to get this R6 rezoned. It's an aberration, and get whatever permits he needed. And I'm going to ask Mr. Hosel if he would verify, but I'm trying to get to the point here, the testimony that I'm giving. And he was told the city will not support a rezoning or a special use permit until you satisfy the Water Services Department that there are certain manholes that go down to lead to be able to go to the sewer line that's below his property. This set out on a venture, and the board's come out over the last 2.5, 3 years of Mr. Hosel using absolute good faith efforts to try to locate this sewer line so that he could basically install another line in front of the park. It's a circular thing, and he was going to cut in between the one manhole cover and the other so that the manhole covers would be uncovered. Just basically reroute around because there's so much earth on the other ones. And mind you, there's never been a problem with this sewer line. It's been there for decades. Never any problem reported, backed up or anything else, but they want to have the opportunity to be able to get there. He made 3 separate trenches costing tens of thousands of dollars. He did the engineering. He bought the PVC pipe to do it with. He bought the manholes, tens of thousands of dollars. So I'm going to ask, I could ask Mr. Hosel a few questions, but he cannot locate the manholes. They were not, apparently they were built back in the early 1900s, like 1910, 1920. They weren't built the way the plan had it. They built it as they could get it done on the site. That's the only thing that we can conclude. So he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on this to try to get it done and to be satisfied the city with the permits and a rezoning, which I don't even believe he has to have for his rock crushing operation because it's M35 on that part. So we beseech the board. I mean, Mr. Hosel has made Herculean efforts to try to satisfy the city. He's just not been able to do so at a considerable expense to himself. We're asking the board to find that this is not a rock quarrying or mining operation, and it is not a demolition debris landfill. It's a recycling center, so he doesn't need to have a permit on that part, and he's not conducting the active operations on the R6 part, you know, we probably could deal with that, but I don't believe, you know, on the M3.5 that that's required. Mr. Hosel, you figured you gave me some numbers the other day about $700,000, but that includes the cost of boring equipment and other equipment that you acquired. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you just very briefly go down how much you've done to try to locate where these manholes were on a sewer line that doesn't have any problem with it as it is? Just very briefly, what kind of expense have you gone to?
Just a second. I have dug 4 holes, each hole consisting of in the neighborhood of 3,500 to 7,500 yards of material. Each hole was located on what the city said was the right of way for that sewer. None of them, all 4 holes were placed at different points that the city gave me according to GPS readings from the city, and all 4 holes found no pipe, no manholes, no nothing. What I found was the toe of the Bethany Falls rock ledge, and those holes were from 30 to 70 feet deep. Now, each one of those holes, the original holes I dug were on the right of way where the city said the sewer was. Every time I went down to what I could calculate was the grade of the sewer line, I found rock. According to the plans that the city, the map that the city provided that I got from the city, where the right of way for that sewer line is, there's the pipe is supposed to be in that right of way. It's not there. I went up the valley from my property onto the adjacent property west and located the manholes there that are on the other property and tried to calculate the angle of the line that would give me a point to dig to. And the calculations, according to the map, they figure exactly where I dug. But the pipe isn't there. The pipe isn't on the right of way that the city claims on my property. Where it's at, I don't know. I can't figure out any way. I had the company that the city sent out to TV the sewer line, then they said they couldn't find it. According to they couldn't find the manholes that they were supposed to use to access the sewer line. So I went back, used and found those coordinates myself, and they're not where the city said they was. So my premise is that when they built the sewer 100 years ago or 98 years ago, the people that actually did the work just followed the toe of that rock around with the pipe, rather than cut a in straight lines like the map shows. There's no way that I can figure what they did. There's nobody that's alive now that can tell me what they did. And I don't know where to go from here. I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, I spent $286,000 in fuel, labor, and machine time looking for this pipe. And the city didn't tell me I had to do this. I volunteered to move this line to make the project a better project. I bought pipe, I bought manholes, I bought a boring machine to do the job with. I've spent engineering time. I've had the city's people that they're experts that they use to locate this stuff. I've had them out, tried to, and they couldn't find the pipe. I've had the city come back out and re-estimate where the pipe was. And when they did that, they said, well, the original estimation or the original location was about 25 feet to the north of where the pipe is. So I dug another hole at that point. It's not there. All I found in every case was a toe of that rock, and the pipe is not in the toe of the rock. It's on out further.
Now, Mr. Hosel, Frank, can you hear me?
Yes.
When you say you wanted to do it this way, but you're not changing the testimony that Mr. Paul South, or Mr. Richard Snedegar, the Water Services Department, and then earlier Nicole Washington with the City Planning and Development said they would not support unless you had some uncovered manholes. And you were saying you'd make it better by rerouting the pipe rather than excavating and locating the original manhole covers. That's what you meant by that, isn't that correct?
My plan is to eliminate 7 manholes and 7 turns in that pipe, and it would eliminate about 200 foot of pipe.
But
by doing it, by making a straight line, running the sewer in a straight line is making basically a question mark that goes to the south side, then to the east, it goes to the south, then it goes to the east, then it goes to the north, then it goes to the east. My proposal was to start at where the sewer started and turn to the south and bore a straight line from that point to the large sewer line that runs on the east side of that piece of property. It actually goes through my property. I have property on both sides of that line.
But
Mr. Colvin, okay, I mean, I'm not trying to cut you off here, but what he's trying to tell us really has nothing to do with whether or not this was his efforts and we gave you lots of time, and I get that.
Well, we appreciate that, but I believed it was appropriate since the city emphasized the fact that he didn't have a special use permit, which I don't believe is required, but the reason he doesn't have the special use permit is because, and he's not changing anything about his testimony, the city said, we don't care whether you wire around or tunnel around where the manhole covers are or the other ones. You've got to have uncovered manholes as that goes through your property, or we're not going to support a special use permit. I'm just making the argument to respond to the city. But again, there's the two citations that say he has a demolition debris landfill, or that he is operating in an R6 zoning district, his active operations are not, we don't believe are supported by substantial evidence. It's not a demolition debris landfill. And that line drawn across there, that's just an arbitrary drawing of a line on a piece of paper. Mr. Hosel does not believe that's where the R6 line is. He generally is aware of it. And he wasn't conducting operations on October of 2017 at that time. So that's our position. Now, as far as the material outside and the, outside storage, that kind of thing could be dealt with. You can move it up. The property is cleaner than what it was in 2017. But on those two findings about it being a demolition debris landfill and that he's got operations going on in an R6, textually, the city is not supported by the ordinances.
Okay, anything else? Because I want to hear from Mr. Duddy so we can rule. And if you want to reserve Mr. Clavoon, we'll let you have one last thing after I hear from Mr. Duddy. I want him to tell us what he saw. So. Can you hear me, Mr. Clavoon?
Yes, I can. I've performed several inspections on the site. On 10/3/17, actually, the former supervisor and myself went to the site. There was a large amount of demolition debris. We met with Mr. Hosel at the site. I would just ask this, if they would explain why they are having to relay the sewer.
Well, because we don't believe he's in violation, but to avoid the argument and resolve this once and for all, we said, all right, he would go ahead and get the rezoning done, which doesn't, it's an aberration again. And he would get special use permits as may be required, which we don't think they are, but it'll resolve all the argument. And they told him the city's not going to support that unless you get some uncovered manholes along that sewer line. So he set out to do that. Now,
the reason that the manhole covers are not visible is due to the demolition debris that has been stored over the property, including and on top of the manhole covers and the sewer line.
Well, Mr. Duddy, unless you observe the property over the last several decades, I don't know how you could testify to that. Now, admittedly, he has a lot of material out there, okay? But there's also accretion. Water comes from other properties, washes onto the property. But he was willing to fix a problem that doesn't exist, really, because no one has ever, and Mr. Duddy, you've never been made aware that there's any problem with the flow through that sewage, have you? Through that sewer line, have you?
No, I have not. It's irrelevant as to whether there's been a problem. The problem is the issue of the amount of debris that is stored on the site. And there's such a substantial amount that he opted to move around rather than travel down the original sewer line due to the fact of the amount of debris that is stored on the site. This was stated in a meeting when we were talking about the SUPs. Mr. Hosel stated that himself.
So, Mr. Duddy, what is the violation that this board is supposed to consider? What's the violation? Describe those two.
It is demolition debris stored on the site in the R6 site, and then also the rock crushing that is going on in the R6 area.
Okay, so you don't have any complaints about the part of the property that is zoned M35?
No.
Okay, and where is the R6 line? Where does that, can we pull up aerial photograph and you explain to this board where you believe the R6 line divides the M3-5 zone.
1 second.
So Anna, is the R6 zone within the yellow markings that we see on this map?
Correct. If you follow my cursor, the R6 is a majority of the site in the southern portion of the site. So you see this red line to the north, and then it kind of maneuvers this yellow line next to the railroad right-of-way, and then this yellow line to the south, and then this yellow line to the west.
Okay, so everything beneath the red line within the yellow frame is R6.
Correct.
Oh,
Okay, and Mr. Clavoon, what evidence do you have that this description that we've just seen is inappropriate? What evidence do you have to dispute that?
well, first thing is, Anna, do you know when this satellite image was taken?
This was in 2020.
All right. You, so having in mind too, that violation was October 17, 2017. But let me ask you this. You have a red line across there. How was that red line established that that's where the difference is between the M5 and the R6?
That is a determination that dates back to when zoning was originally established in Kansas City. But as I previously mentioned in my PowerPoint presentation, this R6 was a different residential zoning district back in 2010, when we converted from a certain set of designations to what they're currently labeled.
Well,
but that R designation is still from the red line down and enclosed by the yellow line.
Correct.
All right, Mr. Clavoon, I go back to you. Do you have any documentation that this is not or was not a residential zone from 2010 to the present?
well, I'm going to ask Mr. Hosel, but are you able to see that map from 2020?
I can see it.
Do you believe that's drawn correctly, or is it farther to there is more M6, M5 zoning that showed there?
Over the history of the property, I've always understood that M or that R6 started at the toe of that small 75 or 80 foot offset where the railroad right of way used to go to the Emco Plastic Company.
So
where is that, Mr. Clavoon?
well, if I could,
I don't know how to make a mark on your screen. Move the red line that's there. There's a 90-degree angle south of that red line. That
Sure.
light there. That's was my understanding that the R6 started.
Okay, well, again, I mean, an understanding, while interesting to me, what documentation do you have to show that that in fact was the break in the zone?
The only person that would have that documentation was my dad, who died about 60 years ago. But he had that zoning done at when they put the railroad spur off of the Frisco Railroad track to Emco Plastic Company, he had that zoning established at that time.
Well, it's our position that the city has a burden of proof when you're going to charge somebody with a offense to show the essential elements of the offense. I'm just submitting that there's not, number one, this is a photograph from 2020. And secondly, that that line is just an arbitrary drawing a line. How is that, I mean, did the city have an overlay that this was taken from, or what?
Zoning districts are established through city council approval. So I was not alive when this originally went through, but the designation of the zoning districts would have gone through a public process and city council review at the time of establishment.
Yeah, but I'm just asking you, how does that line why is that line where it is on that map and not where Mr. Hosel says the historical record that he knows of is not correct? I mean, how do we know that line, that red line is actually where it is? That red line, if I might point out, and I know we're kind of cutting to the chase of all this, that red line just goes right through their property. How long you own the property, Mr. Hosel?
My family has owned that piece of property since 1828.
In that lot that's drawn in the yellow lines.
That lot is lot 3. It's a portion of lot 3 of Hosel Blue River Heights, which was originally 200 acres of property that covered from 75th Street south to 78th or to 87th Street.
Okay, well, I just ask again, if what information, on what basis was that red line that shows a separation? Because there's not, there's nothing contiguous to it. It doesn't go contiguous to a river, a ridge line, a street or rail line, another municipality's line, or any particular feature of the property. It just cuts straight across the property. How does that, why is that, what establishes that as being an accurate record?
Anna, is what you're showing us, you're imposing the official zoning mapping over the property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you've not created the map that you superimposed. You're simply placing this designation over the actual property. And that's what we're looking at. So you're using the official zone lines from the zoning map. Is that correct?
Correct. This is available on Parcel Viewer. This is a resource used by the city and the public. This is the accurate information that we use to determine zoning determinations every single day. I have not created this map. It is just what is publicly available.
Yeah, but I'm asking, how does it get on that site? There's two things there. There's one, where's the red line? And secondly, where is the red line as opposed to where his lot lines are? That isn't there some
zoning district, the zoning map may divide an owner's property, Mr. Clavoon. I mean, I've seen this happen a number of times in the last 26 years I've been on the board. I don't understand your argument, Mr. Clavoon. I'm one board member, but oftentimes the zone may divide a property. One property is not one zone. That's just not the way it's done all the time. So I don't,
if this is the official zoning map and it's being superimposed properly on the property, I don't know that we have any other evidence than this. And if you can't provide us with another zoning map that puts the red line in another location, I'm happy to hear about that, but it doesn't appear that you have something else.
Well, and it's not only that, Madam Chairperson, but also the fact that there's no active operation shown in any of the R6 zoning. He's just putting material there that is going to be used, and that doesn't show October of 2017. So it's where in relation to the picture. So you have two things. You have this map, which is a constructed map, and then you have what was actually on the site. And he said he was not, is it correct? In 2017, Mr. Hosel, in October of 2017, were you conducting active operations for your business in the R6 zoning?
I was storing material. That's all.
And when we've said, well, the storage stuff is one thing, but to say that he's operating a demolition debris landfill, or that he was operating a demolition debris landfill in an R6 goes beyond what the record shows here in October of 2017.
Okay, board members, do you understand this situation? Have questions for the city or for Mr. Clavoon? Yes, Mr. Stiller? You're muted.
Here we go, struggling to get to that button. I would like, Anna, could you bring that map back up that we were looking at with the zoning, the red zoning line on it, and scan out a little bit? Okay, I thought I saw something, but I didn't. Thank you for that.
Well, I appreciate your having done that, Mr. Stiller, because there's red lines going all over the place on that map. That you can't, there's not that many zoning districts out there. I hadn't seen the wider angle view.
Well, I appreciate the point that if a zoning designation line doesn't follow a property line or a river or something that can become observable and measurable, we don't really know where that line is. So you can't, we're in a difficult spot to identify where certain happen with the M district versus the R, because that line can't be located unless there's some form of a legal description that identifies where it changes from the M to the R. It's just unknown. I'm struggling with how we handle this. And I understand how you got started with the sewer. It sounds like you're maybe in a little bit of a spot. You can't find manholes. You can't rezone. You can't get special use permit. It seems like we've got you in a little bit of a corner. And I hearing that, I don't understand that there's ever been any evidence that the sewer or the manholes are actually there at all.
Well, it's a good question. And that's our point, Mr. Stiller. But I do want to say that it is fully Mr. Hosel's intention that if he can be continuing operation, that he would go ahead with the rezoning on that R6, because it is an aberration. It's all industrial around there. There's railroad tracks on one side, there's industrial buildings on the other. It's either M2 or M3 zoning all around. He has every intention of doing that. And what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to make the case to the council that he should get the rezoning despite the situation with the Water Services Department, because he's done everything he can. But at this point, we have to respond to these citations. The ones that are the worst, from our perspective, are finding this to be a demolition debris landfill, and that was being conducted on in R6 or 5 on R6 zoning, and that it was a demolition debris landfill without a permit, a special use permit, because we think that by the textual nature of the wording of 88-805-05, a demolition, section 1, it qualifies as a limited purpose. I'm sorry, I got the wrong section, and I'm trying to get this. 88-805-05D, a recycling service, subsection 1, for limited purpose. And that's what he really does have going on there. It's not a demolition debris landfill, and it's certainly not a quarry, a rock quarry.
Yes, let me ask you this, Mr. Cullen. If those operations aren't taking place, then there should be no concern if the board finds for the city that those operations are taking place and they must cease. If they're not happening anyway, then there should be no concern on your end. Am I
Well,
tracking that right?
if the board finds it's that 2 out of these are accurate, you'll have to get it stayed or whatever. I'm leveling with you, but it'll put him out of business because he can't operate what he's doing there. At least for some extended period of time, because you'd have to go back and get a permit, and you'd have to go back and get it rezoned. But we think he's got more area to work with there as M5 than the city thinks. And if they get upheld on this, it very well could close him down. And this is, Mr. Hosel, is this what you rely on for your livelihood?
Yes.
Well,
and is it?
Maybe someone else can go ahead.
And with all the
maybe
money
somebody can
you
help me
spent,
a little bit to understand. But if he's doing a recycling operation and that's allowed and it's all in that M district, then these violations won't have any impact.
well, they will, because they're going to keep.
You're going to be ordered to cease and desist operations that aren't taking place. I don't find damage there. I don't understand.
Well, his operation is going to be the same as it was, and they're going to say that it's a demolition debris landfill, and it's in violation because you have to have a special use permit in M6, in M3 zoning for a demolition debris landfill, and he doesn't have the permit. And then they're going to say that you can't do any of that in R6, and they have the line drawn where it is now and not where we think it should be. So it's going to catch him 2 different ways. On the M3 part, they're characterizing this as a demolition debris landfill. You can't do it there without a special use permit. And then on the R6 part, you can't do anything on R6 because it's a residential. And the way the city is approaching the line drawing, he doesn't have any space even if he got a permit. So that's why we're asking the board to find that this is not a demolition debris landfill. He doesn't need to fill any land there. This is a recycling center for a limited purpose of recycling concrete materials, rock crushing.
I'm still, in addition to those other items I mentioned, I'm struggling with, I'm not seeing a whole lot of evidence as to what's happening out there at all. Other board members may have more clarity on it than I do, but I'm I don't understand what the site's being used for with real clarity and some evidence to support a claim that any type of activity is taking place.
Mr. Duddy, can you give us specific details of what you saw happening on this property?
Large amounts of construction of demolition debris being brought in on a regular basis, constant motion of dump trucks bringing it in. There are rock crushing machines that are throughout the site. Relating to whether it's rock crushing going on in the M3 or the R6, if they're storing the material in the R6, that's still an accessory use of the business in an R6. That's still part of the rock crushing business being done in the R6 zone. I actually went out and looked at the sites where he's cut the demolition debris, looking for the manholes. Some of those are 30 to 40 to 50 feet deep in amount of rock that's being stored on the site. That's a quick synopsis of it. I don't know if this sets precedence or not, but as far as the zoning map goes, that is constantly and always recognized in municipal court as admissible evidence.
Well, but Mr. Duddy, can you say he was conducting his business operations on the R6 part based on what you saw, and only based on your general understanding of where the R6 was? Because when you were out there, how would you know where the R6 starts and leaves off?
By visual landmarks. There's a structure that is on the north end of the M35 that allows me to get a decent idea of where that is. And there are also roads that are cut that are throughout there. If you'll notice, just south of the building, there is a substantial road that is cut there that actually runs along the line, designating the zoning districts and showing south of that the R6 of all that is being stored.
So there was storage in that area that you saw, correct?
Correct, rock
R6.
storage.
All right. So then the next question is, where you were going about those areas that you pointed out, that was based on the red line that was on the 2020 satellite map, correct?
On all of the satellite maps that I viewed.
How many satellite maps did you view, Mr. Duddy? Going back how far?
At least 4, dating back as Anna was capable of showing. We have the ability to go back several years, at least 4 different years, and going at least 4 different maps, all the way back to 2010, shown by Anna.
But you don't have those 3 other maps in evidence here. But I'm just going back to.
I thought.
Would you like me to show my PowerPoint presentation again, Ms. Otto?
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Cluban, that's not correct. She showed us all 3 of those maps. So I don't.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't see them. I saw one.
Okay. Well, she can
with a
show
red
you
line
again.
on it.
She can show you again. She pulled up all of those different aerials going back to 2010. That was part of her presentation.
Well, now I guess our position is, if it was, I don't know how, if you use one map, okay, that has where they say the zoning line is, all right, and then you use 4 different satellite maps taken over different time periods, you're still putting one zoning map over 4 separate satellite maps.
Okay, but let's see this. So this is 2006, and you see the same roadway that Mr. Duddy just described right next to the red line. Anna, let me see the next one. This is 2016. Again, you see that same red line next to that same roadway that Mr. Duddy has just explained. See the next one. This is 2020. Again, you see the red line right in line with that roadway. I believe, as one board member, that's consistent.
Well, consistent with what though? With all due respect, And when Mr. Stiller asked that we take the larger view, there's red lines all over that map. That can't be, there aren't that many zoning districts out there. That's my position. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, board members, I need a vote on this case.
I'm sorry, excuse me, Madam Chair. One thing I'd like to ask staff, is it the planning department's position that they would not support rezoning this property or a special use permit until manholes are found on the property?
That was a previous conversation that was held with city staff and Duddy. Duddy, if you could reiterate that meeting that occurred in 2018, I think that would shed more light on Mr. Stiller's question.
Yes, Mr. Hosel and his representative appeared seeking guidance on how to receive the special use permit. Several entities were involved, including the water department. They discovered that over the number of years that the demolition debris has been stored on the site, that all of the manholes and the sewer line running through there had been covered to such an extent that they could not find them, view them, or even know where they were due to the amount. It was stated that needed to be corrected to allow for a special use permit to be given. Without that, they were concerned about damage to the sewer. And again, I don't know that there's ever been any damage to the sewer, but the water department was concerned about that. So due to the volumes, it could not be found. The water department would not sign off on allowing it to be done until those sewer lines or a new sewer line could be run.
And then to add, you go.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah, Tony, did you have a question?
No, just a comment. It seems to me the questions of whether the propriety of a special use permit or rezoning, those aren't before the board at this point. That's something that the applicant can do if he wants to. We haven't seen any evidence that that's actually taken place. And then if they have a beef with how the city handles that, then they can take their right to appeal that decision.
I agree with Mr. Bernucci. I mean, Mr. Stiller, in all appreciation for your questions, I think it's not relevant to what's before the board. If he wants to go after that, that's something today we need to decide whether or not the decisions made about the violations are supported based on the evidence that's been presented or not.
Madam Chairman, I don't want to interrupt, but there's a couple exhibits that I would want to make sure we have admitted. There was a photograph we put in of the recycled concrete that I sent to Anna. Do we happen to have that, Anna? And then the second thing was his operating permit from the state of Missouri.
Anna, do you have those items?
Yes, I do. I'm digging through my email. Bill, do you have those available?
Yeah.
I know I was sent to them as backup in case you couldn't display them during this meeting.
We'll need to mark those. What's the last exhibit, Sarah?
There'll be 11, exhibit 11.
So exhibit 11, let's make them separate. One will be 11, which will be the photograph, and the license, Mr. Clavoon, will be 12. And I will admit both of those. I will admit both of those.
So this is the image of the rock that was sent to me.
That's exhibit 11, which is admitted.
Admitted. And Mr. Hosel, you're looking at that. Is that generally the kind of rock you recycle?
Yeah.
At the center. Okay. And then the operating permit.
Just moving it around on my screen. Sorry, bear with me.
Well, thank you. We appreciate it.
And this is exhibit 12, and it will be admitted.
And Mr. Hosel, exhibit 12 is your operating permit from the state of Missouri for Hosel Mobile Crushing at 9920 Blue Ridge Boulevard. Is that correct?
Well, the address is changed now, but yes, that's the permit that I had in 17. And I've retained that permit up to this point.
And that applies to the property that's involved here in this case.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Madam Chairwoman. We thank.
Okay. All right. So then with that, any further questions from board members? If not, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, in case number 11457, I recommend the applicant's appeal be denied.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Ebbets. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The ruling stands. Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next case. And we're going to go back where we were before we took that out of order. I believe we're back to docket item number 9.
Docket item number 7. Mr. Tinoco has joined the meeting.
Okay, we'll go back to docket 7 then. Can you stay, Mr. Banuki? Okay, all right, let's go back to docket item number 7. Case number 142 with an address of 2116 Summit Street. Would the applicant and all interested parties please raise their hand to be promoted? The quorum on this case is Mr. Banuki, Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Kelleher, myself, and Mr. Stiller.
Mr. Tinoco has been connected.
Okay, Mr. Tinoco, if you can hear me, if you could turn on your camera and your microphone, please.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, I'm Philip Tinoco.
Okay, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. This case was previously heard and it got continued because I think you were trying to work out some issues, I believe, with the design. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where are we today? What is your intent?
Yep, ma'am, I want to ask for an additional continuance. We're still having trouble, I guess, seeking advice from representatives downtown, just regarding how we can go about building and reduce the amount of variances that we are requesting.
Okay. How much of a continuance are you asking for?
I would say 1 month. We're having significant issues. I believe that they're under some pressure to get caught up downtown. So my contractor's having issues kind of, I guess what he's trying to do is confirm certain elements of codes and regulations. Also too, because our intent is to reduce, at least by 1 to 2 of the variances being requested at the moment.
Okay. And sir, you might have heard this or you may not have since you haven't been on today. Today is my last day on the board and I'm a part of your quorum. So in a month, I will not be here. But there are still 4 board members that heard your case and they can then still rule on your case because that's a quorum. But I wanted to let you know I will not be here in a month.
I understand.
Okay. And I can't remember if other board members actually heard your case. If they did, they can move into the quorum, but I can't remember who was here and who voted. So does the staff oppose this continuance?
I do not oppose the continuance. We might consider continuing off dockets to give them more time. And then that way, when they do come back, once they have enough time to get what they need done, we'll just re-advertise it. I mean, that will cost a fee, but that way we can advertise what the new variances will be. And they'll be able to, then the requirement for the sign in the front yard will also be established again too.
Mr. Tinoco, do you understand that recommendation or do you have any opposition to being continued off the docket?
I do, Madam Chairwoman, and to be quite honest, I'm almost in favor of voting. I mean, the fee to pose for the variance is most likely going to be aligned, Mr. Clements, with something that I'd have to pay to continue. So if there is an additional fee at this point, I'm willing to take the vote and determine if we could push forward. If not, we'll work with City Hall to do this process again.
So you're not willing to continue it off the docket where you'd have to pay another fee. You'd rather this board rule on what we previously have heard, up or down on your request?
Correct. And if that is more favorable for me to review the information for the board, just to make sure that that's front and center, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, board members, I think we have his request is that we rule on this versus being continued off the docket.
Would you all like an overview of the variances that were requested?
I think that would probably be helpful.
Sure thing. Give me one moment here.
Apologizing. I apologize for being late as well. We canceled last week because I believe someone was or last month because someone was absent, and that's my fault for not reviewing the email to confirm that this was today's date.
Okay, so I'll quickly share my screen here. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the accessory structure height, a variance to accessory structure building coverage limitations, and accessory building rear yard setback variance as well. Let's see. This is the case history. It was first heard on December 14th. The board heard the case and asked the applicant to bring forward a revised site plan. On the 25th of January, the applicant brought forward the neighborhood president who supported the garage, but not the second story. So they were opposed to one of the variances. The board continued the case to the March 8th docket to give the applicant time to revise their site plan. And all members were not available for the March 8th docket. The site is in the West Side neighborhood, greater downtown area plan. Here you can see it off of Summit Street, south of West 21st Street. This is their proposed site plan for the subject site. You can see the garage they're proposing here. This is their turning radius. Let's see here. So, and part of this proposal is that there's a second story where they want to have, I believe, flex space. I'm not sure what the status of the second story is, but there is a second story included in the proposal. The factors, the first one is accessory structure height. It's a 4-foot variance for a total of 20 feet. Variance B is a rear setback variance for the accessory structure of 1.5 feet for a total of 0 feet. And variance C is a rear yard accessory structure footprint variance. 40% is allowed. It's a total of 41.9%. Let's see. Oh, and this is the accessory structure listed as an accessory dwelling unit in the drawings, which you probably all recall the conversation we had in December regarding that.
That's been resubmitted, Jared. I just want to make sure that there's been some updates to that. I made a presentation and shared it with the board in January.
Understood.
In which I shared the garages subsequently in the lots, I guess, coinciding mine. Also, too, I mentioned the failing retaining wall and why the rear offset is advantageous for me to build against it to support that retaining wall. I don't know if
I remember, Mr. Tinoco, I remember the photographs you had of that. I believe the board probably does too. Do board members remember those photographs? I think we understand what you're talking about.
Excellent.
Okay.
Understood.
All right. All right. Okay. Board members, do you have questions for Mr. Tinoco? I know we kind of heard this case a little while ago, but I think that refreshed your memory. Do you have questions for the applicant on this request? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Hey, Anna, can I see the variances one more time? The 3 variances?
Yes, you can. Give me one moment.
Or Jared, I'm sorry. I thought it was Anna. Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you, Jared.
We do bear a striking resemblance. Just kidding. Okay, here you go.
the humor is much appreciated after a long day.
That's right. We like humor here.
Okay, so the first one, it's the height variance, 4 feet for a total height of 20 feet. The building couldn't have a usable second floor without the requested variance. change in design would be necessary. I believe this is the one that the neighborhood president in January was opposed to, but I don't think they are here today, so I can't testify for them. Just to summarize what was said, let's see, variance of 1.5 feet for a total setback of 0 feet on the rear yard setback for the accessory structure. A change in site layout would be necessary to obviate this difficulty. And then the third one is what proportion of the rear yard the accessory structure takes up. It's limited to 40% by our code. This accessory structure is proposed at 41.9%.
Jared, if you would just go back to the one about the rear setback, I'll just add that my property line does not butt up against another property line. There is an alleyway or an easement accessing the rear yard, just to kind of understand that there isn't, I'm not building a structure up against anyone else.
Understood. And our code does allow, that was a part of our conversation in the past too, just to refresh the board's memory, our code does allow an accessory structure to be built against directly an alleyway, as long as the accessory structure is a garage and the access for the car parking in the garage is from the alleyway. That is not the case in this situation.
Well, it's also a point of question that I had is, had I building this garage to access from the alleyway, would we be privy to the same regulations? I mean, it is one story up from my house at the moment. I just have the accessibility of a driveway between myself and the subsequent land to my north.
Mr. Tinoco, Mark Ebbets, a quick question. Are you rebuilding the wall then?
No, Mr. Ebbets, the intent is that the structure is going to actually be engineered to support what's there. The wall at the moment is a disaster. No one wants to touch it. If we were to take it down, it becomes an issue of actually compromising the alley access on the rear end. And the problem with the offset additionally is because of I'm losing land because of the condition of the wall at the moment. And therefore the idea is to support it, because we can't tear down to rebuild, which I'm a fan of, because I don't like to layer things on top of other things that could potentially be problematic. However, if I pull forward the 1.5 meters, I could potentially see I guess a sloughing of the wall at a later date, which would compromise my building. In addition to, if we have the offset, it gives me even limited, I guess, ability to maneuver into the garage, right? That becomes an issue as well.
Madam Chair, I've got a motion if no one else has another question.
I just have one question for clarification, Jared. And looking at the variance request, the last one, it says a variance of 1,400 square feet to the maximum allowable size of 200 square feet of a ground mounted solar system for a total of 1,600 square feet. I guess I don't know.
That's gonna be a typo. I don't know where I put that, but I made a typo. I'm guessing. Sorry about that.
So that variance request and written doesn't match the one below it where you say proposed 41.9%. That's why I'm confused. So what is correct?
Understood.
Let's make sure we have the right thing here before we get a vote, because that's very different.
Yeah, it's the request is a carryover. That's my mistake. The request should be a variance of 1.9% to the maximum allowable detached accessory building square footage of 40% of the rear yard for a total of 41.9 square feet.
Okay, that's helpful.
Very sorry.
That's two very different things. And okay, all right, Mr. Ebbets, you may proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So in case number, 142. Yeah, sorry. I recommend the applicants be granted the request, except in variance 3. Chairman Otto, you might need to help me here. The variance is 1.9% of the maximum allowable.
What? Okay. Now we are confused, I think, because that's what Jared is saying it is, right? So So variant C in writing above it, the written verbiage where it says the variance of that is inappropriate. Just strike that from that. The variance is 1.9%, Mr. Ebbett. So you're saying to grant the variance as requested.
Correct.
Okay, all right. That's the motion. Do I have a second to that motion?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes opposed. The request is granted 4-1.
Well,
All right.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
pleasure being here. Sorry to get out of here early on your last day, but I enjoyed serving with you. Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you. Likewise. I'm sure I'll run across you in some other events. Bye. All right.
I'm just curious to, I'm approved or I'm opposed? I apologize.
You're approved.
Thank you, Mrs. Otto.
All right. All right, let's go to docket item number 9, which is case number 10. With an address of 709 West 17th Street. With the applicant and all interested parties either in support or opposition, please raise their hand to be promoted so we can hear your case.
I am promoting a Noah Manos. No one else has raised their hand and he is connected.
Okay. Mr. Manos, can you please turn on?
Sorry, there's one more. A Megan Duma.
Okay.
I apologize.
Mr. Manos, can you turn on your microphone, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is William Noah Manos.
Thank you. And you're the applicant in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm waiting for Ms. Duma. Ms. Duma, if you can hear me, can you turn on your microphone and camera, please? Okay, I can see you. Ma'am, can you state your name?
My name is Megan Duma, and I own the property adjoining at 1704 Jefferson.
Okay, are you here in support or opposition?
Support.
Okay, all right. Would you both please raise your right hands to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Manos, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with your application today requesting a variance?
I have not, and I'm not sure that I received it or possibly got miscategorized in a junk folder or something, but I actually have not seen the staff report yet.
I believe that it's online and that's where you have to view it. On the third page of that document, there's a listing of items that are known as administrative exhibits in all cases. In this case, there's 9 of them. There are zoning code, for example, the board's rules and regulations, the qualification of the members, the notice for your case today, a certificate of mailing, a staff report that describes what you're asking for today, your submittal, and then a PowerPoint presentation that the city staff person is going to present to us. Do you have any objection to any of those items being admitted so that we can take your case today?
Not at all.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And then Jared, if you would please present.
Absolutely. Give me one moment here. All right. So before us, we have docket item number 9. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00010, located at 709 West 17th Street, zoning district B1-1. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the residential parking ratio requirements. This is the subject site in relation to the rest of the city. It is in the West Side neighborhood in the greater downtown area plan. More specifically, it's on Jefferson Street and West 17th Street on the southwest of the intersection there. Let's see. The subject site is the location of I believe it was formerly a garage or some sort of commercial structure that is proposed to be rehabilitated by the applicant, and they propose putting a commercial space in the lower floor and a residential space on the second floor. This is a rendering of the project when it will be complete. The subject of this variance is that one parking space is required per unit for residential developments or proposals. So one parking space would be required in this circumstance. And they are seeking to get a variance to that. Here. So this is the Missouri case factors for the case. It is a 100% variation. It will be 0 parking spaces. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated. In terms of obviation, the applicant could place a parking space on the site or utilize the alternative compliance section of our code to serve the residential unit. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
All right. Mr. Manos, why can't you provide the one parking space?
So the intent for the redevelopment of this property is in fact a 2-phase project. The first phase would be, as Jared outlined, rehabilitation of the existing historic carriage house, which formerly housed a neighborhood business, Brooks Automotive, and then perform a minor subdivision to the lot and create a legal autonomous parcel for that structure with the new residential unit above it. And then in a phase 2, redevelop the balance of the lot to the east of the carriage house, and providing a surface level or an attached garage adjacent to the building would be disruptive to the development plan that is being proposed for the redevelopment of the balance of the lot. It would be a reduction of within density from 3 proposed new mixed-use units to 2. And there's an additional potential requirement on the part of the city relating to the shared sewer. And in a pre-application conversation with zoning and building department, there was a mention of a stormwater detention requirement that may or may not be applicable to the property, which would metabolize about 20 feet of the east side of the lot for that detention system. So I'm, trying to be strategic about how this site gets redeveloped, both with a mindset of how it affects, the neighborhood residents and the, character of the neighborhood, while also making thoughtful choices about, sort of the implications of cost and whatnot for what I'm trying to accomplish there. And really what's being proposed for this variance is a sort of a major deviation from my initial development plan that sort of occurred through conversation with local neighborhood stakeholders, including members of the West Side Neighborhood Organization, Jamie Jeffries and Adam Jones, who were strong advocates for preserving the Brooks's garage. I believe, from their anecdotal evidence that it had a sort of a major sort of psychic value within the neighborhood, even though it's sort of a derelict structure. I think that residents of the neighborhood really had a meaningful connection to it for a variety of reasons. And they advocated strongly for me to not only figure out a way to repurpose that structure, but also to maintain a commercial use there as an attempt to continue the commercial activation of the corridor along Summit Street and, potentially create sort of a nodal connectivity to Crossroads by turning, commercial activity down 17th, which I think, could have a meaningful, at least street level activation and potential, meaningful positive change to the neighborhood character. I'm not a KC Mo resident. I live in Denver. So a lot of this was not, sort of natively understood to me, because I don't, I'm not a resident of KC. So I felt like, it was really helpful to have dialogue with the neighborhood, to get a better sense of, what that site context was all about and sort of what they would like to see in terms of, how a redevelopment of that site might occur. So that's sort of the general rationale for, the request, the application for the variance, and, the sort of case for hardship would be, through the minor subdivision process, that we would essentially lose potential for density in the redevelopment of the balance of the lot to the east of Brooks's garage.
So parking for the residential unit would have to be on the street.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the proposal. And, I have been working with Elvis Ackelpole of BNIM, and he identified an exemption within the code that we thought might be applicable for the off-street parking requirement, which related to single family and duplex properties in historic urban neighborhoods that had been platted prior to 1950, I believe, that provided an exemption. And I brought that to one of the zoning board members, or I think it was Chris Hewley, who had then pivoted into the building department, who felt like that wasn't really applicable in this case, because what was being proposed was a mixed use redevelopment, even though it's on what was historically a single family site. And there is a current commercial zoning. So he felt like it was a bit too much of an outlier for that exemption to be applicable. Therefore, his recommendation was to, if I wanted to move forward with, trying to omit that requirement for the one off-street parking space, to go through this process of the variance.
Okay. All right, Ms. Duma, you're located near this property. Is that what you said? The neighbor where?
Yeah, so I'm directly to the south of the property. I own 1704 Jefferson. That's the J.G. Peppard house. It's a historic home. And yeah, I'm in support of Mr. Manos's variance of you guys issuing it. Having operated a Airbnb there, short-term rental, for the last 4 years, parking is really not that big of a deal on that little turn. We always have plenty of parking down there, and my traffic is mostly on the weekends and not so much during the week. So I think that although this on paper looks like it's 100% variation, in practice in this particular corner of the world, it's not going to impact anybody that neighbors this area hardly at all. The 17th Street corridor is commercial, so there is plenty of parking right around there. I don't take issue with it, and I'm in full support of Mr. Manos. So please issue the variance for him.
All right, board members.
Sorry, Ms. Otto, sorry to interrupt, but there's also Richard Hernandez connected.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hernandez, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I need to swear you in, Mr. Hernandez. Can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and what's your position on this request?
I just want to know if they sent out notices to the public. I see a neighbor there, but did you send notices out to the neighborhood all around there? That's all I really want to know.
Jared is confirming that was part of the administrative exhibits that got admitted. So yes, Mr. Hernandez, those were sent out.
Thank you. I'm done.
Okay, no problem. All right. Board members have any questions for Mr. Manos or Ms. Duma? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
Case number 10? Yes. I move that the board grant the variances requested in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Good.
I have a second for Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been granted. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to the next case, which is docket item 11, case number 16, with an address of 4248 Forest Avenue. Would the applicant and all other interested parties please raise their hand to be promoted?
I am promoting a Will England. He has been connected. No one else is raising their hand.
Okay. Mr. England, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, William England.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. England, have you reviewed the staff report that's been created as it relates to your request for variance?
I have.
Okay, on page 2 of that report, there's a list of 9 administrative exhibits. Any objection to those being admitted for the board to consider your case this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Najma, I think you have this case. Would you please share the PowerPoint with us? Najma?
Sorry, yes, I'm here. My computer's moving a little slow.
Okay, right.
Okay. Yes, we're at our next case. Let me pull it up. Hello, Mr. England.
Hi.
Okay. Before us, we have docket item number 11. Case number CD BZA 2022-16, located at 4248 Forest Avenue in our 1.5 district. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to the street side yard setback requirements. It is located, as you see on the map there, and this is the subject site right outside of the Troost corridor overlay on the corner of Forest Avenue and East 43rd Street. This is a picture of the subject site. The variance A is to the street side yard setback as stated. With the case factors, the applicant is requesting this variance of up to 4.5 feet from the requirement. This will not produce a substantial change in the neighborhood as the proposed location of the home fits with the surrounding homes, and the applicant would be limited to a structure that is 18 feet or less in width if they were to follow the current setback requirements for this lot size. The requirement for a street side yard setback is 15 feet. The proposed is 10.5 feet, and the applicant is requesting a variance in the amount of 4.5 feet. That concludes my staff report.
Thank you, Najma. So this is to the request on as it relates to 43rd Street, correct? If I'm looking at this correctly?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And Mr. England, you've explored all other options on how to build a structure that's only 18 feet in width?
Yes, we weren't anticipating quite as such a narrow building space there.
Okay, I'm kind of chuckling because it has been a long day, probably appropriate on how my last day on the board should be. Actually, since when I started this board, we had 45 cases per docket, and sometimes we would go well into the evening. So anyway, all right, I have some humor still in my soul. Does the board understand this request or have any questions? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Stiller.
Case number 16, I would move that the board grant the variances requested in accordance with staff report and site plan.
I have a motion from Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Gorentz. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request is granted. Thank you, Mr. England.
Thank you all.
All right. Moving right ahead, let's move to docket item 12, case number 21, with an address of 7908 North Waldron Avenue, with the applicant and all other interested parties, either those in support or opposition, please raise their hand to be promoted.
Laura Rhodes, who is the property owner. I'm promoting her at this moment. No one else has raised their hand.
All right. Ms. Rhodes, if you could turn on your camera and your microphone, please.
Good day.
Good afternoon. Could you state your full name for the record, please?
Laura Furman Rhodes.
Okay, Ms. Rhodes, can you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Rhodes, have you reviewed the staff report that's been created as it relates to your request for variance?
It was submitted through our pool company, Recreation Wholesale, and I thought Chandra was going to be on the meeting today, and my husband reviewed it better than I did, but he's working and unable to attend. But I know the history, yes.
Okay, so I have a specific question about that report. At the very end of it, on the final 2 pages, there's a list of administrative exhibits that are items connected to the case. Those number 1 through 11. Do you have any objection to those items being admitted for the board to hear your case this afternoon?
No, I do not.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 11 will be admitted. And Najma, I think this one's also yours, if you would please present.
Okay. Now, before us, we have docket item number 12, case number CD BZA 2022-21, located at 7908 North Waterman Avenue, existing in a UR zone. The applicant is seeking approval of a variance to an existing fence and setback requirements established by the final plat under case number SD 10940. The subject site is located in the northern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. This is another aerial view of the subject site and within the subdivision platted by the previously mentioned case. These are images of the fence as well as the front yard that the pool will be built in if this variance is approved. Another picture of the front yard and the fence. And this is what the view of the front yard looks like from the outside of the fence and where the proposed pool will be. This is a site plan of where the proposed fence is, highlighting where that building line setback is expressed in the final plat requirements. The applicant is wanting to go 5 feet into that setback. The applicant's request to go 5 feet into that setback will not create too much of a change in the character of the neighborhood, but there's not enough sufficient information for me to make a definite conclusion on that. And yes, a change in design may obviate the need for this variance if it is possible to perhaps move the pool 5 feet to the east. In terms of the front yard encroachment requirements for swimming pools, the applicant is requesting a full variance. And no, this cannot be obviated because of our code's definition of front yard. The applicant has an unusual lot where both of their front yards are street fronted, so they're deemed front yards, not one backyard and one front yard. The first variance A is a variance in the amount of 5 feet, and the second variance is 100% to the requirement of where pools are allowed and not allowed per code. The next special exception is to the height of the fence. 4 feet fence is required by our swimming pool guidelines and is allowed by our chapter 27, but they are requesting and proposing a 5-foot fence, which is not allowed in the front yard, requesting a variance of 1 foot. And that concludes my presentation.
All right, Ms. Rhodes, I think this board is cognizant of the front yard issue because this property is very unique in that you have 2 streets on either, you have a street on either side of your property. I guess I'm focused on why you need the 5 foot and in terms of the setback line and how the pool couldn't be moved in some way to address that.
So when we already have a 5-foot fence in place, and that was put in prior to we moved in. So there's already a 5-foot privacy fence in place for myself and my neighbor.
Okay, I wasn't talking about the 5-foot fence.
Oh,
talking
okay.
about the other 5 foot. There's a variance. It's to the
30 foot from the
yes.
street.
Yes.
Yes. So the water's edge is actually inside that 30 foot. It would be just the cement sidewalk that went around it. So that's where it's that concrete section that fell into that 30 foot.
And why
And
can't
we already have
go ahead
patio with a retaining wall? So trying to move it an additional 4 foot in or 5 foot in, we'd have to completely redo all the retaining walls that are already there.
Okay, so it's based on the existing structure of your home.
Of the backyard, yes.
Okay. And you're saying that the 5-foot fence that's in place has been in existence for how long?
Since we moved in, I think it was 7 or 8 years ago, in January. So it was in place before we moved in.
And Najma, there's no BZA ruling on this property where someone was given a variance to put a fence of that height in that area, since again, we have 2 front yards.
At this time, that is not something that I am aware of.
Okay. All right, board members, do you have any questions about this request? Hearing no questions, I would entertain a motion. Do I have a motion?
Please.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
In case number 21, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance with the site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and board members. I appreciate it.
All right, let's move on to docket item 13. Case number 22 with an address of 420 West 58th Street. Would the applicant please raise their hand to be promoted, as well as any persons here in support or opposition?
I am promoting someone that is listed as Open Door Homes.
Okay.
That is the applicant. They have been connected. No one else is raising their hand.
All right, thank you, Anna. Let's see, there they. Okay, sir, can you turn on your microphone and identify who you are, please?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, too many. Everything switched on me. Got a lot of buttons here. My name is Kevin Metter. I own Open Door Homes. We're doing the work on the property, and I'm appearing on behalf of the homeowners.
Okay, Mr. Metter, could you please raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that's been created as it relates to your client's request for variance in this case?
Yes, please. So.
Okay, if you would turn to the final page of that report, there is a list of 9 administrative exhibits that are connected to the case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those so the board can hear the case this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be omitted. Najma, to you, please.
Okay, before us, we have docket item number 13. Case number CD-BZA 2022-22, located at 420 West 58th Street in an R6 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the minimum setback requirements. This is the subject site in relation to the rest of Kansas City. And this is the aerial view of the subject site within its block. These are elevations of the proposed connection. So essentially the applicant is wanting to build a breezeway that connects the primary structure to the garage, which is shown here. Doing so would make the entirety of the structure one structure, and now it's the primary structure. Best way I can explain it, which means now the primary structure sits in the rear and side yard setback requirements per code, and that is what the applicant is requesting variances to today. The first variance is to the rear yard setback. The applicant is requesting a variance of 30 feet from the requirement. The maximum required by city code is 30 feet. Will this create a substantial change to the neighborhood? No, these structures already exist. They're simply making the additional connection between the two structures. And yes, a change in design may obviate the need for a variance. For the side yard setback, the applicant is requesting a variance of 5 feet from the requirement. It will again not create any substantial change, but yes, a change in design may obviate the need for variance. As stated, the required setback is 30. They are proposing 2 feet with a variance in the amount of 28 feet. The required side yard setback is 8 feet. They're proposing 3 feet with the variance in an amount of 5 feet. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you. So Mr. Mader, this is just an open breezeway. Is that, I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. Can you describe it to the board?
Yes. Just to protect from weather basically and get to and from the existing detached garage.
Okay, and do any of the neighbors, have they voiced a concern? We don't have anyone here in opposition today, but do you know if the neighbors to the right or to the left have concerns about this addition?
The neighbor directly behind has contacted me, asked several questions. I answered all of his questions and received an email from him thanking him for my quick response and attention, and was happy to allow us to proceed and potentially use us for future projects.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions about this request?
I'll do the motion.
Okay, I'm ready.
In case number 22, Chairman Otto, I request that the board approve the request in accordance with the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion for Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. The request has been granted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. I think now we go to item 15, which is docket 15, case number 30, with an address of 6801 Holmes Road. With the applicant and all persons present online, either in support or opposition, please raise your hand to be promoted.
Randy, I'm going to recuse myself. You're in.
Fair
That's
enough.
good.
She's on it.
I'm promoting an Albert Ray.
Okay.
No one else has raised their hand.
Okay. Mr. Ray, if you could turn on your microphone and your camera, please.
All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you state your name for the record, please?
I'm Albert Ray.
Okay. Go ahead. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, or nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And you're here on behalf of the applicant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that has been created as it relates to your client's request for variance?
I have not been able to review that. I was looking for that and maybe didn't locate that on the site, but I'm sure it's there.
Okay.
I need to ask the question at the bottom, at the conclusion of that report, there are 9 listed administrative exhibits. Those are things connected to the case. If you've been online today, you've probably heard me describe those to other applicants. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 9 items so the board can hear your case this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. Again, Najma, I think this one's yours. If you could present, please.
Maybe I should just keep my screen share. No, just kidding.
I think we're on your list of cases for a minute. Yeah.
Right. So before us, we have docket item number 15, case number CD BZA 2022-30, located at 6801 Holmes Road in an R5 zoning district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the maximum wall sign dimensions. This is the location of the subject site in relation to Kansas City, Missouri. This is an aerial view of the subject site, a school, and also the locations of the signs requesting variances. This is variance A, this University Academy Griffin's wall sign here on the eastern exterior of the building. This is variance B, the University U on the northern exterior of the building. Additionally, something that I did not include in my staff report and that I am now including is variance C, which is this sign here, which is considered a wall sign and requires variances as well. And that's their window decal because it expresses what we consider per code commercial language. This shows where the location of the 2 signs just mentioned will be, looking southeast along Holmes. For wall sign number 1, the applicant is requesting a variance of 817.2 square feet from the requirement. It is currently only allowed in residential districts regardless of the use in this institutional, meaning a 20 square foot wall sign at this time. No, I do not believe this will produce a substantial change to the neighborhood as it fits into the character of the school use. And yes, a change in design may obviate the need for this variance. For wall sign 2, the applicant is requesting a variance of 97.7 square feet from the requirement. For the character of the neighborhood, and the change in design remains the same. As mentioned, one of the wall signs requires a 817.2 square foot variance from the code. The second is a 97.7 square foot variance from the code. And lastly, not mentioned in the staff report, is the wall sign, which is controlled under the signs inside window section of our code, where no more than 15% of the window is allowed to be a sign. My apologies. Permits measures that per panel, and so to avoid confusion, I calculated all 11 panels, which is covered 70% across those 11 panels, or if you included the entire wall of windows, it would be 19% of window panes combined, which is a request for a variance of 22 for a 22 square foot sign. And if we're measuring it in the same way the other wall signs, that would be a 2 square foot variance. And that concludes my staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Ray.
Yes.
Let's hear from you. I'm gonna kind of move through this because we've had a couple cases recently where schools have been attempting to put their school spirit on signs, and this board has consistently been not supportive of that. And in this case, you're asking for that. You're asking for a variance of 817 square feet. I guess I don't know how this is any different than any of the other school cases we've had recently, when it's a school spirit that you're trying to identify rather than the name of the school. We've had this happen at private institutions and public institutions. I believe, if I'm correct, board members, over the last many months, it seems like this is a trend to try to promote school spirit, which is fine, but that's not what signage is about. So why is your case different than any other case we've had in the last couple of months, Mr. Ray?
Well, I think thank you for the time. I think as much as anything, as much as you're promoting brand, the school, normally you would look at a school district where their catchment area is the area immediately around it. You know, if you're there and you have 1,000 students, you do that. But charter schools such as this have to promote brand a little differently, and they have to certainly kind of present themselves in somewhat a different manner because their market's much broader than a typical district catchment area. The sign location that we were really looking at was intended to, one, face away from the neighborhood because it faces, while it's in the residential zone, doesn't face any of the residential properties and faces inward to the University Academy site. So that was, that coupled with, we look at this as an orientation piece at night for basketball games, where there is a lot and a 300 and 400 foot lot that will guide them to the right door for an evening event. So those are our big, kind of proponent things for the sign, its location, its orientation, really keeping it from the front building and anything that was resident facing.
Okay, and I appreciate all that, Mr. Ray, but your orientation is no different than the Rockhurst High School orientation, where we said no, it's no different from the school, I'm forgetting the name, over off of Meyer Boulevard, I think, or 63rd Street. Maybe a board member can help me remember that case we just had. They did the same thing. I just don't, I'm one board member, but I don't think putting, the mascot name on the wall is signage. That's not what the sign ordinance is about. It's identification. So I understand it's not facing the neighborhood. That's not really the issue. The issue is the signage is to identify the location. And if the ordinance needs to be changed by the city council, then they may want to take that up. But I'm still one board member, and I guess maybe others feel differently. And I'll open the board up for questions if you have questions for the applicant. But I don't know how this is different than those other two cases we just recently had. So, Mr. Ray, here's my question to you. Hearing no questions, I'm sensing that the board is going to be consistent in their treating of this situation. Do you want us to rule on what you've presented, or do you want a continuance so that you can go and revise your sign down to something else? Otherwise, you'd have to reapply. So what would you like to do?
We could certainly apply for, do a continuance. I would say to go down to what really is a 3x7 sign at a distance of 250 or 400 feet wouldn't be legible to a person from that distance. So that's kind of where we could certainly make the sign to fit within the stated requirement, but then it kind of renders it as too small to really see from a distance, not illegible, and can't tell what it is.
Well,
I just know with a lot of times with a 3x7 sign, you're looking at something, with most, I know I've heard, things with the Troost Coalition, some other things where you're on a street and you're within 50, 75 feet of most signs that are 21 square feet. And I guess when I think of a 3x7 sign, I always think of maybe an old 7-Eleven sign or something like that, where you're driving by it. You're no more than 2 lanes of sidewalk and a lot away. So, I certainly just trying to present my, perspective on it, but trying to understand the intent of the 21 square feet piece of that. So that's my take. The C variance, that as Najma mentioned, it is an interior applique, so it was not an exterior sign. So it is on the inside.
Again, so my question though is do you want this board to vote on all of these requests today, or do you want to continue it so you can revise the size of any of these signs?
Stacy Graff couldn't be on today. We could hold off and do a continuance. I know that it sounds like I would have to make all the signs 3x7 or smaller.
Well, I'm not trying to tell you that this board won't grant a slight, you know what I mean, or some sort of variance in size. But when you ask for a variance of, if I add this all together, we're getting close to over 900 square feet of variance in sign sizes. And I've never seen this board grant a variance of that size for any set of signage.
Okay.
So if you want to come back with something that is different.
We'll do that.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I can tell you. I mean, we can rule today and I'm
That's
happy
fine.
to do that. All right.
Do a variance
So,
or
and
continuance.
Yeah, and understand, Mr. Ray, I think others are hearing this case. I think you'll still have a quorum. Well, you'll still have 4 members who will decide this case because I won't be here in a month. So, and Mr. Abbott's can't hear it because he has recused himself. So, so there'll still be a quorum to hear your case. You still want to continue it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to continue this matter until May 10th?
Madam Chair, in case number 30, I move that the board continue the case to the May 10th hearing.
I have a motion for Mr. Stiller. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ms. Mixdorf. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This matter is continued until May 10th. All right, let's go to the next case, which is docket item 16. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Docket item 16, case number 31, with an address of 12305 Wyandotte Street. With the applicant and any interested parties, please raise their hand to be promoted.
I am promoting a Devin Rittinger. They are the applicant. There's also a Jack Garvin, a Sherry Ryan, sorry, it's running slow, catching up, and a Stephen Kitchife. My apologies on the pronunciation.
Is it Rettinger? I'm sorry, I can't hear you, sir. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Yeah, Devin, your microphone is not working, even though it says that you're unmuted. Everyone else has been connected, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you say something against, or maybe it? No.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, maybe. Oh, not Mr. Garvin. No, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to identify other people while you try to work on that, Mr. Sir. All right, Mr. Garvin, who are you here for?
I am the Hitchie's next door neighbor. And so
Okay.
I am for their, getting the ability to add a deck to their house.
Okay, okay. Mr. Hitchie, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay. Can you state your name for the record, sir?
Stephen L. Heitch.
Heitch. Okay, see, we're all saying it. Height.
Nobody gets it right. It's okay.
Well, I apologize. I misstate names routinely on this board, and I apologize all the time. So, Mr.
As well as my wife, Judy Heitch, is on with me as well.
Okay, is she going to speak?
Can you hear me now? No, she's saying no. Okay.
All right. Okay, yes. So, Mr. Heitch, can you raise your right hand and take the oath? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I do. Okay. And then, Devin, can you state your full name for the record?
Devin Ridinger.
Ridinger. Okay, Mr. Ridinger, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. And Mr. Garvin, do you have a camera? Can I swear you in?
Trying to. Okay, I think it should.
I can see you, sir. Would you state your full name? State your full name for the record, sir.
Jack Garvin.
And do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you're here in support, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Ryan, can you state your name, please?
Sherry Ryan.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn in? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And are you here in support or opposition?
In support.
Okay, so we don't have any opposition, is that correct? Okay, all right. Who's going to make the presentation?
Me.
Okay, so Devin, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected to the application?
Yes.
Okay, in that report on page, hold on just a second, sorry, I'm in the wrong spot. In that report on page 4, there's a list of 9 administrative exhibits. Do you have any objection to my admitting those for the board to consider this afternoon?
No.
Okay, exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Jared, I think you're on this case. If you would do the presentation, then we'll have questions for the folks here in who are applying and the people in support.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair. Before us, we have docket item number 16. This is case number CDBZA 2022-00031, located at 12305 Wyandotte Street, zoning district R-7.5. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to rear yard setback requirements and side yard setback requirements to allow for the property owners to replace a recently demolished deck with 2 smaller decks on an existing home. So this is the location of the subject site. They're in the south of the city. More specifically, you can see it here on Wyandotte Street, south of West 123rd Street. I actually have one more map of the area, just because important to this case is that the property lines are, was platted as kind of a homeowners association plat where the maintenance is all handled by a homeowners association group. And so the properties are only, you only own the home itself and not the yards. So you can see the property here. And in fact, you can see on this property right there at the east where the former deck went over the property line. So in this request, they are planning on rebuilding a smaller deck after demolishing the previously shown outline of that deck, all within the property lines. You can see it here, but it does require a 0-foot setback essentially on the rear property line, which I'll get to during the case factors, but I wanted to show the overview. It used to connect, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it used to connect from these 2 decks so that it was all one large deck. Now they're kind of having a little balcony here on the northern side there, and a larger actual deck on the southern portion. This is a rendering of the decks as they plan on building them. The case factors for the rear yard setback, it is a 19.56 feet variance. So the proposal is 0 feet. A substantial change is not anticipated as the deck will actually be smaller than what was previously on the site. The deck could not be replaced without the variance given the property lines. The side yard setback is a 3.35 foot variance, 2.75 foot side setback maintained is what's proposed. Substantial change is not anticipated as, once again, the replacement deck will be smaller and the deck could not be replaced without a variance. With that, I will conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Jared. So this is a smaller deck, and it appears that the folks, Mr. Garvin and Ms. Ryan, you must live in the neighborhood and you're supporting this new deck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Does the board understand this request or have any questions? We're going to make this pretty simple unless somebody has something really important to say. Do you all? Okay, then hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion on this case. No motions?
Sure, why not, Teresa?
Thank you.
in case number 31, I recommend that the applicants be granted their request in accordance with site plan and staff reports.
I have a motion for Mr. Evans. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Silver. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. Your request is granted. That was probably the
Thank
easiest
you.
presentation you've ever had to do. Thank you, folks, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Bye. All right, let's go to item number 17, case number 48, with an address of 101 West Redbridge Street. With the applicant and all interested parties either in support or opposition, please raise your hand to be promoted.
A Ben Ellis is being promoted. He is the applicant. Also a Joe Broomfield.
And I think this is Ms. Bowen's case.
Yes, and if Ms. Bowen is still on the line,
she is.
She is being promoted as well.
Okay.
Ben and Joe have both been connected. A Brad Wayland has also raised their hand.
Mr. Ellis, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Ben Ellis.
And you're here as the applicant, is that correct?
Yes, I'm here with MHS as the applicant for the owner South Point Church of Christ.
Okay. Mr. Brumfield, can you turn on your microphone and state
Yes.
your name, please?
Certainly.
Can you
Joe Brumfield. Yeah, and I'm the minister for the church.
Okay, fair enough. And then Mr. Wayland, can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Brad Wayland.
And are you here?
I'm one of the leaders at South Point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for identifying yourself. And then did Ms. Bowen join us?
She did not accept my promotion.
Okay, Ms. Bowen, can you hear us? If you're still wanting to join us, you need to accept the invitation.
She mentioned in an email to me that she would only be able to be on till 2:15.
Okay.
So I'm not quite sure where the discrepancy is in the Zoom call.
Okay, all right. Does anyone, is Ms. Bowen in support or opposition of this case? Do we know? We don't know. Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Mr. Ellis, Mr. Wayland, and Mr. Brumfield, would you please raise your right hands to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Thank you all. All right. Mr. Ellis, are you making the presentation for the church?
Yes, I will be.
Okay.
I believe Anna will be kicking us off. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
I believe Anna's kicking us off with the staff report. Is that correct?
Actually, I have a question for you first, and then she will.
Okay.
In your review of the staff report, on the last page of the staff report, there are 10 items noted as administrative exhibits that are connected to the case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those 10 items for the board to consider the case this afternoon?
No, we do not.
Okay, administrative exhibits 1 through 10 will be admitted. Now, Anna, you can do the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. So docket item number 17 focuses on 101 West Redbridge Road. The site is currently zoned R7, and this is a very unique, my goodness, long day, unique request, whereas they are requesting for the Board of Zoning Adjustment to approve an expansion to their expiration date, extend the expiration dates. So let me flip to my other screen. 88-525-12 in regards to special use permits. There's a section specifically about a lapse of approval. Let me go to that point real quick, just to clarify why you guys are seeing this presentation, because this SUP has been approved before, but according to 88-525-12A, special use permits, they do lapse in their effectiveness after 2 years, unless they pull a building permit, their certificate of occupancy has been issued, the building or the expansion, in this case, the building expansion, the use has been established, or item number 4, the Board of Zoning Adjustment extends the expiration period by more than 1 year. So that is what we're here to discuss today, is them extending their expiration date by a year. So the original case is CD SUP 2019-00048. The property is located in the southern portion of Kansas City, sort of near Grandview. The subject site is a church at the corner of West Redbridge Road and Warnell Road. You can see it is highlighted on the screen. This is a site plan from the original special use permit. The proposed addition is at the corner of this L shape of the church, extending towards West Redbridge Road. And as previously mentioned, they are requesting for the Board of Zoning Adjustment to extend their expiration period time by exactly 1 year. This is to allow them more time to establish that expansion of the proposed use, to finally break ground on the proposal heard back in 2019. That concludes my staff's presentation. I'll be happy to accept any questions. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Anna. Mr. Ellis, you're here before the expiration, the 2-year expiration, so you're not out of time. So why do you need an extra year for this?
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I know it's been a long day, but so I'll be brief. I just have a couple of points to make, and I think some of these, were in a letter that the leadership wrote that's in your packet. But as mentioned, my staff were seeking, an extension for our approved plan on June 9th under the Development Code 88-525-12. And this extension request is due to, the uncertainty caused by the COVID-19 global pandemic. This uncertainty began only just a few short months prior to our approval, extending several months beyond that in June 2020. And at the beginning of that emergency, the church was unable to meet as a group to assist in reducing the spread of that virus. And even after city officials deemed it safe to come back together and assemble, there were physical restrictions such as social distancing and masking that limited that attendance. And even after a year of that onset, this pandemic, the uncertainty about the virus continued to keep attendance well below 2019 averages. And so over the last few months, the South Point leadership feels it's become evident that through visitor interest and attendance and overall support of the church, that plans for expansion is the right path forward. The church has already re-engaged its design team to prepare plans for permit submittal to city staff. And as mentioned in the staff report, the church is not seeking any additional conditions or a new plan. We're just seeking additional time to work with staff to make this expansion a reality. We just need more time to submit for building permit and work with staff to get that done.
Okay. Board members, do you understand this request? Have any questions for the applicant? Hearing no questions, I'd entertain a motion.
Is everyone asleep?
I'm starting to sense maybe you guys are, but it's okay. I get it.
Can't vote. So Chairman Otto, in case number 48, I recommend the applicant be granted their request in accordance to the site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Ebbets. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with this motion. Your request is granted. Thank you, folks, and good luck in the next year. All right.
Hey, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. And now let's take up the last case of my career. All right.
Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you very much. It's been 26 good years. So anyway,
Great.
it's all
Great.
good. All right. Thank you, sir. All right, let's move to the last case. I think I can call all these at the same time unless staff disagrees. I'm going to call dockets 23.1 through 23. I'm sorry. Yeah, 23.1 through 23.3. The addresses are 1075 North Bell, 10750 North Bell, and 1728 Northwest 7th Street. The case numbers are 35, 36, and 37. Would the applicant and all people in opposition please raise your hand to be promoted?
I am promoting a Curtis Tate. He is the applicant for these 3 companion cases. No one else is raising their hand, and Curtis has been connected.
Okay. Mr. Tate, if you can hear me, please turn on your microphone and your camera.
Got it.
All right. Sir, could you state your name for the record, please?
Curtis Tate.
And would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Sir, have you reviewed the staff report that is connected with these 3 docket items?
I have not.
Okay. I have a question about the report before we can have a presentation. The report contains a listing at the end of the report of 9 administrative exhibits. Those are items connected to the case. Do you have any objection to my admitting those so the board can review those and see those and deal with your case?
No, I do not.
Okay. Administrative exhibits 1 through 9 will be admitted. And Najma, your PowerPoint, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for introducing me one last time.
I know. You guys will be fine without me. It'll be all right.
No. Okay.
I know. I'm sorry. Let's not cry yet. Come on. We got to do
Okay,
this.
right.
Then
Last
we can
case.
cry. Okay.
Okay. Before us, we have docket item number 23, cases CDBZA 2022, 35, 36, and 37, located at 10745 North Bell Street, 10750 North Bell Street, and 1728 Northwest 107th Terrace, all located in an R1.5 district. The applicant is seeking approval of variances to the vehicular use area requirements in the front yard. Again, this site is located in the northern portion of Kansas City, Missouri. And this is an aerial of the subject sites 1, 2, and 3. For CDBZA 2022 number 35, on your left-hand side, you can see that the applicant can meet the current code with the following design. And on your right-hand side, you'll see what the applicant is proposing instead of what the code allows for in terms of the 40% permeable surface requirement or impermeable surface allowance. For 36, again, to your left, you see what the applicant can do under our current code versus what they are proposing. And lastly, for 37, again, to the left, what the applicant can do under our current code versus what they are proposing. For lot number 1, the applicant is requesting an increase of 16.8% pavement in the front yard. Yes, this will create less pervious surface, increasing stormwater runoff. And yes, a change in design can obviate the need for a variance, which you have seen in the previous slides. For lot number 2, or case number 36, the applicant is requesting an increase of 37% pavement in the front yard. Again, the increase in pervious surface can increase the likelihood of stormwater runoff. And yes, a change in design can obviate the need for this variance. Lastly, the applicant is requesting an increase of 211% of pavement in the front yard, and that increase of less pervious surface increases the likelihood of stormwater runoff. And as you saw, a change in design obviates the need for a variance. Again, the applicant is proposing a 46.2% paved front yard for the first lot, a 56% paved front yard for the second, and a 62.9% paved front yard for the third. And that concludes my staff report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Curtis, why should we grant these? I mean, you can build within the requirements, so.
Well, first of all, we bought these lots with intending to put a third car garage house on these cul-de-sac lots. And, I've been here, I've done this before. So, these are pie-shaped lots, so they're much narrower at the front of the lot than they are on like a, standard intermediate lot, more rectangle shaped lot. So if you can go back, I don't know if you can go back and look at her PowerPoint or not, but you can see when I stay within the 40% coverage requirement on a third car garage, in my opinion, that third car garage stall isn't accessible. Not only do I think it's not usable, but I also think if we built this house per the plan and installed the driveway per the plan, I don't think anybody would buy that house. I think it'd be a really tough sell. So on BZA ending in 35, that's a standard 2-car garage house. It's not as important as the other two, number 36 and 37, that are 3-car garage homes. But still, as a builder, we want to put as much concrete as we can on the driveway. So we like to pour, outside of the foundation to the outside of the foundation on this one in 35. And I mean, who doesn't want more room in their driveway, right? So that one is just, I think, of a 6.2% increase. And the additional square footage is, 70 or so square feet difference, and additional over the 40% coverage.
All right, Najma, can you go through them again, one by one, just more slowly? Go to the first one.
I think that's this one here, 35.
This is 35?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the least request that you're asking for, right?
Correct, yes.
Board members, do you have questions about, let's take these one at a time. Board members, while this is up, do you have questions about this request? Okay, then put the next one up.
And this one, you can see where that third, on the left, complying. Not only do I have to come in on that, if you're looking at the plot plan, that front right corner of the garage, I've got to bring that driveway in even further, almost to the edge of where the garage door jamb would be. And then on the third car side, that's only an 8-foot wide door. So then I've got to bring that concrete drive in even further, which even makes it, and you can see the proposed outline of the drive there. I mean, you're going to have like a, smart car or something like that to whip that thing in and use that third car stall. As opposed to the one on the right, that it's just more subtle, more curb appeal. I mean, these are $550,000 homes. We would have a really hard time. That one on the left, that would be a really tough sell. I don't think anybody knowing that up front would buy that house.
And let's see the third one.
And the third one is just like the previous one. Same scenario, same case. I mean, again, a buyer knowing that up front, I think we'd be sitting on that house for a long time.
All right, board members, I think you understand this request. Do you have questions? Thank you, Najma.
I understand
I
that.
have a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mike.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Randy.
Oh, Randy, go ahead. Ladies first. There you go.
I understand that hitting the 40% with a 3-car garage, I see the difficulty there, but these still seem just like so much pavement. In a lot of these new developments, they are very pavement heavy. And I know you're trying to address curb appeal and these larger houses, but I feel like there could be maybe a middle ground between the what's on the left to what's on the right, because the what's on the right seems very excessive to me, especially in the last 2 cases.
What's on the right was what I'm proposing, and what's on the left of the power.
Yeah, between the 2 pictures that were shown, I feel like there could be a middle ground there. Some of these variances just seem very high for pavement in some of these new areas, in my opinion.
I think you've got to understand on these pie-shaped lots, and we're narrower at the front, we eat up that percentage a lot faster than what we would on just a regular, rectangular lot. So with these lots being narrow at the front, it's almost like we don't have as much usable, we don't have as much space there to work with, or our percentage jumps up quicker with that narrower front.
I understand that. I mean, these could have been 2-stall garages as well, and it wouldn't have been an issue. So I think if you're going in at 3, I still think there could be more of a compromise to reduce that impervious pavement along the streetscape.
But I mean, you also need to put yourself in our shoes as well. I mean, we bought these are premium lots with being able to put a 3rd-car garage in a 2-car garage neighborhood for the most part. So, that's why we purchased these lots, to have a 3rd-car garage house on these cul-de-sac lots. And then, by doing that, we want to be able to have a usable driveway. I don't think complying with the 40%, I really don't think those are usable driveways on the second 2 case number 36 and 37.
And I agree. I think I said that's why I was looking at maybe a compromise between those. I can see the difficulty with the 3rd-car garage and hitting the 40%, but the proposed just seems more than what's required, in my opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Kelleher, what was your questions?
Well, I don't think it's the purview of this board to help a developer sell his houses. And I see absolutely no unnecessary hardship or practical difficulty in complying with the ordinance in this case. I just really can't support the application.
So, Mr. Curtis, I think you've heard.
I mean, I guess, Mr. Keller, I mean, if you knew a driveway was going to lay out like that, and I understand, if you were put in a position to where, you had to buy this house, and you knew this up front, would that be appealing to any of you?
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with appealing. Go ahead, Mr. Kelleher, sorry.
That's okay. No, I mean, I would either say I'll take a 2-car garage or I'll look somewhere else.
And then on the builder standpoint, we bought these lots thinking that, this is going to be an easy sell. This is going to be extremely appealing to someone who would want a 3rd-car garage in a neighborhood that's mainly, 50-foot wide lots. And these cul-de-sac lots, being able to push the house back accommodates that. However, we just kind of want a usable 3rd-car garage, and like Mrs. Mixdorf, I mean, if we can compromise, then I'm much more opted to do something like that. If not, then I don't know what we'll do, either change up the floor plan or not build at all, or sell these lots back to the developer. So.
Well, were you aware of this issue when you bought the lots?
I mean, in my position, I was, but the owner that bought these lots probably wasn't.
I'm not understand that answer. The owner being who?
Mr. Bainsberger, he's the owner of SAB Construction. Me in my position, you know, I do the permitting, purchasing, budgeting, estimating, stuff like that.
Okay. So, but you knew this was an issue when you bought the lots.
I don't think he was aware of it. I mean, now that it's, I mean, after, you know, after a house is decided, you know, hey, let's put 3-car garage houses on these lots. I mean, you know, we got the plot plans back, obviously, you know, when we have a driveway that meets that 40% and it looks like what it does, I just don't think that's appealing, and I think that'd be a tough sell, especially after the flat work's done and your flat work is literally from the garage door jamb to the garage door jamb.
So Mr. Tate, I think that I'm hearing a lot of concern about this case, and I can give you two options. We can vote on this, or you can have a continuance. You're going to have a quorum, even though I won't be here in a month, because Mr. Ebbets has heard this too, and we've got plenty of people hearing this case. You've got 5 people in addition to me that have heard your evidence. We can continue this, and you can go back and try to do something different than what you're proposing. And the board then in a month may decide that's okay, or we can rule on this and you'll live with it and go back and decide what you're going to build. That's compliant. No,
I mean, it's, you know, just like everybody here, I mean, it's been a long day. So yeah, let's, I'm interested to hear what maybe some of the other board members might have their opinions on it, being, I don't know, put themselves in the builder position.
So, Mr. Curtis, for me, I'm just one vote. The 2-car garage didn't bother me as much as the 2 other homes with the 3-car garages. And, you know, you're asking for a gigantic variance. And it just per chance we would happen to give that to you, then we're going to have a ton of developers asking for the exact same thing. They're going to come back and say, well, you gave Curtis one. So I think I echo Ms. Mixdorf that maybe you and Chairman Otto, where you come back to us next time and see if you can get with your design team and maybe come up with something that be more palatable to this group.
Well, my first thing, you know, I would want to do if it were anywhere else besides Kansas City, I'd push the house back, you know, but even if I push the houses back, that beyond that build line, that space isn't getting computed into that percentage. That's only from the property line to the build line. It doesn't even take into account the right-of-way area.
Right. I think that's what Mr. Kelleher is pointing out to you, Mr. Tate, that, you know, you don't like the rule, you want to vary it. This board is probably not going to vary it the way you want it varied. So when you're constructing these houses, you're going to have to design them to fit.
If the house can accommodate a 3-car garage, then I don't know why, you know, the percentage should decide what the builder could fit on that lot. So, well, and then the other problem, or not, I don't know, problem or whatnot, but if this were on a rectangular lot, I wouldn't have a problem with this. Being that it's on a pie-shaped lot, that's and it's being held to the standards of a rectangular lot, I think that's where I foresee the problem.
There's no practical difficulty. You could put a 2-car garage there and still sell this unit.
But a 3-car garage would be a lot more appealing.
That's not part of our standard, so sorry. What do you want us to
Jake,
do?
you asked
You want to continue it
Yeah.
or do you want us to vote? I'm sorry, Mr. Stiller, you had a comment.
You want to hear from other board members, so, I'll accommodate a continuance and maybe some reworking. Sounds like a good idea to me.
How could this be reworked and meet the percentage and still build a 3-car garage house?
I'm not the designer.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do need to make a solution here because we have one more item of business we have to take care of after this case, and we've got 15 more minutes. So, Mr. Tate, do you want us to rule on these or do you want to continuance?
I think let's just go ahead and rule.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Board members, you have the evidence. I need a motion on these matters.
Chairman Otto, again, in the first home, the 2-bedroom home, wasn't that like a 10 or 12% variance, as I recall?
It was smaller, yeah.
A 6%?
16%.
16%.
So on one of these, so let me float a motion out there to the board. In case number 35, I recommend the applicant be granted the request in accordance with site plan and staff report. Just that one, excuse me, yeah. Case number 35.
Mr. Evans, let's do these one at a time so there's no confusion.
I agree. So
Okay.
just on 35.
Okay, so on case number 35, I have a motion to grant the variance request. Do I have a second to that motion?
I second.
I have a second for Mr. Stiller. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes with the motion. That request has been granted. Now let's move to the next case. Do I have a motion on 36, Mr. Evans?
I do. So on case number 36, I recommend that the applicant be denied their request for the variance.
Okay. I have a motion for Mr. Evans on case number 36. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second for Mr. Gorens. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. This request has been denied. And then let's have a ruling on 37. Mr. Evans?
Yes. So in case number 37, I recommend the applicant be denied their request.
Do I have a second to Mr. Ebbett's motion on that case?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Kelleher. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes with the motion. That request is denied. Thank you, Mr. Tate. You have the decisions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that concludes the cases we had on the docket today. Okay, now it's just going to cry.
Well, I want to say a few words, but don't we have another piece of business before?
We do. That's what I need to do. We need to deal with voting in a new chair and vice chair. So do I have recommendations?
I make a statement that the vote on that is actually not supposed to occur till May. So I think we'll just stop on that.
Yeah. That'll be easier.
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Rabbits, you have the floor.
Okay. Chairman Otto, 26 years is a damn long time. I was thinking this in 2 weeks, I would have been married 25 years. Yet you've been on this committee for 26. Very scary. Very, very scary. I did some rough calculations a few minutes ago. I came up with maybe 75,000 cases that you've heard either as chair or as a member over these many years. And I know some of those times went really, really long. But while we may have forgotten those cases, the people that came before us, don't forget, they remember when they had their day in court. And Teresa and Chairman Otto, you treated every single one with fairness, your knowledge of the code, and your wisdom. And those people walked away happy. Even if they were rejected, they walked away happy. So thank you for your many, 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 many years of service. There are shoes that will never be filled by what you did with this committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ebbets. I will miss you all a lot. Like I said, I had told you I was planning to do this, but this business thing came up for one of my partners, and I really can't, let him turn away business. That's not fair to him because I was going to do this anyway. So I have enjoyed every minute of my time on the board. I was a very young person when I started, and I have learned so much about the city in this job. And I truly am going to miss all of you. So thank you very much. And thank you again for the beautiful flowers. And I hope to see you all soon in other capacities.
Teresa, I have been in a position to hear a lot of criticism about governmental agencies and city boards, et cetera. But I have to say, I've never heard anybody criticize the Board of Zoning Adjustment, and I think that's due to your dedication.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That means a lot to me. I'm sorry, Sarah, go ahead.
I said I want to second that. I've represented many different boards in my time with the city, and I would say this has been the easiest, and that's because you're the chair and you just do such a great job of running these meetings, and that's due to all the other board members as well.
I agree.
But I also have never heard any criticism of the BZA either.
I've tried. I'm not perfect. I'm sure there's somebody out there that doesn't like me. I'm sure. I bet we could find them. So anyway.
Yeah,
well,
just to echo that, I know I haven't been here for a long time, but as a city staff person, leading this team, we greatly appreciate your work and how things are conducted because, things get a little messy, things get difficult, but your participation in these items, makes it just a little bit easier. So we greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, I think you all will hear me on your shoulders probably in the next couple of meetings. You'll probably say, what would Teresa say? And you probably will smile. And I hope you do. And I hope that, I can still be there guiding you and helping you out. And, I'm here for questions. If there's some weird thing that comes up that someone doesn't understand, I'm always happy to be a resource because I can still give, some direction on something. But you've got Sarah, and Sarah's been there a long time, and Mike and Mark and Tom, you guys have been on the board a long time. And I know that Mike will probably take my position. He'll probably be moving on up. And I know he can do it because he's done it when I'm not there. So, but one of these days I'd like to raise a glass in person with you guys. So maybe we can figure out a way to do that, Sarah, without violating any meeting rules. Yeah. But I'd love to see you all in person again, at some point. So maybe we can figure that out.
I second that.
I second that. Yeah, I know. So thank you very much. I'm going to enjoy these flowers for the rest of the week and probably beyond. And I'm going to smile and think of you. But I can tell you that in 30 days, when the second Tuesday of the month comes, I'm probably going to feel a little bit lost.
Can I task you with something here, Teresa?
Sure, Randy. Absolutely.
I think you need to help recruit another woman to the board. So if you have any ideas, I feel like you can send them the way of the city.
Okay, well, I can think about that. I probably know a few women, a few good women. I'll try to do that. All right, guys. I'm gonna let you go, but I'm sure our paths will cross again. I don't think this is the last time you'll see me. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
See you, kids.
Here.
Bye. Bye, Teresa.